From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Anderson's next pitch, a swing and a miss. He struck him out with a fastball.
He's set. A high kick and the pitch, a swing and a miss. Trying to strike out the side. The pitch, swing and a miss. He does it.
And this pitch is in there for a call third strike. Fastball at the knees, and that's strikeout number 7. Out number 8 is strikeout number 7. Are you hearing me?
And all of a sudden, we have a brand new star for at least this week in DFW. Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. Isn't it sweet to already be at a Wednesday?
Oh, I was thinking that yesterday driving home. I was like, man, all right. I was talking to Sarah, and I was like, we got this, and this. And I'm like, oh, so tomorrow's Wednesday already. Yeah, this 4-day work week, when it happens, 6 months before we retire, when it fully becomes in. It's going to be the greatest last 6 months of our work lives.
Welcome to the majors, Grant Anderson, as he all of a sudden lit up social media and our morning show group text as the rookie reliever comes in, strikes out his first 4, struck out 7 in 2 2/3 yesterday in the 10-6 win over the Detroit Tigers. And he got the W, and he got the water cooler afterwards. We got a new sensation, possibly.
Yes, he is our K-Rod. It's happening. Unique delivery. That's half the battle. This is, and they even brought it up on the broadcast, just like the way his delivery is and how different it is. It's going to take the league 4 times through the league. It's going to take him 4 times through the league for the rest of the hitters to even catch up to figure out what he's got. Relievers, when they come up, they got a good 30 days where nobody really has a great scouting report on them. It's different to have a scouting report versus actually seeing them and seeing that funky delivery. Man, they won't pick up on him. Now, the teams of the AL West might. They might. But teams that you would face in the postseason, like the Rays or the Orioles or the Yankees, they won't pick up on him at all. I think they're already done with the Orioles. Maybe they have 1 series left. So they're not even going to pick up on him. Oh, K-Rod.
I was trying to check out the rest of his stuff. I was seeing 93 on the fastball, and then they showed afterwards of David Murphy, the strike zone, the K zone, and all of his pitches were painting the outside corner with his movement. So is he more of a movement guy? Because it doesn't look like it's going to be 98, 99 to blow you away.
Yeah, he's there's a lot of movement on those pitches. His delivery is unique. His arm slot is unique. Not unique, but it's not necessarily. He's coming a little bit more. Looked to me like he's coming more 3/4. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of movement on those, and that's you start getting on, and you can throw in on a lefty, and that pitch will run back over the plate. A la Greg Maddux. David Cone had that. A lot of guys do. Huge.
It's just so nice to not have to make a trade for a guy and you already have that piece. Now I know it's a small sample size, but I mean I felt like Bochy was just going to let him go the whole rest of the game. I mean he was doing just fine. And when you have a guy out there that can go 6, 7, 8 outs and be just fine, and it's a good Detroit Tigers team. It's not a terrible team. It's on the road and major league debut, and his family was there. I mean it was awesome to have, and hopefully keep it up.
He threw real quick. 32% of his pitches were sliders, and 30%. Or 4-seam. It's a change from back in last year in the minors. Threw 50% sliders, and in September of last year, 0 4-seam fastballs. In August, he only threw 4%.
Yeah, Sandler sent me a very detailed voice memo late last night talking about that he was a throw-in with a trade with Seattle. Had spent some time in Round Rock, and there he is making Major League Baseball history. As I walked in this morning, and you were hitting some putts with MLB Network on in the background as they were focusing on Grant Anderson and the Texas Rangers, pitchers to strike out their first 4 batters faced in their debut since 1974. Neftali Feliz, Rangers, in 2009. Wade Davis, Brandon Hughes, Tim Herron, and Grant Anderson is added to this list. Here's Boch, very impressed by Grant Anderson's debut after the win.
Oh, I tell you, in all my years, I can't think of a better debut than what he did. One-run ball game, came in with the tying run on second base. He got 8 outs, I think, 7 strikeouts. Just so impressive. That kid had so much poise out there, and just he really gave us what we needed. I was so impressed with how he handled himself. So big win for us.
And he was poised in the interview afterwards with John Radigan. Rads is going to join us at 8 o'clock. He's been on the road in the Emily Jones role covering the Rangers. He had the post-game interview. I don't know whether he got hit with any ice cubes with the Gatorade bath afterwards, but this is a new Rangers record for a reliever in their MLB debut with 7 strikeouts last night, the W. And look, it takes a lot to put this offense on the back burner when you talk about this team. Josh Young, continuing with the 13-game hitting streak. He had 3 hits. Jonah Heim did his thing. You also had Marcus Semien, 19-game hitting streak. Mm-hmm. This offense just comes at you in waves.
They do. And
Adolis. Adolis is like, I don't have to go deep. I'll just go ahead and get 4 base hits.
He needed it.
He needed it.
He had been struggling. Still didn't get an RBI. So what's that? 9 straight games without an RBI for him. But going into last night, still in the league, still the American League in runs batted in. So it's like, the offense comes at you in a lot of different ways, and it's really odd because outside until you get past, once you get past Young, like this is really like there's really no names. There's what I mean. It's really not like guys that are household names, and even Young and Nate Lowe are not household names outside of DFW. Adolis Garcia is not even a household name outside of DFW. So it really is like, what the lineup's doing really is. They do come at you in a lot of different ways.
Martin Perez is the downside. He just did not have it. Martin Perez, very deceptive this year with the numbers and the record, right? You have Dane Dunning going today, and it feels like he's earned totally that 4-0 with a 1.67. Martin Perez went 4 2/3, and he needed this help out of the bullpen.
Hard to lose a game when you score 10 runs. It's hard to lose, and they don't lose. There's a reason he's 6-1 with an ERA at 4.5. That's not a very good ERA. Is he the weak link right now? I guess maybe, but that's for him having that record. That's why they don't really use record that much anymore. Because having an ERA in the mid-4s, typically you're not going to have a 6-1 mark. And
he's coming off paternity leave for the start today.
Look at that.
Yes, and the start today will get the KMC Masterpiece out of work with the 11:30 pregame first pitch at 12 o'clock as they seek out 3 in a row in Detroit.
Ooh, get a little sweep. They already accomplished Wash's goal. Just win the series. They already accomplished it. Now you go for the sweep.
And still 3 games up on the armpit. So the Astros are 7-3 in their last 10. 7-3. The Rangers are 35-19, off to their best start in franchise history, and they are just on pace right now. They are on pace. And when are they going to start getting these major headlines? Where were they in this MLB Network rundown? How far down were we until we get to respect of being talked about on the Baseball Network?
I try to think because I didn't catch the beginning of the show, and I think
they usually go in order when the game's finished. That's what it kind of looks like right now. You have the West Coast games later on, so if they do that, then they're probably up by the top.
And then you're going to get 3 against the Mariners back in Arlington. It has been a fantastic road trip so far, no doubt about it. 3 against Seattle. Then the St. Louis Cardinals come to town, and then they'll go on the road for a heavyweight fight against the Rays.
Yeah, and Seattle struggled a little bit. They had a 4-game win streak. That doesn't really count because they beat Oakland. Prior to that, they had lost 5 of 7 to the Braves and Red Sox. And then they've just lost the last 2 games to the Yankees, getting outscored 20-6. These first 2 games against New York that they've had in Seattle.
Aaron Rodgers is living his best life with Taylor Swift. We have a hiring and a departure in the NBA that is pretty big news. And we have some names, all-time comedians being put on the Jeffrey Epstein list. The names are starting to leak. who is about to possibly get canceled. It's the Hump Day edition. We're not getting canceled yet. We're just getting started right here on 105.3 The Fan. Finals tomorrow night in Denver. The Philadelphia 76ers hire Nick Nurse, who won a championship, in case everybody forgot, with the Toronto Raptors. And the architect of the Golden State Warriors, Bob Myers, steps away.
Yeah. Now he did not draft Steph Curry.
Okay, that's very important.
All right. He was the assistant GM when they drafted Klay Thompson, and he was the main GM, or he was the full-time, the guy when they drafted Draymond Green, which was a steal in the second round. So what kind of credit should he get for being the architect? Because he is, to me, the most anonymous architect of a dynasty that we have.
11 seasons with them, 2-time Executive of the Year, 4-time NBA champion.
Yeah, and now R.C. Buford in San Antonio, he's another relatively anonymous GM. But I think Bob Meyer, look around the rest of the sport. Who's the rest of the sports world? Who's a GM that doesn't get any credit for the building of their dynasty? Bob Watson, who built the Yankees dynasty, and they give it all to Cashman. Scott Pioli. I think he gets credit. I feel like he gets a lot more credit. So I wonder who it is. It's got to be Bob Myers to me.
Drafted Draymond in 2012, hired Steve Kerr as head coach, 73-9 record, signed KD. You got to put that on there.
Yeah.
And then all the titles and just dealing with Draymond.
And then rebuilding the team, basically. And then
their formula was set up. Their strategy and philosophy was perfect. They just missed on the players.
Yeah.
The players didn't come through, but they had the torch being passed to 2 high draft picks.
Yeah, they
at
did.
least Kuminga and others.
And Wiseman, they had it. They had it. I mean, the plan was fantastic.
Yes. Perfect.
Yeah, it really was. So, look, I think he's a tremendous GM. He's gonna take some time off.
Drafted Kayvon Looney, Jordan Poole, Harrison Barnes, traded for Bogut and Wiggins, signed Andre Iguodala, along with Sean Livingston, who had title contributions, JaVale McGee. Yeah, he did work.
He did a lot of good things. So, I mean, that's
kill it to get him here.
Yes, no doubt. That's a pretty good GM, man. That's a really, really solid one.
And Nick Nurse.
Nick Nurse gets that job, and I remember him back when he was in the G League. He was a fantastic coach for Rio Grande Valley. They always had a good team. Worked his way up. I think he was the first coach to get a job in the NBA from the G League. Who knows? Anything's better than Mr. Game 7 loser Doc Rivers. But
the Chris Paul of coaches.
He had it right. He was in Toronto. They win a title. Everybody leaves. Lowry leaves. Kawhi leaves, and they wonder why he can't win games. So he gets fired. And that's what happens to NBA coaches. They're hired to get fired. I think it's a good hire by the Sixers.
I'm always fascinated whenever I see Jeffrey Epstein's name. Of course, he has the documentaries. Peyton, do yourself a favor. Go watch some of the Netflix files on Jeffrey Epstein and the pedophile plan that he put together, of course, with his right-hand woman. And yesterday, some more names were released from private calendars and emails via the Daily Mail. Hundreds of pages came out, and you saw some big names that he was associating with. Chris Rock.
Chris Rock stood out.
Chris Tucker.
Yep.
David Blaine.
The magician.
Woody Allen. We already knew about Bill Gates. We already knew about Prince Andrew. Richard Branson, who I think is the head of Virgin.
Yep.
Irina Shayk. I think she's some supermodel. So there's some big names, and I'm just looking to see where the dots get connected.
Yeah. Peter Thiel, who was a tech billionaire, one of the early Facebook investors. He had several meetings with Epstein. The calendar shows there's a ton. There's a ton of names. Now, Bill Clinton. Now, Chris Rock. There's questions about this one because the calendar says David Blaine will stop by toward the end of dinner. The calendar also says maybe Chris Rock will be coming.
Yeah,
that's the first time he'd been linked to him. In 2002, he invited Chris Tucker on a trip to Africa with former President Bill Clinton aboard Epstein's private jet. Now, source close to Rock said he did not attend that dinner, that he was friendly with Woody Allen, loved his movies, but that Epstein may have confused him with Chris Tucker. So the Chris Rock rep throwing Chris Tucker under the bus. So there you go. It's a wild story.
Well, not all these people went to the island.
No.
Some of these were dinners. That's not making you guilty.
Right.
And even if you went to the island, can't necessarily say that you're taking advantage of sex slaves.
Correct. Yeah. This is a this is guilt by assembly. You're allowed to assemble with who you want to. And
yep.
Just because you're friends with a serial killer or a serial rapist in this case doesn't make you one. But it does, I guess.
Call into question.
At least an investigation.
Not a good look.
No, not a good look.
Not a good look. So I'm
waiting for more. I want more deets.
I thought that girl was gonna sing, or she was either going to be gone.
Is it Ghislaine
Maxwell?
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Ghislaine, I think.
However you pronounce her name.
Yeah. Ghislaine Maxwell.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
So that's what came out there. Choppy's new favorite quarterback is about to be the new one with the Jets.
'Cause baby, now we got bad blood. You know it used to be mad love. So take a look what you've done. 'Cause baby, now we got bad.
People are looking at photos of Aaron Rodgers and saying, he's a new man. Look how happy he is. To me, it's just more, he's got a social life now.
Yeah.
Now, I'm sure he left Green Bay, Wisconsin during the offseason, but he has been hitting up every single... This guy looks like he was made and born for New York City as he attended all the Tay-Tay concerts.
Yep.
And said she's an amazing person and an awesome performer.
So the Jets had this video they did about a week ago where they were asking a bunch of the players to name their favorite Taylor Swift song or album, and yeah, it was so back and forth. I didn't think it was too visual, but Rodgers knew them all. He knew a lot of them. Yeah, Folklore is a great album. It's got to be Folklore. But apparently he's a big Tay-Tay fan. I hope he remembers the concert.
Oh.
I hope he remembers.
Why is that?
Because evidently concert goers are getting post-concert amnesia at Taylor Swift concerts. To the point where these shows, they're leaving them and they're like, I have no idea what I just saw. They're so into the concert. They're so in love with Taylor that they black out. This is not alcohol or drug-induced blackouts. These are like 13-year-olds. Maybe they are drug-induced. I don't know. I don't know what's going on anymore in the world. But they are getting post-concert amnesia. I've
never experienced this in life where I was so mesmerized without alcohol or substances, and I'm like, I don't even remember because it was so amazing. Normally you remember the specifics when something is that good.
You would think so. But, I've left concerts and not remembered if I've heard a song or not, but that's probably because
the shrooms.
It was whatever. But not at like as a teenager, like a 15-year-old. I don't remember that.
She's kind of had an image turnaround towards likability when she went through a rough patch of, I think good thing Bobby's not in here because he would call her out for, just talking about breakups or getting attention during all of her songs. I
mean, that's all of her songs are about basically about breakups. A lot of them are. Most of them are. That was her kind of thing. But she's, she puts on a show apparently, and I mean, she does come up with hit after hit after hit.
You try to go to her concert when she came
Never.
here?
Never. No. I'm not spending that kind of money. I'm not dealing with that kind of crowd. I've heard, she usually plays at AT&T. Have you seen one there? You saw Luke Combs there, right? At AT&T?
Amanda went. I sent Amanda.
I've heard the acoustics are not great. So
I went to WrestleMania there.
Well.
That was... Made me feel much better about myself after looking at Joe Trahan and the other booger eaters there. White Joe Trahan, not WFAA Joe Trahan.
Absolutely not.
White Joe Trahan. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. And speaking of booger eaters, the bosses hit us up yesterday and said that the American Gladiators, now I've recorded this, American Gladiators 30 for 30 was out yesterday. Did you watch it? And Gavin Spittle also added the side note, Tim Collins auditioned our assistant PD?
Did
I read that correctly?
You did read that very correctly. Tim Collins is about 160 pounds. And not like, he's not like Canelo 160, right? It's I'm quite surprised.
Tim Collins did a demo for them for radio, but was tackled and broke his arm.
That's not good.
Did a demo.
Now I watched about 45 minutes of this, then we were just like so tired, like we're going to bed.
Well, that must mean it wasn't that great if you felt like you could just turn it off.
It was, I mean, look, I'm going to finish it. But did we
get like steroids and scandal and
nothing like that?
Oh,
it was because it's only part one. Let's see. Remember Malibu?
Yeah,
Malibu. He was in it. He looks like a hot mess right now. They had Saber and Gemini. They talked to them. They haven't really gotten into the girls yet. And then Johnny Ferraro, the founder, the kind of the man behind the scenes. This is, if you were to paint a picture of a late 70s, early 80s sleazeball, you would pick him out of a lineup. Easy.
We got to fight to figure out and settle from the G-Bag Nation. The audio, I think me and Bobby are against each other. What a shock and surprise. Why are the Kansas City Chiefs worried about RJ Choppy? And do the Rangers have a new sensation out of the bullpen? Hump Day edition with the entire squad together. Next.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from two-time Stanley Cup champion Greg Ludwig and NHL reporter Sean Shapiro. It's Spits and Suds 3 times.
Peyton and Rai in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And since everyone is in a pretty good mood, since we're getting to a weekend faster than normal, I'd like to change things up today. And I would like to go, Pepe, we do have it from the G-Bag Nation, right? We have the audio?
Oh, we have it.
Oh, we have it.
Number 5?
I'd like to change things up today and settle a little audio debate. Bobby was listening to G-Bag, and Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus got into it just a little bit, and we need to see who you side with on the truckwreck.com text line. Bobby, is there anything else we need to set up before we play the audio?
I don't think so. It's pretty clear in and of itself, I think, what Eric was trying to say, and Brian wasn't getting it.
Let's see who's right.
Will Chambers started going on this tangent about how Heinz ketchup is the best of the ketchup, so much so that if you blindfolded him, he could tell you which one is the Heinz ketchup. If you dialed up, however many different ketchup brands there are, you blindfold him, he could tell you that the Heinz is the Heinz. Could you guys do that with ketchup? Could you do that with anything?
I don't drink many soft drinks, but I think I could do a soft drink thing. I think I could do soft drink if you said Coke, Pepsi, that kind of thing.
Yes, but could you do like Dr. Pepper and then Dr. Schmepper, which is the great value version? Like that's
like
the
Fanta,
deal here.
like Dr. Pepper or
Dr.
Fanta or something like that.
That one's easy.
Pepsi?
It can't be like a
Mr.
burger and a French fry. Can you blindfold and decide what is in your mouth?
What are you talking about? What are you damn talking about over there? You're saying soft drinks, right?
But I'm saying specifically like Dr. Pepper and then the off-brand of Dr. Pepper. So it still tastes like Dr. Pepper.
Yeah,
Mr. Pibb.
Mr. Pibb. I was trying to get there, jackass.
No, you weren't.
Yes, I was.
You exited at Pepsi.
No, you were like,
let yourself
you were jumping up and down like, oh, well, look what he's doing over there. Ha, ha, ha.
Hold on, referee. He did say extra Pibb. And I was trying to tell you, Schmuck,
I was trying to say
Dr.
Mr.
Thunder
Pibb.
is the off-brand of Dr. Pepper.
There's
freaking
no
listen.
Dr. Thunder, I
think it's Brian's the one's not listening this time.
We know he never listens.
I'm not listening to Eric's BS over there.
Well, that's
I was
obvious.
trying to tell him Mr. Pibb, and he was like, oh, jumping up and down like a...
Yeah, but can you tell the difference of a burger and a French fry?
I want to...
So the question is, and the accusation from Bobby Belt and the Nosebleeds is that Brian Broaddus doesn't listen, that he wasn't paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
And this is totally unfair slander towards Broaddus by you and the others.
I didn't slander. I just agreed with the statement there that it did not sound like Brian was listening to the comparison at all.
Okay, in the very beginning, he said, first off, he answered Eric's question in 5 seconds. That's how much he was listening. He said, yeah.
I tightened that. To be fair, I tightened that. There was some extra discussion in between, and I tightened.
I'm going off of what I heard.
I know. I'm just letting you know I did tighten.
Differentiating between Coke and Pepsi is the same parallel of Will Chambers deciding between ketchups. It's the same thing.
No way.
I mean, he was giving an example of something.
Same
example. I could tell. Like, I could differentiate between Coke and Pepsi.
Same
it's the same thing.
As ketchup and ketchup is the same flavored thing. It's like the same product. Yes, it is.
So is Coke and Pepsi.
So is Coke and Pepsi.
No,
it's
that's
a carbonated
like,
beverage
that's
based
Sprite
around
and Pepsi are the same.
No,
it isn't.
Yes, it is. That's what you guys are saying.
Yes, it's exactly what I'm saying.
Coke and Pepsi are the same genre of drink. Sprite is an uncola. It's not even close. Ketchup and Heinz and Hunt's is as different as Coke and Pepsi.
But the taste-wise, there's a much bigger difference between Coke and Pepsi than is
totally
defined.
disagree. Totally disagree.
Okay.
When you go to a restaurant and you say, I'd like a Coke, and they go, we don't have Coke, but we have Pepsi, that's the same thing.
Same as
they don't go,
we don't have Heinz, we have Hunt's.
We don't
Same
have Coke,
thing.
but we have Sprite. So Broaddus did indeed answer it just like that. And then Eric went to, and then Eric was very aggressive in the segment. He's probably worked up. His bathing suit was probably too tight, and he was probably worked up from something that Bobby was giving him grief from the swim party, and he took it to, you're comparing a hamburger to a French fry. Coke and Pepsi is the same thing as differentiating between ketchups, and the fan text will agree.
It's not the same.
And I could blind taste test you to prove it, and I could blind taste test 10 people, and we'd get a 50-50 split on guessing them.
What's different
What's different between Coke and Pepsi?
They taste wildly different.
So does Heinz and Hunt's.
No, they don't.
Yes.
Ketchup's ketchup.
No.
Yes, that was the whole point of that.
I do agree with you that ketchup I feel like is a little bit more similar. But the analogy was fine. The point is Broadus was listening. It wasn't that he wasn't.
The Fanta comment was nowhere. That was out of the question.
Yeah, okay, because
that was dumb.
Because then when he drilled down further and went, no, I'm talking about Dr. Pepper and the off-brand, then Broadus' response was, oh yeah, like Fanta, Pepsi. That's not even close to the same.
He got it wrong. But you just love the nosebleeds. Like
he loves Chiafalo.
He does.
Anything Chiafalo
the
does.
Nosebleeds, whatever they do,
Bobby's
whatever they
other
say,
than his trunks.
You're like Spike. You're like the little dog in those cartoons.
Let's hear it one more time. Let's hear it one more time. One more time, Peyton. In my opinion, Eric Chiafalo with no patience and way too aggressive and didn't let Brian finish his point.
Will Chambers started going on this tangent about how Heinz ketchup is the best of the ketchup, so much so that if you blindfolded him, he could tell you which one is the Heinz ketchup if you dialed up, however many different ketchup brands there are. You blindfold him, he could tell you that the Heinz is the Heinz. Could you guys do that with ketchup? Could you do that with anything?
I don't drink many soft drinks, but I think I could do a soft drink thing.
Bam.
I think I could do soft drink if you said Coke, Pepsi, that kind of thing.
Yes, but could you do like Dr. Pepper and then Dr. Schmepper, which is the great value version? Like that's
like
the
Fanta,
deal here.
like Dr. Pepper or Fanta or something like that.
That one's easy.
Pepsi?
It can't be like a
Mr.
burger and a French fry. Can you blindfold and decide what is in your mouth right now?
What are you talking about?
Stick.
What are you damn talking about
What are
over
you
there? You're
damn
saying
talking
soft
about?
drinks, right?
But I'm saying specifically like Dr. Pepper and then the off-brand of Dr. Pepper. So it still tastes like Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, like Mr. Pibb.
Mr. Pibb.
I was trying to get there, jackass.
No, you weren't.
Yes, I was.
You exited at Pepsi.
No, you were like,
let yourself
you were jumping up and down like, oh, well, look what he's doing over there. Ha, ha, ha.
Hold on, referee. He did say extra Pibb. And I was trying to tell you, Schmuck,
I was trying to say
Dr.
Mr.
Thunder
Pibb.
is the off-brand of Dr. Pepper.
There's
freaking
no
listen.
Dr. Thunder, I
think it's Brian's the one's not listening this time.
We know he never listens.
I'm not listening to Eric's BS over there.
Well, that's
I was trying
obvious.
to tell him Mr. Pibb, and he was like, oh, jumping up and down like a...
Yeah, but can you tell the difference of a burger and a French fry?
I want to.
Yeah. So the final verdict, in my opinion, he was listening. He just made a dumb comment.
Yeah, that Fanta thing.
The Fanta thing was a brain fart.
Dumb.
It was a brain fart.
So dumb.
He was paying attention. He proved it by the Coke and Pepsi comparison.
Yeah, the Coke and Pepsi is, to me, the same as Heinz and Hunt's or whatever.
It's like me telling you, blind taste test, Bud Light, Miller Lite, Coors Light.
I can absolutely tell the difference between Heinz and Hunt's as somebody whose mother refuses to buy Heinz.
That's right.
Okay.
What's that say about Will? That's the only ketchup he eats.
Does she refuse to buy it because of the taste?
No, she refused to buy it because why? Nobody doesn't like Heinz.
I know. By the way, the fan text here is 60-40 on mine and Eric's and Peyton's
That's
side.
because half of them think that we're also talking about Dr. Pepper.
What are you
I know.
talking about?
But they 972.
They're not listening.
Pay attention, Sean. Eric went off when Brian said Dr. Pepper and Fanta. 817. It's not the same. 903.
But
I can't believe y'all are going to make me agree with Bobby.
He was clearly listening because he did the Coke and Pepsi thing.
Yeah.
Even if you
Then he went off track.
slightly disagree that Coke and Pepsi you can differentiate between the two, he still proved he was listening to Eric's point.
But that's what Eric was saying. Was Eric said, no, what happened was Eric said, all right, I understand you think you can do the soft drink, but look, what I'm asking is this. And then when he repeated it, Brian wasn't.
That wasn't not
catching
listening.
it.
That was stupidity.
No,
It was stupidity.
That
was just stupidity.
It was stupidity. He wasn't not listening.
He's
There's a difference.
considerate. He's just dumb, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
It's an LSU education.
Exactly.
He's too wrapped up in the College World Series right now.
Yes.
That's all it was.
There's a difference between stupidity and not paying attention. So there you go.
So do you think?
So give me an example of what you would have said.
What Eric said, Dr. Pepper and Dr. Thunder, like the name brand and the generic.
Mr. Pibb
it's
is
the generic.
7-Up and Serum Mist.
Mr. Pibb is not the generic. Mr. Pibb is the competitor.
And I would be able to tell.
Sure, same thing.
And telling between Mr. Pibb and Dr. Pepper is the same exact thing between Coke and Pepsi. You're separating Dr. Pepper flavors versus Pepsi flavors.
Right, and
it's
it's the same as the ketchup because there's no generic Heinz. There's Heinz and Hunt's, completely different people, competitors. Coke and Pepsi, competitors. Mr. Pibb,
Kroger brand ketchup is the off-brand of whatever ketchup.
I thought you were saying
ketchup's ketchup.
I thought you were saying the ketchup got bad.
You cannot tell
Hunt's,
me.
Hunt's
you cannot tell me that you cannot tell the difference between Hunt's and Heinz.
I don't think I can. Now,
check the fridge. Ask Ryan to check the fridge for ketchup.
The fan text pointed out that I'll walk down to 7-Eleven. I'll go see.
Well,
if they
we're
have
trying to
ketchup.
do it so that you don't bail on the show.
The
we're
fan
just gonna see if
text,
it's in the fridge.
The fan text had pointed out Whataburger ketchup does taste different. That does.
Oh God.
But
Here we go, Whataburger
oh,
ketchup.
okay. Come
The
on.
blood of Jesus.
Bring it to me, DC. Come on, give us what you got.
The blood of Jesus. Yeah. Who knows how to cook meat in this state?
Oh.
Me or you.
Oh, wow.
877-881-1053. So Bobby's saying it's 60-40 in favor of G-Bag.
You don't think so you think that is a completely apt comparison? You think that trying to differentiate those two is completely the same question?
I think trying to differentiate Coke and Pepsi and Heinz and Hunt's is on the same spectrum because
Yes.
they're competitors and they taste different.
Yes. They're the alternate that you think of in your mind.
No.
You're just wrong.
It's the secondary.
I'm not wrong.
You're just
It's the
wrong.
alternate.
All right, give me an example of what you would have come up with besides the Dr. Pepper one because
the
it's
only
the same
one,
as Coke and Pepsi.
the only one that's close, and I still don't think it's totally close because they taste. It's like Sprite and 7-Up.
It's Sprite and 7-Up is the same as Coke and Pepsi.
No, because Sprite.
Are you a blue dress guy?
Oh my gosh!
Thank you, Choppy.
By the way, it was golden white, the dress.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Is it like Dasani and Avion?
That's just water.
You think anybody can taste the difference between waters?
I
don't think so.
People can tell the taste difference with like the high pH ones.
I'm just
Fiji, I can tell the
I'm
difference.
just
of Fiji.
asking similar things that were in the
Yeah,
same
7-Up and
ballpark.
Sprite is different, and so Sierra Mist because that is lemon lime flavored soda, whereas the other one is different, like completely different concoctions for this is our soda brand. They taste wildly different. They're not comparable.
I want ketchups and I want a 7-Up and a Sprite up here by the end of the show to blind taste
And
Bobby.
Coke and Pepsi.
Coke and Pepsi.
Heinz has got spices to it that Hunt's just doesn't.
Give me the differentiation between Coke and
57 of them.
Pepsi. What's the difference?
I mean, I'm not gonna get. I don't have tasting notes like I can taste the
Well,
oak barrel.
you sound like you do.
But they because it's such a unique taste, but they both taste completely different.
Okay.
There is no similarity to the way they taste at all.
All right, we'll check it. We'll do it on the fan cam. Expense it downstairs next to in the McDonald's.
I mean, you can tell there's in Heinz and Hunt's by the color and the texture of it.
Heinz is just better.
Absolutely.
It just is.
It's better.
All right, so there it is. That's the way we're going to start off the Hump Day edition as we try to get you closer to the weekend here on DFW Sports Station. We have a brand new star, a savior in the Rangers bullpen. And why is Kansas City afraid of RJ Choppy when it comes to getting DeAndre Hopkins? That's next, right here on The Fan.
segment here brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Swinging that one is hit high and deep to left field. Haas is back in the track. He turns, looks, out of here. A 2-run home run for Josh Young, and the Rangers lead 9-6.
And they get the win in Detroit. They'll go for the sweep today, 10-6. Here on your home for Rangers baseball, it's Sean, RJ, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Josh Young with hits in 13 straight games. Had a home run, had 3 hits. Jonah Heim did his thing. Adelise had 4 hits, and Marcus Semien extended the hitting streak to 19 games. I feel like with this team, it's like, all right, it's like a basketball game. You better do something to slow it down in basketball, because if you want to have a run and gun shootout, you're going to lose a shootout. And I was like, okay, Tigers want to score runs here in the middle of this game. We're getting a 4-4-5-5. Let's go ahead. Let's have a shootout. And the Rangers offense prevails, ending up in double digits. But the story of this one is Grant Anderson, the rookie reliever, making his historic Major League debut with 7 strikeouts. He K'd his first 4, ends up getting the win, and he was the hero afterwards as John Radigan caught up with him on Bally.
It's amazing, especially being, just a few hours from the stadium. I can have, family come and cheer me on, and it's just been I'm just extremely blessed and very thankful and grateful for the opportunity.
And last thing, it seems like you had a good mix with these guys, even though you've only been here a couple of days. Right. It seems like you have fit in very nicely.
Yeah, I knew, obviously, I played with some of the guys in the minors, and it always helps seeing familiar faces when you show up. But, everybody in the clubhouse has been really friendly, really welcoming, and, I couldn't be more happy to be with these guys and play this game with those guys.
Texas kid becomes just the 6th pitcher since 1974, Choppy, to strike out the first 4 batters faced in a Major League debut. The stuff of dreams, storybook.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And forget like the amount of strikeouts. And it's like to strike out 7 guys in 2 2/3 on only 46 pitches. Like it's pretty good. I mean, you're using your efficiency quite well. That's not a ton of pitches in nearly 3 innings.
I don't feel pressure.
Good amount, but when you strike guys out, he was putting guys away. He had some good stuff last night, obviously, and it is very difficult to face a pitcher you've got no scouting report on, and especially one with a very unique delivery. Like I said, it's going to take the league like 4 times through the league to figure him out. Like the teams that Detroit might figure him out when they play him again, because they've already faced him. But you get teams that you haven't played or you've already finished your series with or whatever that are going to see him in a tough spot. I think it's going to be difficult.
It's different stuff. It's a different energy. It's a different time of year, but it is very reminiscent of the same like feeling of when Neftali Feliz came up. And Feliz came in, was hitting 102 on the gun, struck out the first 4, and it was just kind of like, oh, wow, he's untouchable. And so it kind of has that same sort of feeling, but it's obviously different. It's not the same, heat or anything else, but just the movement on the slider, the fact that it was, I think the first 3, all 3 of them were swings and misses. So it wasn't like guys just, getting caught staring at the pitch. It was guys chasing after his stuff and swinging at it. And I think Chop's right. It's going to take a little while for people to get a beat on him because the delivery is so odd and so unique. And if you've got a nice biting slider, that's really hard to hit out of the pen.
How scary is it that he was only throwing like 93, though?
I mean, if you've got movement, it doesn't really matter. If you can pinpoint your location, it doesn't really matter. If you got a lot of spin and a lot of break on your off speed, it doesn't really matter. It just helps. Like 99 will just allow you to miss. It gives you a little bit of a parachute if you miss.
Yeah.
You've got to be, when you only throw 92, I mean, you've got to be much more pinpoint than you do at 102. Like Jordan Hicks or Aroldis Chapman in their prime throwing 102, 104. I mean, they could be off. They could be off their spot, and it's okay. When you're throwing 91, 93, you've got to really nail it.
Rangers clinched a third consecutive series win on the current road trip, fourth straight overall in terms of a series win, 16 games over 500 for the first time since 2016, and they set a club record by winning their last 6 road series. Who would have ever thought a year ago if I told you the next playoff runs we would be covering would be the Texas Rangers, the Dallas Stars, and the Dallas Mavericks would not be involved. The Mavs would not make it. The Rangers would, and the Stars would go to the Western Conference. The Mavs would have been the biggest lock to make the postseason.
Well, yeah, I mean, because, 20 of the 30 teams make the postseason in the NBA.
Yeah.
You got to work to miss the playoffs.
They worked.
They
put in work.
Well, they didn't. They actually tanked. They did the opposite of work. All right, Choppy, why are you getting calls from Kansas City radio to go on?
Because Las Vegas, I blame Las Vegas for this one.
Yep.
They have the Cowboys as the favorites to get DeAndre Hopkins. So yesterday, I'm sitting in the sauna after my workout, and I hate getting phone calls in there because it means I got to leave. You can't be rude. And it's from a Kansas City radio station. And they said, can you come on at 3:05? And I was like, yeah, I'd come on at 3:05.
610?
I don't know.
Call you?
I don't know.
You don't know what station?
I don't ask questions.
610 or 810.
Yeah. Anyway, it was our friend Carrington Harrison.
That's 610.
610.
Yeah.
So he's like, and they bring me on. They said, we had Buffalo on just a little bit ago, seeing how likely they are, how they think the DeAndre Hopkins sweepstakes are going to go. And we wanted to get the Cowboys on because the Cowboys are the favorites to get him. And I said, guys, I have no idea how in hell Vegas thinks the Cowboys are the favorites to get him. The Cowboys have indicated zero interest in DeAndre Hopkins. And they said, really? And I said, zero interest whatsoever. And Carrington's like, well, I don't want to waste your time then. I had 10 minutes of questions for you. We're going to let you go.
Wow.
And I was like, thanks, man. See ya.
What a good radio host.
It was like a minute. I was on for like a minute and a half.
We should have done that with Nikowski. We could have learned.
Wow.
Because of his phone.
Yeah. So, but they're like, they obviously want him, and they were scared of the Cowboys. And I'm like, bro, I don't know where this is coming from. Now, we could be getting completely duped here.
No, Vegas, you need to reset what Vegas is good at.
Vegas is good at playing to the hype.
And the games. Like the actual.
Vegas is good at games. They're not very good at futures.
Yeah.
They're not very good at predicting.
That's why they wanted Adam Schefter. Because if they got Adam Schefter when they were trying to steal him from ESPN, all of a sudden they could be as dangerous of a threat. Maybe not as good as they are in picking games, but the gap would have closed so much because Schefter and would have given them the insight of where guys are going to go, and they could set the lines off that.
Yeah. Now the assumption is that Schefter would have the same kind of insight and insider access that he would at ESPN, and not that teams would be shy from talking to him if he goes to Vegas. Vegas may already have Adam Schefter in their back pocket without anybody knowing about it. So who knows? But yeah, this was, Vegas is not their forte. They are not great at predicting where free agents are going to go or futures bets. They bet on those largely on hype.
Meanwhile, Deshaun Watson is looking for a little reunion with DeAndre and the Dog Pound.
Well, me and D-Hop, we just naturally talk. We've been talking since, the Houston days, and then also whenever he left for Arizona, we were always talking. So, he's always been a brother of mine since I was coming out of high school. Our connection, our relationship has always been great. And I know it's a lot of things swirling around in the media of, him possibly coming to Cleveland. And, for me, my answer to that is, of course, we would love to have him. He knows that. We had a lot of connections, but, that's kind of out of my range of things, of kind of coordinating things. So all I can do is, make a call and see what happens, let AB do the rest. I think any situation for D-Hop would be perfect for him. But, of course, with me having another weapon, along with all the other great weapons we have in that locker room and in that room, we always love to add talent.
So that's Deshaun Watson trying to recruit DeAndre Hopkins. Now, before you continue to dream of D-Hop, CeeDee Lamb, and Brandon Cooks, listen to some executives that Albert Breer spoke with from Sports Illustrated. One executive told Breer DeAndre has lost a step in terms of his top speed, saying, he can't run anymore. He can't run anymore. Ability to create separation from defenders, contributing as a deep threat, it's not there. Another executive had a more positive view, praising his route running and physicality as a receiver. Quote, he's still a good player, good route runner, big physical target that can play a ball in the air. He's still a threat. A third executive said, still great hands. He's not going to separate. Not much of a deep threat, but very strong. Makes contested catches as well as anyone in the National Football League. And then this AFC executive brought up what you did yesterday, Bobby, the Amari Cooper concern. Commitment to practice issues. Potential for off-the-field drama when things are not going well. Quote, does not love to practice. I can't imagine that'll get any better. And when things don't go well, you're always going to be leery. All right, what type of drama are we going to get from this guy? When things are great, he's great. When things go south, his true colors show a little bit, but he always shows up on game day. He has to go to a team where they know what they're getting. You cannot expect a perfect attendance type of worker.
So which Cowboys executive do you think gave Albert Breer that quote? Was that Steven?
So.
Is that a Mike McCarthy quote? I mean, I think that's the book on him. He's obviously that's always been the thought with him. It's just now he's not quite the same player that he was 4 years ago.
I never heard this once in Houston. I never heard anything one time. Model citizen, model worker. I never heard malcontent and a guy who doesn't show up to practice.
Well, we didn't hear about the guy doesn't practice thing until the Cowboys felt like Amari was slipping. It's one of those things where it's like,
who
if you go out there
to practice? Who does? Who likes research? Who likes the boring, stuff at your job? Nobody.
I mean, there are some guys. There are some guys who love practice. Like it gets them.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, it gets them going.
They're, as Galloway would say, there are people who are KP who can't play.
KP.
Nobody who actually can play or does play likes practice.
Man, it's a good
They
point
want to
because
save it for the regular.
Zeke loved practice, so that's probably a good point.
It's a bad running joke, Bob.
Do you like prep work every day?
No.
You do it. That's the difference. Amari, you don't have to like it, but are you going to participate and still do it?
Yeah, I guess if I was saying is if I knew that I could get away with it, I might not. Or if I had all the money in the world, I'd be if I hit the lottery tomorrow, there's a 50-50 chance you guys don't get an email the next day.
Yeah.
It's just the way.
Of any sort.
We'll see it. I'll let you know.
It'd be like Chiafalo.
It'd be
Just
a
talk
text
about ketchup all show.
It'd be a text message, and I'd be like, guys, I'll be in tomorrow, but don't expect to hear from me ever again.
Right.
Besides that. But if you can get away with it. But nobody likes the research, the dirty part of the job. Nobody likes that.
And when you can get away with it because you're a certain elite level talent, that's fine. Like they'll give you a pass on it. As soon as you start slipping on Sundays, then they start going, okay, well, why isn't this guy showing up to practice?
Here's my question about DeAndre Hopkins or any type of receiver like this at this point in time. Could this be a Randy Moss type difference from Oakland to New England? That much of a difference maker. No one predicted that Randy Moss was going to have the second half of his career after the drama in Minnesota and Oakland. Is DeAndre Hopkins an over-the-top difference maker to get you to a Super Bowl? That's my question. Because Randy, 3 years previous to going to the Patriots and Tom, 49 catches, 60 catches, 42 catches. He didn't have over 60 catches in the 3 previous seasons. And everyone's like, okay, whatever. Throw a flyer, Patriots. Throw a flyer, see what you get. 98 for 1,500 yards and 23 touchdowns. 83 catches for 1,264, 13 touchdowns, and we know the rest. Is he that type of impact for a contender? That's the question still.
It's not a bad question because I honestly didn't even realize.
If I asked it, it's not a bad question.
I didn't realize that he had already hit 30 by the time he got to New England. I thought he was younger than that by the time he got to the Patriots.
No one was like, oh my gosh, holy crap. It's like, okay, New England's rolling the dice a little bit on a problem.
I do remember thinking he was completely cooked after Oakland, where it was just like, dude is done. And so
obviously totally different types of dudes. Randy obviously showed us he still had the home run threat. DeAndre's never been that home run athlete. But this scouting report of these guys knocking him kind of sounds like DeAndre Hopkins in his prime. He's never going to get tremendous great separation. He is incredible. That's why people were like, oh, he'd be great for Dak Prescott or Lamar Jackson. I'm not taking a cheap shot, Bobby. That's what people were saying. Because it doesn't have to be in the exact right spot. He is going to win the physical matchup with his hands and body control. So that's the latest on D-Hop. Deshaun Watson wants him. For some reason, Vegas is trying to steal your money in the Metroplex by saying the Cowboys are the favorites. 877-881-1053. Is Micah Parsons getting banned? Was it Disney? Is that
Universal?
Universal Studios. Are they banning Micah Parsons? And Bobby Belt went to see the movie that we gave Zach Wolchuk so much crap for. Next on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to K Post Roofing.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on your home of the Rangers. Headlines at 7, another Aerosmith ticket giveaway during the Expressway at 7:20. And this is the power of the Tolos as the Ketchup has been ordered to the station.
It has. Shout out Cole, Tolo Cole, who came out to a couple of our barbecue events.
Might want to send us a lozenger, too, for Bobby's throat.
Okay, thank you. He said a bottle
You didn't even
of...
get it. That was an old lozenger reference.
I got the lozenger reference. It's also the...
I didn't get it.
Calm down there, Chop. A bottle of Heinz and a bottle of Hunt's ketchup has been ordered and sent to the station via DoorDash. It'll be here within the hour.
That's good because
That's
when
dedication.
it's warm, I think it's even. I wonder if it's warm, if it's going to be easier or more difficult.
I mean, I can stick them in the freezer for an hour and we'll be fine.
I think it might be more easy to tell the difference when it's warm.
Yeah, see, now you're just making up nuances of this ketchup tasting thing, which we did also find Whataburger ketchup, bottled Whataburger ketchup on the 10th floor that I squeezed into a cup and put in the fridge. So, it has to be the same. It has to be cold then because the Whataburger one's cold.
We'll settle the G-Bag bet with ketchup, Coke, Pepsi, 7-Up, and Sprite later on this morning. Thanks to Tolo Cole for door dashing us ketchup. Bobby was
Sean's always wrong.
Bobby was joking about it in the commercial. He's like, "Oh, we could just door dash it." I'm like, "You're not door dashing different ketchups.
Save your money. Buy a house.
Save your money. Go downstairs to the convenience store." And he's like, "No." So in the commercial break, he's going to the different floors in the building to stake out their fridges to see what they have. So we have the ketchups. Maybe we'll get Peyton and Ryan so that you get 3 people, a 3-person taste test to prove it with the G-Bag Nation and what happened. Bobby wanted to prove whether Zach Wolchuk was a creep or not with the Dateline NBC test as yesterday. I didn't realize when we were talking about Wolchuk leaving the fan pool party to go see The Little Mermaid with his girlfriend that you were going yesterday.
I told you I was going.
I didn't realize it was yesterday.
Oh yeah, no, we were the girls. They're just out of school, and so they were asking this week to go to the movies.
Now we were asking whether it was acceptable to leave the guys' party, number 1, and 2, was it acceptable to leave for The Little Mermaid? Can you go in there without kids? Myself and Peyton were on the same page. Little weird. Little Mermaid, less acceptable than like The Lion King or Aladdin. And the majority of the Tolos had Wolchuk's back.
Mm-hmm.
They said, no, it's nostalgia. It's fine. I would go and see it. My girl wants to go and see it without kids. So yesterday you put it to the test.
I did, and it may have been weird on my part, but I did a head count in the theater. I counted the number of people sitting in the theater at the start of the show, and I counted how many of them were adults. And there were 63 people in the theater, and there were 15 kids.
63 people and 15 kids.
And 3 of them were mine.
Oh.
Yeah. There was an entire row that was nothing but adults. It was 10 seats in a row, nothing but adults, no children.
It's nostalgia. Now, you can't go there as an adult male by yourself. Can't do it.
Wow. I'm stunned by that ratio.
You can go there with a date. You can go there with a date.
This I see. I still don't know. And by the way, awful movie. So bad.
Really?
Yeah, not good. It was 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Oh, it's too long.
The original movie, the little animated one, was like 1:22.
Yeah.
They added an hour to it for no reason. It wasn't good. It was too over the top. The songs that were actually like decent in this movie, they tried to put too much of like a new flair on them, and they like sing them half the way.
Oh, big fan. Neil Diamond, right? Neil Diamond kind of talks.
No, like Sam Hunt.
Okay.
I like Sam Hunt.
Yeah, but he sings, and you don't want to sing the big,
dramatic
ballad
part.
in The Little Mermaid.
Did
but
your girls like it?
The youngest one, it was too loud. We were right by the speakers. All the Ursula scenes were like blaring her out, and so she's like, "It's too loud," and so we had to walk out twice so that she could like reset her ears or whatever. But the other ones, they're like, "Yeah, it's good." Kristen loved The Little Mermaid growing up, and she was just kind of on
So
it.
63-12. Peyton, that does not look good for us.
And this is The Little Mermaid again, right? I mean, if it was like Dragon Ball Z or Pokemon, then with the adults, I totally understand it. But this is once again the Little Mermaid we're talking about.
I don't like that. I don't like that you say.
What are you saying?
You said this yesterday, by the way. I don't like that you say Pokemon. It's Pokemon.
Pokemon.
Okay.
Same.
Shut up, Bobby.
Yeah, shut up, Bobby.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a little worried, but I mean, whatever.
A little worried.
We've lost society already, so it doesn't matter.
I mean, I think for people in their late 30s and 40s that there's no difference between like Little Mermaid and Pokemon.
There were entire groups of like there was a foursome of women, for instance, that were all sitting together that came together wearing Little Mermaid shirts. Like you had that kind of a thing. That was a big chunk of the adult audience.
Look, have you not? When was the last time y'all went to Disney World?
I've never been. I will never go.
All right, like there is the Disney adults, the adult Disney people.
Oh yeah,
that is like half their business, easily.
Oh, good point.
Half their business.
True.
I mean, and like
is there a difference between those people and you Star Wars people?
Us Star Wars people. I go to Star Wars on opening day for the event. I think that is the dumbest damn movie in history.
What?
And yet you go on opening day. How can you claim that?
I'm an event guy. I go to big events. Okay, I go to big events. I want to be part of the scene, part of the action. I mean, I enjoy them, but it's like, okay, how many different?
Did you ever dress up?
Never.
Do you have a lightsaber in your house?
I think with my kids, we got lightsabers.
Okay.
But like, there's no difference between like Disney adults and going to this.
Why would you never go to Disney World? That's kind of
when I've seen
it's kind of messed up towards your kids.
If they want to go, they can go. I will not
I'm sure
go.
they don't want to go.
I will not go.
I'm sure there's never been a kid on earth who goes, I don't want to go to Disney, Dad. No, I'm out. Don't take me there.
They can.
What's your problem with it?
Look.
Is this a political thing?
No. It's not a political thing. It is it's part of that. What did Choppy just say? The adult Disney. Just imagining being around people like that all the time would be a little much. The amount of money it costs to go there is absurd.
It's like $5,000 for a week.
What is essentially
We finally found something that was a money deterrent to Bobby.
But going to Disney is more expensive, but it's probably double what my Cabo trip was. That's without food.
Disney for $5. I just looked up the cost of it. It was absurd. It was like $8,000 to $10,000 for everything you'd want to do.
Micah Parsons was catching some heat on Twitter, shocking, as he kind of went off on Universal Studios. Now, where's Universal? Is that
they have one in Orlando, they have one in Hollywood.
Okay. I think he was in Florida.
He said Universal Studios is a ripoff, man. You got to pay for 3 different parks. Man, where is the love for the people? And some Tolos, one of the Tolos even wrote back, you can get an upgrade that allows access to all 3. Don't need a ticket to each. And Micah said, in reply to the Tolo, it's still like $250 a person. I'm used to Hershey Park, $85.
That's a good reference.
I
appreciate that.
Get you all the rides and the water park. That's Pennsylvania, right?
Yeah, Hershey Park.
Dude, and he was getting hammered by a lot of people who were like, you're out of touch, dude. Like, do you understand how ridiculous it sounds to us common folk when you're sitting here as a millionaire complaining about having to pay for 3 parks?
Are you serious?
Yeah, he was getting ripped for it. Of course, I don't remember who. There were a couple of I think there was like a Huffington Post article out there that was like the NFL star who's out of touch complaining about costs that normal people have to deal with every day. And
he's allowed to complain about the costs.
It makes him more likable.
Absolutely,
you dumbasses.
What people
are you serious? If Micah Parsons went and said,
This
is
is
totally
said,
backwards.
Everybody should go here. It's just $250.
Exactly.
That's unlikable.
That's unlikable.
Micah Parsons saying, guys, this
Man
is
of the people.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Sure, that's cool.
Like Micah Parsons, what if he got on Twitter and goes, y'all need to stop crying about gas. Suck it up.
Suck it up, man.
Fill up the tank. Pay the 3 digits. Versus, are you kidding me? Gas? Again, I think Cardi B caught heat for this with eggs. Or like
how she didn't know how much eggs cost.
No, they were like eggs like $12 a carton or whatever it is. And she's like, this is like pretty insane. And people are like, why are you complaining about it? That's the way that things get changed when big time celebrities like us call it out.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, this is Cardi B caught strays for no reason. Micah Parsons catching them for no reason.
Good Lord.
This is absolutely right.
Are you sensing a building like with this and the massage thing? Are you sensing a building like there's a little bit of torch and pitchforks coming for Micah
and the
Parsons?
jerseys?
Like people want to take him down, it feels like.
Well, they're out of line with the jerseys. Not the Celtics one.
Yeah.
Not a line there. They're out of line with the Philly one. He's a Philly fan as a kid. Like he's allowed to maintain who he roots for.
And again, it was a South Garland High connection. Jason Maxey.
That's a fraudulent connection.
That's how he knew
Micah
him.
Parsons has never been to Garland.
No, but Jason Maxey is a Cowboys fan because he's from here.
Sure. And like the whole thing with the cost of Universal, it's likable. Just catch it for no reason. Stupid.
It's dumb, but that's why I say it feels like this is 3 things in the last 2 weeks where people are teeing off on him. The Deadspin articles, the people saying, "Oh, look how often." It feels like
said a lot more controversial than this.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, we can go back.
Didn't he go into like the governor or president race? Something.
He went into the Brittany Griner swap, and that got him a lot of heat. But it does feel like he's got a little bit of a social media target on his back. Like people are wanting him to slip up right now.
Well, he also is very vocal.
He is.
He is way more vocal than your common athlete.
But I love it. Like I'm glad he has that confidence to do it. It's gonna suck whenever somebody eventually scares him into a shell and we don't get him to talk eventually.
Yep. And it will happen. 877-881-1053 is the truckwork.com text line to hit us up here. It's also the phone number to call to win the Aerosmith concert tickets. We also have headlines, and we're going to chop it up all next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
But let's get you.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Anderson's next pitch, a swing and a miss. He struck him out with a fastball.
He's set. A high kick and the pitch, a swing and a miss. Trying to strike out the side. The pitch, swing and a miss. He does it.
And this pitch is in there for a called third strike. Fastball at the knees, and that's strikeout number 7. Out number 8 is strikeout number 7. Are you hearing me?
We are hearing you, Matt Hicks. We'll hear John Radigan, who had the interview with your new Rangers star Grant Anderson yesterday after the 10-6 win in Detroit. Good morning, Metroplex. This is your home for Rangers baseball. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby on 105.3 The Fan. You had Josh Young continuing his Rookie of the Year campaign. You had Jonah Heim. You had Adolis Garcia with 4 hits. Marcus Semien extended the hitting streak to 19 games. And Martin Perez got bailed out on the mound by Grant Anderson, who made Major League history. He struck out his first 4. He struck out 7 overall. He got the win. He got the Gatorade shower, and he got Bruce Bochy saying this could be the best Major League debut he's ever seen.
Oh, I tell you, in all my years, I can't think of a better debut than what he did. 1-run ball game, came in with the tying run on second base. He got 8 outs, I think, 7 strikeouts. Just so impressive. That kid had so much poise out there, and just he really gave us what we needed. I was so impressed with how he handled himself. So big win for us.
New Rangers record for a reliever in their MLB debut was 7 strikeouts. He gets added to the list, the 6th pitcher ever to strike out their first 4 in their debut since 1974. Another one actually happened this year for the Guardians, and Neftali Feliz did it for the Rangers back in 2009. And this gives them, look, even if he's not the ultimate answer, RJ, we just need to bridge things until after the All-Star break and the trade deadline. We just need to get there. Bide your time.
That's it. That's all you got to do. You've got to just be able to win, just win series.
Well, the
win
bullpen.
games.
The bullpen bridge is being built.
Well, it is being built. The problem is that you can't throw Grant Anderson out there every day, right? Especially 2 2/3 every day. The major thing is the starting pitching has to continue to go 6 or 7. Now they have in the last 2 days against Detroit. They have to continue to go 6 or 7 to eliminate the fact that you don't have the major bridge. You got to be able to eliminate that. The fewer outs the bullpen has to get, obviously, not a rocket science, the better they're going to be. It's just the way it is. It's the way it's always going to be. It's the way it always has been. And if you can find one more, you can find one more guy who can come in, and you'll never see this again because this was historic. But you can find one more guy who can come in and be serviceable. It literally, the bullpen could change on one piece.
Rangers are 6-2 on the road trip. They go for the sweep today, 11:30 pregame, 12 o'clock first pitch with Dane Dunning back from paternity leave, 4-0 with a 1.67. And Bobby, we're getting some attention from the 4-letter.
Boy, ESPN's starting to show some love. They were a little they were a little bearish on them previously, a couple weeks back, but that's starting to change a little bit. They had an article up right after Memorial Day, a roundtable with some of their writers just saying, hey, where do things stand right now, tackling a couple different questions about the major leagues. And they said of the 6 AL teams currently in the playoff field, how many will be there in October? And Bradford Doolittle said 6, all 6. The seedings might change, but we've got our field. There's a long way to go, but if you believe in the Rangers, and right now I do, then one of our preseason playoff favorites is going to lose its spot. David Schoenfield, who's one of their big analytics guys, longtime writer over there at ESPN, he had said that all 6 as well. He said Rangers absolutely look like they're for real. Best offense so far in the majors, a rotation that's pitched well without Jacob deGrom. And then when Schoenfield went even further talking about best potential record in the majors, who's going to finish with the best record in baseball. And while he picked the Braves, he said, don't watch out for the Rangers. You got to watch out for the Rangers. He said Rangers have blitzed through these first 2 months. They've got an impressive run differential, and they have a Cy Young contender. And we're not even talking about DeGrom. It's Nathan Eovaldi.
It's very rare that people are so wrong on a team that, in baseball. Like, it happens in football. That usually happens in the sport. You don't usually have teams going from 70 wins to 100. You just don't. Not teams like the Red Sox will go. The Red Sox have these weird years where they'll win the World Series, and then 2 years later they have the worst record in the AL, and then a year and a half later they're winning the World Series again. Teams don't go 6 straight losing seasons and then have barely 70 wins in back-to-back, and all of a sudden win 100.
Peyton Russell called it.
He did.
We're getting close, baby.
Peyton Russell called it. Around the NFL with a few notes, and then we're going to have an Aerosmith ticket giveaway during the Expressway commercial free up until 8 o'clock when John Radigan joins us from Valley. Look, you got these Tom Brady Raiders rumors now. Oh, he's going to be a minority owner. Jimmy Garoppolo failed his physical with the Raiders per Florio. And if he doesn't pass a physical by the time the season starts, the Raiders could move on at no cost. So Vegas has inserted Brady as the favorite to be the Vegas quarterback at 2-1 or plus 200. First off, does anyone think this could possibly happen? I'm rooting for it to happen. Does anyone think it could happen?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Why not? Old habits die hard.
Would it harm his legacy whatsoever? Will we start making fun of him or destroying him with the wishy-washy retirement stuff like Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers?
I mean, it's pretty. This seems to be an issue. Like, greats having trouble letting go and having this back and forth because it's not just Favre. It was Clemens. It was Michael Jordan. Like, these guys who have these back and forths where they can't seem to let go. Floyd. So this is one where I could absolutely see him going again. He tried to do his social media videos a couple months ago where he's like, nothing to this. I'm retired, guys. I'm really retired. It's just nobody's ever going to take him seriously if he comes back.
Troy Aikman has weighed in on this when they were talking about Brady maybe being a broadcaster at his former network.
I wouldn't rule anything out. He obviously, has a relationship with the head coach. He knows the offense. He'll keep himself in great shape. I'm a big Jimmy Garoppolo fan, so I'm really pulling for him. But I would bet that just nothing's off the table as far as, what may occur during the season or what Tom's role may be. I think he's done playing, but you just never know. Those things kind of just happen out of nowhere. You don't really predict them.
He's saying there's a chance. Like, I think I don't think he's just saying there's a chance. I think he knows there's at least a chance. He must know something.
I mean, I wouldn't put it high. 25%, maybe.
But we're rooting for it.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
So you're
telling me there's a chance.
Get to see that in Mahomes twice a year. Oh, yeah.
RJ with a little college football kegger on a hump day.
Hump day. Look, it is SEC meetings time. And this is what's going on right now. They love to talk about a couple of things. What is the number one topic everybody talks about?
Bud Light.
Well, okay. What is the number one sports topic everybody talks about when it comes to college sports?
NIL.
NIL. People can't stop talking about the NIL. They can't stop diving in
now,
with the NIL.
Let me ask you this real quick, Bobby. As a Longhorn fan, do your ears perk up when you hear we're talking about the Big 12 or we're talking about the SEC? Like when RJ just said, here's an SEC topic, do you tune more into that or Big 12? And that goes for Sooner fans as well.
It's a great question. I have about the same reaction, which is we're not winning either of them. So,
but you're not tuning out when you hear SEC.
SEC, I'll perk up more for SEC because that's our future. Like when I hear Colorado talking about going to the Big 12, I'm like, okay, that's great.
Okay, so you don't want to hear about that. You want to hear about that news?
I haven't worried about Colorado since Major Applewhite didn't get to start the Big 12 championship game and Chris Sims lost it for us.
Okay, well, very good. Well, here you go. This is the Colorado news because you brought it up. Colorado to the Big 12? ? The school and the conference are in talks about potentially leaving the Pac-12 and then jumping back to the Big 12 where they rightfully belong. Okay, they make no sense in the Pac-12. They're not a Pacific Coast team. They are almost a border state of Texas. It's that little sliver of Oklahoma that's like 50 miles. That's what separates Texas and Colorado. They've got no in the fertile recruiting grounds of Texas They need to get back in here. They left for money. And as Greg Sankey said at the SEC meetings yesterday, money follows. It does not lead. When you chase money, you generally make bad decisions.
So Colorado has had a bad couple years. I would dispute a little bit that they don't have any inroads in Texas. They had done really well recruiting Texas up until about 5 years ago, and Dion was only going to boost that. Whether they stay in the pack, where they stay out there, they come here, it's going to be the same thing.
Sooner or later, though, as you get further and further away from the conference, and the state being in the state every year, you're going to start losing that, and they have. I mean, they lost it. Now Dion brought it back, but there's no doubt the reason the SEC wanted A&M.
Sure.
To get into Texas. They wanted to get into the state, and now Colorado will be able to get back into the state. Welcome back. They said it could be as early as 2025, Sean. Now, you want some NIL stuff?
Sure.
You want Saban or Eli?
Saban.
Okay. Nick Saban Eli, talking about getting players paid by schools.
I have no problem with that. I mean, unionize it, make it like the NFL. I mean, if it's going to be the same for everyone, I think that's better than what we have now, because what we have now is we have some states and some schools in some states that are investing a lot more money in terms of managing their roster than others, and I think this is going to create a real competitive disadvantage for some in the future, and it's also going to create an imbalance in competitive nature of the sport, which that's not good for the sport. Everything they do in the NFL is to create what? Parity. So, and if they could have everybody going into the 17th week of the season at 8-8, that would be like a dream for the NFL, because every team would be every fan would be watching their team to see if they get in the playoffs. Well, you think there's disparity in college football right now? There's going to be a lot more in the future.
All right, so was he right?
No. He's pissed because parity's coming to Bama now. That's what's happened the last couple of years. And so he's starting to pitch a little fit after his 10-year dominant run is starting to wane a little bit. Because that's the most vulnerable team, even with the number one pick in the draft at quarterback. That is the most vulnerable team Alabama's put on the football field in a decade. And he's upset about it because other teams are able to catch up now.
Yeah, the issue is that, and this was always going to be the problem with NIL, the states like Alabama and Mississippi are not, South Carolina, schools in those states don't have the same staying power from an NIL standpoint as schools in Florida, schools in Texas, schools in California with major companies. Who's the Fortune 500 company in Alabama and in Mississippi? There isn't one. They don't have. Alabama may have one or two, but there isn't a whole lot of industry to be able to supply with NIL money in those states, and they're going to run into a problem. Is he right? Should there be some kind of cap? I don't know. It's not my. I haven't really thought of that much, but they are going to put some restrictions on it. We know that at some point they will. They're not going to have the Wild Wild West, where you could spend $30 million on a recruiting class like A&M.
It's a little out of hand. It's a little run amok. So, I mean, I'm sure there will be regulations that get put in place at some point. But this is frozen sour grapes, Jared Sandler style.
Headlines on a hump day with Sean and RJ on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. And in order to truly thank you, because words are cheap, we're going to give you stuff. It is an Aerosmith concert ticket giveaway, and we're going to chop it up with the latest luggage hack. We're going to explain man spreading, a senior prank that went wrong, and where can you change that diaper in public. We'll chop it up. Then John Radigan with the Rangers, all next.
But let's
Thanks for waking up with us. Nice to see the cars out there on the road. And hopefully you were tuned in through that radio or the Odyssey app. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Bell, along with Peyton and Rai. We'll do the G-Bag test at 9 or 9:20. We'll see. We have the ketchup sent up here from Tolo Cole. We got sodas. We got taste testers. And I am going to prove Brian Broaddus correct and Eric Chiafalo wrong. And Bobby Bell is going to try to do the opposite. So that's coming up. John Radigan from the Rangers coming up at 8 after they got another win. And they're going to look for the sweep today in Detroit on the station. 11:30 pregame, first pitch at 12 o'clock. But RJ, kind of reset the strengths of the divisions in the National Football League after all the offseason movement.
All the free agency, all the drafts, all the things. All the coaching changes, for that matter. CBS, write the divisions 1 through 8. Should we go top to bottom or bottom to top?
I'm a bottom to top guy.
Let's do it. The worst division in the NFL is, no surprise.
Let us guess.
Okay.
Are you going somewhere in the South, Bobby?
I'm not.
Okay, go ahead.
NFC North.
No.
I will say that it is the AFC South.
No. It is the NFC South.
NFC South.
You
can slow down with that buzzer there.
The Saints. Probably the favorites. The quarterbacks of this division
the
are...
Saints, because they're getting help from John Gruden now.
John Gruden, yes.
Yeah. They brought in John Gruden to help out Derek Carr with the offense.
Evidently, Baker Mayfield and Kyle Trask are putting on just a clinic in Tampa.
Dude.
Caleb Williams was trending yesterday because of Tampa getting that number 1 pick.
Yeah. Those videos of Trask and Baker at practice were awful. And then, if you're calling in John Gruden to come fix your quarterback situation, you've gotten desperate.
What were the videos?
Kyle Trask and Baker Mayfield literally just soft toss into receivers and missing them by about 10 feet.
Yeah, it's not good. You got Desmond Ridder as the other quarterback and then Bryce Young as the other quarterback. And then you got Derek Carr. That's not a recipe for a good decision.
Bryce Young very well could be the best quarterback in that division.
Second worst this division, AFC South.
AFC South is correct. There you go. Next one.
NFC West.
NFC West. Okay, Bobby.
NFC North.
NFC North it is. NFC North coming in at number 6. Well, Detroit is your favorite, and there's really no other second team. Maybe Minnesota.
Man, I feel like I got to see what this over-under on Minnesota is this year for the win total. Where do y'all think it is? Where do you think it should be? Because I'm feeling the Vikings over. Everyone has completely dismantled the Minnesota Vikings.
Probably.
Including the Vikings.
Including the Vikings. Let's see if they get rid of Dalvin Cook.
I would guess.
I was thinking 7.5 or 8.5.
Okay, if it's 7.5, I would take the over.
Yeah, Kirk is gonna. He's not gonna go out there and win 6 games. I can see that.
So we're giving this division to the Detroit Lions.
I think Chicago's a player.
Chicago, if things start clicking in place for Chicago, they could compete if Justin Fields takes a leap.
Well, he's got to figure out how to throw the football like Jalen Hurts did, but that is a leap. That's a big leap.
And like Lamar Jackson is still trying to do.
All right, so NFC North was 6th. 5.
AFC... No, never mind. NFC West.
NFC West it is. NFC West it is. Seattle and San Fran both made the playoffs last year, but Arizona's bad, and the Rams are rebuilding and bad as well. All right, next one.
AFC North.
Yep.
No.
NFC East.
No.
AFC East?
No.
It's the West?
The AFC West.
Last year, not enough of us in the media, by the way, took enough of an L last year talking about this division. The greatest division of all time.
Oh, yeah. That was my worst take last year, was me saying, like, all four of the AFC West teams would probably beat the NFC East teams.
Well, we know Kansas City is Kansas City. The Chargers are always going to be, that sexy
disappointing
offseason talk and disappointing. Can Denver surprise us? And then the Raiders seem like a mess right now at quarterback.
Yeah, they do. And, who knows what Brady even has left if he were to come back and play. We saw what we had last year, which wasn't much at the end of the season. All right, number 3.
AFC North.
AFC North it is. Now, this has a chance, I think, to be the best division in the league.
Woo!
If Deshaun Watson plays like Houston Deshaun,
yep,
you know what Cincinnati's going to be.
And Pittsburgh's getting 8 wins somehow.
Pittsburgh's going to win 8 games at least. And Baltimore, all they do is win.
They're going to win a double-digit amount of games.
So they've got a real chance of being the best division.
The Browns, to me, are the Vikings play in the AFC in terms of over-unders. No one is giving Cleveland any respect whatsoever. I know Deshaun Watson is trying to get DeAndre Hopkins back over there to reunite from the armpit days, but I feel like people are asleep. Would you have more confidence betting 9 wins for Cleveland or Minnesota this year?
Without checking the schedule,
Minnesota.
I would say Minnesota because of the division.
Yeah, Cleveland could get beat up, lose 5 out of 6 games.
Who's got a better roster?
I think they're
Cleveland.
probably similar. I think they're probably similar, and
Nick
you've got
Chubb, Amari, Miles. Who's their corner?
Denzel Ward.
Ward.
It's Cleveland's got a better roster.
Cleveland's got a better roster. They got a better quarterback, right?
I would think so. Unless he really is cooked. Unless taking 2 years off really did him in.
Okay.
All right, number 2. You're down to 2 teams. You're down to 2 conferences, AFC and NFC East.
NFC East.
NFC East.
It's the AFC East.
Wow. Bad list.
Who's this list from?
CBS.
CBS.
I see.
Are we still with them?
No.
Sports Minutes. Okay, it's a fine list.
So here we go. The best division in football got better. The Eagles lost some key pieces, but they were able to retain Slay and Bradbury. They also had one of the top draft classes, getting Carter and Smith, as they revamped the defensive line that had 70 sacks. Their top contender to repeat. The Cowboys got better. Cooks, Gilmore, yada, yada, yada. They should be excellent number 2 to pair with Lamb and Gilmore with Diggs. Form one of the best corner duos in all of football. Giants retained Daniel Jones and Saquon. Washington had another quarterback battle, but the Commanders were able to finish 500 last year despite those position struggles. They haven't had a repeat winner in 18 years. Eagles the best team. Cowboys have a strong say.
So they're saying the NFC East is the best division in football.
They are.
So the top 2, I would disagree, AFC East. But this is going to be decided. The X factors in each division are the New York Giants and Aaron Rodgers. Those are the X factors. Because you got Buffalo versus Philadelphia, head up. The Jets or the Dolphins against the Cowboys. Like, the team I have the least amount of faith in all this talk is the Commanders. They're the worst team. Right? Commanders versus the Patriots. And then it is, what do you believe the New York Giants are?
I believe the Patriots are better than the Commanders. And I believe that either the Dolphins or the Jets are going to be better than the Giants. Now, are the 2 teams at the top, right?
Cancel Buffalo, Philly?
They should I would think they cancel each other out.
Yeah.
And then the second team, depending if it's Aaron Rodgers that returns to elite, if he returns to being like a really, an MVP candidate, Jets cancel out the Cowboys.
I'd rather face the Giants and the Commanders 4 times a year than I would Miami, New England, or the Jets. That's why I think the AFC East is the best. But if Rodgers is washed, like Bobby thinks, we can have a different discussion.
I think the whole discussion of which division is better probably rests on how healthy is Tua and what is Aaron Rodgers? If those,
Absolutely.
once we get those two answers, then we know which division is better.
So there's more question marks with the AFC East.
Yes, I think so. You know solidly, I think, what the NFC East teams are.
No. The Giants, the biggest question of all these is I think the Giants. Now, that's because me and you disagree on Rodgers. If Tua's healthy, Miami is really dangerous.
See, I think Miami's a bigger question than the Giants.
Well, I'm not going to count on Tua continuing to get concussed. That's me. I'm going to bet that he doesn't have all the concussions this year. Maybe he gets one. But Miami is scarier to me than the Giants and the Eagle and the Commanders. That's me. Miami's scary. Now we've gone all of a sudden to the toughest division in football when it was the biggest joke forever. I'm still not buying it.
It's turning a dime more than the Rangers.
Is it legit?
Look, I don't buy the Giants at all. I think the Giants are terrible. I think last year was an absolute fluke. It's an NFL. It was an NFL scheduled rebound by a team that is going to have the subsequent NFL scheduled decline.
The South divisions
are awful.
Are awful.
Isn't it funny how in like the NFL, in college football and college like everything in college sports, the South dominates, and in the NFL, it's awful.
But the NFC South is bordering on unwatchable outside of Bryce Young.
Disgusting.
Like, I always do my opening NFL Sunday reasons to watch every single team in game. I cannot give you one for Atlanta. Maybe Barry Sanders is playing there now, according to Broadus and Bobby. And then you have the Saints. I have zero interest. Tampa Bay, I have zero interest. They might be the worst team in the entire sport. Carolina, because of Bryce. AFC South, I can get interested if they have CJ play. Indianapolis, I can get interested if Richardson plays. Jacksonville, obviously, and Tennessee, I'm not interested.
Well, what if Will Levis plays?
If he eats whole bananas and drinks mayonnaise in pregame, I'm in. Yeah, but you got that's the rookie quarterback division, which creates some intrigue.
Without looking, you know what the best point differential in the NFC South was last year?
Let's go with Tennessee minus
NFC
7.
South.
Oh, NFC South.
NFC South.
Well, it had to. Oh, Carolina.
Nope. New Orleans minus 15. Minus 15 was the best point differential in the NFC South last year. In fact, between the NFC and AFC South, those 8 teams, there's one team with a positive point differential.
Let's go ahead and chop it up. Then we got a Tolo giveaway right here on the Fan.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Testosterone in men or airplane etiquettes?
We're supposed to cater the topics to 25 to 54 males, but when I hear testosterone men, I get worried these days talking about topics like this with Clayton Kershaw even commenting.
Could you expand the tease a little more, Chop, on the testosterone men, what you're referencing?
Just in like evolution has decreased our testosterone level.
All right, let's go with that.
Okay, so
what the hell?
According to the Cleveland Clinic, low testosterone affects about 2% of men, not a lot. Depression, loss of body hair, reduced libido, ED, Blue Chew, you need some. Now, according to The Sun, not The Sun up top, the newspaper, the level of testosterone in young men is declining. And they are saying gaming and watching certain kinds of videos on the internet.
Yeah, Peyton's quick with that, like buzzer.
Are to blame. They found that men who played video games had lower libidos than those who don't. Researchers suggest that engaging with video games release dopamine, the same pleasure hormone that is released, could contribute to the lack of interest in intimacy. This would also explain why so many people who are like, young, very young millennials or very old Gen Z have completely ditched relations altogether. Right, Peyton?
That's right. We're over it.
So
we're over it.
The excitement that you get during video game play has replaced the bedroom, and therefore you don't have the same need or wants in there.
It's interesting. I heard there's this, I don't remember what his exact thing is. His name's Andrew Huberman. He runs a really popular podcast, but he had talked about that you get about 6 hits of dopamine a second from sex. And he said you get about 10 hits a second from good food and about 12 hits a second from smoking cigarettes. And so he said that those things actually and he said he was talking about it in reference to Adderall. That's why I was listening. He said Adderall gives you about 30,000 hits a second.
Dang!
Wow. So they say exercise, minimize stress, increase vitamin D intake. That's a problem.
Yeah, and then we didn't have these, as much video content when we were younger.
No, and it just seems like
You and
men
I.
were more masculine back in, like, I don't know, the 20s.
Here we go.
Or whatever. Like, just...
The mustaches that curl.
Yeah, there were no targets back then.
No.
I'm joking. I'm kidding. I'm totally joking.
And the food we eat also, lack of sleep. Lack of sleep is a major, will decrease your testosterone if you don't get enough sleep every day.
Are people sleeping less nowadays?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like,
Why? I thought people were lazier.
Because I got to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Well,
That's why I
not
sleep
you.
and rest.
What they're
You
doing
had Friday
is,
off. Boo hoo.
They're sleeping later
with COVID.
They may be
Just
sleeping
dying,
later.
Sean. Come on.
They may be sleeping later in the day, but they go to bed later because they're just on their phones.
Oh.
Like, how many times do you say, let's go to bed? And it's like 9:15.
Yep.
And all of a sudden you look up and it's 10:30 and you just been on your phone for the last
Every
30
night.
hour.
Every night.
Every night, right?
Yep.
And people are just losing sleep that way.
How much sleep do you get per 24 hours, you think, Chop?
6 hours.
I think I get 5. What do you get, Sean?
8 or 9.
Dang.
Oh my God.
You can take an hour and a half, 2 hour nap if you want. 2 hour nap and then
wake up to a flurry of texts. And Sean go, why haven't you responded? I've been trying to text you about this.
And then
8 missed phone calls.
Peyton's the one slipping in that recently. But I don't know what he's doing with the social life, but cut it out.
Cut it out. Yeah. Okay, so there you go. There are ways to boost the hormone levels. Like I said, exercise, minimize stress, get more sleep.
Get your tea up.
Get rid of the video game console, it sounds like to me.
Get rid of the video game
Cut
console.
the cord.
Okay, next
Off the
one.
sticks. Cut the sticks.
Little airplane stuff. Is it okay?
Which, by the way, I need some personal advice real quick. If I buy the flight insurance, which I never do, but I'm trying to hook up my friends with a little surprise. I'm trying to book their flights through Spirit. I know what you're going to say about Spirit. I've said it. If I get the flight insurance and I cancel the flight like a week before, will I get the full refund back? Side note, DM me or text me.
Okay.
I need that.
All right, do you want...
Spirit, it costs $60.
I know.
Yeah, it is true. That is true.
The same amount as a Diet Coke on there.
Is it okay to take your shoes off on a long flight?
Yes.
No.
I did it to Ireland. I left the socks on.
You were in first class, though.
Yeah, you were sitting in one of those
That's
economy
right.
seats, right?
Yeah.
Those things are so awesome. I mean, the follow-up is, do you have a sense of your foot odor? If you know you got foot odor, you can't take them off. If you know you're good, that's my wife makes fun of me. If you ever want to follow me and figure out where I am, just follow the baby powder.
Oh, you put a lot of baby powder on?
I put the baby powder in my shoes.
Oh, okay.
I put the baby powder in my shoes all the time. So that's why I get stopped really at the airport. Not my last name, Sharif. When I'm walking, it's puffs of white smoke coming up. They think it's
we got a mule here.
The walking anthrax as
Yeah.
I'm walking the baby powder. If you have, some people have horrific foot odor.
Yeah, it's terrible.
You'll get scarred from it. Like stale, rotten peas and carrots. That's what I think of with foot odor.
Yeah.
Jordan Coleman, I'm talking to you. I'm still
Gross.
scarred when I was like 12 years old. I've never smelled anything like it. It scarred me mentally. But what do you say if someone's next to you and they take the shoes off and it stinks? You can't say anything.
It's tough to say anything. Like now, listen, if you're some of these people, and most of these are younger folks, because I can't get my foot up there, but there are photos of people putting their feet on top of the seat in front of them.
How?
Because they're limber. I don't know. Right?
You'd like
They're
to
limber.
date that person.
I can do that.
No, you can't.
Yes, I could.
You can't.
Can you just split right now?
We're doing no, but I can put my feet up there. We'll do it on the flight to Oxnard.
Okay, let's do it right now.
On what?
What could he get? A low chair? Well, none of the chairs are low enough. We need some.
Yeah, we need something.
I'm talking about, could you get it up there? Yeah, but you can't keep it there comfortably.
Oh, I can get it up and keep it there comfortably.
Wow. So, like that is out of line.
What's more likely between the three? Breath, armpit odor, foot odor.
What do you mean what's more likely?
What's more likely of the person having an issue next to you on the plane?
Breath
odor, armpit odor, foot odor.
I would say the most likely is foot odor because I think everybody has foot odor after a while. You're sweating in your feet, you're going to stink.
Yeah.
Not everybody's pits are going to smell.
It's the one you can most control, though, too.
Yes,
Just leave your shoes on.
You leave your shoes on. Now, also, don't forget, how many people wear flip-flops on a plane? Your shoes are already off.
Yeah, I'll wear flip-flops on a plane.
And then that way, you just take them, you slide them out of your flip-flops, put them on top, then you're fine. But, I mean, if it's a long flight, I don't care. Just don't make sure they don't stink.
Yeah. I haven't worn flip-flops since I think I was like 6 years old.
Why?
Slides, flip-flops, nothing.
Why?
I don't know. It's just
if you go to a pool, did you come to my house with shoes on?
I did.
Why would you not want to air them out? Be comfortable.
I didn't get in the pool, so that didn't matter so much.
Yeah, way to go. You and Zach were hardcore rebels.
In your face, Sean.
Way to go.
Sorry,
Losers.
ladies.
You and your empty threats of throwing me in the pool.
Well, you fooled me because you came with a cutoff shirt. So I thought you were getting in. I thought you were getting in the pool, so you fooled me.
You did come with a I didn't think Bobby had cutoff shirts in his repertoire.
Yeah.
Sorry, ladies.
Probably met Tim Collins like he did for the Stars jerseys, like Peyton did. Hey, Tim, can you meet me in Midlothian? I needed some cutoff shirts.
We man spread. Deal with it. It's the reality of it. That's another thing.
This is worse than the foot odor. This is a bigger crime than taking off your shoes.
So it's a big crime if it's the photo that this guy had. Now, this woman started a viral debate. She kicked the guy's leg, but this guy's foot was in her seat, basically draped over her leg.
Yeah.
Over her lower leg. It's one of the most intrusive things I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Now, I don't have any problem admitting that, I keep my legs a little bit further apart. Now, I don't, encroach on the other seat, but they're further apart. I think most guys are further apart. Just the way it is. I'm not, but this guy, though, he deserves to get called out. Keep your feet on your side.
This is so bad, I don't even believe the photo. I think this is a fake content creator saying, someone she knew next to her on the plane saying, hey, let's set this up and let's spark a viral debate, which it did.
I believe it for one reason. Nobody would voluntarily put that sock-shoe combination out in the public.
What is it?
He's got slightly above the ankle socks and then these hideous dad shoes. These are awful. Nobody would go in public. Yep. That's that.
Like Bobby,
that's that.
Nobody would go in public.
Go ahead, put your leg up, Mr.
Holy
Airplane.
cow.
Mr. Airplane seat. Zoom in on Bobby. Man, them socks are thick.
Look at that. Look at you. Look at you. What are you doing?
Go lower.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my Lord, Bobby.
What is Bobby?
Your sock. Okay, it looks worse because it's a white piece of paper behind it.
Get a no-show. Get a no-show sock.
You got some thick legs, too.
Thank you.
You got some
Two C's, baby.
You got some thankles.
Two C's.
You got some thankles. You look like Tua.
Yeah. So this guy was totally out of line, completely out of line on the man spreading, but
yeah, man. That's why I hate traveling. I hate everything about being on the airplane, the elbow room arguments, the seat back arguments, not enough leg space. I don't know whether I want to sit on the window or the aisle, get hit by the carts all the time going by, or you're trapped inside, have to make two people get it sucks. It's awful.
It does. You got to the best way to get away with it is you got to keep your legs as far stretched out as possible underneath. Move your bag.
But then you got to put your bag underneath.
I put my bag under my leg, right? So I put my legs over my bag and try to just get that as much possible room as I can. But yeah, you can't put your knee in the other person's seat.
No.
Period.
You can do it if they're small and dainty and you know that they can't use the leg room or their legs aren't kicked out.
Yep.
Maybe you could put your leg over, but this photo is it's really illegal.
It really is. It really is illegal. Speaking of illegal, a teen was fined for trying to game the luggage system. This was genius. This was an Australia teen.
This is Chris Arnold.
Yeah. So she had so apparently,
and Tim Collins.
And this blows my mind. That on this one airline, they had a 15-pound limit. It has to be
15.
It has to be 15 kilograms because it was in Australia.
That's Bobby's pill bag.
Right. So that's like, 15 kgs is like what, 35 pounds, 37 pounds.
Oh, we got a life hack, by the way. Which one of y'all carried the equipment and you figured out how to get it for free with the radio equipment? No, it was you.
Oh, yeah.
I had no idea. No, he was the one who said as long as it says radio equipment, it can go over
so
50.
They will, it can go over 50 pounds, to pay the extra for its radio equipment, broadcast equipment.
Yeah, and they let it go.
They let it go.
They didn't charge us. But what do you do? Get a big black case and a piece of tape that says radio on it?
I mean, yeah, there's certain things you got to do with that.
Just get a Tolo fan sticker, get a G-Bag sticker, and stick it on the suitcase. And there's your radio station equipment, and they don't charge you for it if it's over 50.
So this girl said the fine was $65. So instead of paying the $65, as she knew it was going to be $65, she decided to take all of her clothes out and put them on, like Joey from Friends style.
Mm-hmm.
So she had like 14 pounds of clothes on her body, and the airline fined her the $65. They paid it. They charged it for her anyway. But she thought, she went back and did it again, that if she didn't put all the clothes on, just some of them, so wear like 3 or 4 T-shirts and wear like a pair of shorts, another pair of shorts, then a pair of sweatpants over it, she got away with it. So there's your luggage hack. If you're ever over, just start piling clothes on. Doesn't matter if it's the middle of summer, throw your winter coat on or whatever you got in there.
Just pay the extra or whatever the extra
Not as
thing.
rich as you. We all know
That's
14 jobs.
But if you're already flying,
you don't even want to take your kids to Disney World, so don't talk to us about paying for things.
Yeah, that's right. They get more than enough. You've seen those spoiled brats. You saw them this past weekend, Sean.
Yeah, he gets whatever vape pen he wants.
Exactly.
Did you all ever?
So wear the extra clothes, but then you're going to have an overhead space argument.
Well, the overhead space argument, interesting you say that. There is an overhead space argument happening right now. Flight attendants are going on TikTok and telling people to stop put their jackets in the overhead compartment. That the jacket goes on your lap until everybody's on the plane, and then you get up and you stuff it in. But you ruin the efficiency of the overhead compartment if you board the plane. Let's say like one of the first 20 people to board. You throw your bag up there, and then you throw your jacket up there, and there's no room for anybody else.
You put your jacket in first. You put your jacket in first, and then the bag, and jam the jacket to the back. I'm putting my jacket up there. Sorry. You guys want to screw us with seat sizes and no underneath space? I'm putting my jacket up there, but I'm putting it in the back and then putting the suitcase against it.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
that way, it doesn't puff out. You can put it in the back and squeeze it back.
The one they have the problem with is when you put your suitcase in, and then to the left of it, you put your jacket.
Yes.
That's the problem. So you can put it over top the jacket, over top the suitcase, or behind
We got to figure out a way to make airplane space up top like a locker in a high school. Like
where everybody has their own?
You're designated that, and that's it. No going to the back. No putting it when you first get on. Like we need to isolate this space more and lock it down to people.
Every seat should have their own space with a number on it.
Yep.
This is 21A. This is 21Bs. This is 21Cs. I don't know why they don't have that.
Then if you want to pay me for my space and I'm not using it, pay me.
That's interesting. Then you can start charging people for your own space.
Yep.
I like it.
Yep.
I would totally do that one. Did y'all have a senior prank?
Yeah.
You remember what you did?
Yeah.
You gonna tell us, or are we just gonna like?
No, I'm homeschooled. That's the joke.
That was your senior prank. Did you have one?
Yeah, we went around and vandalized a bunch of stuff.
Okay.
The football field, the baseball field, all the real popular jocks. Well, I was winning my state championships in mixed doubles tennis. We went and just screwed up all their fields.
Yeah, my mom died my junior year, Sean, so I didn't have a chance at the senior prank on her.
What was your junior prank?
I sprayed some silly string on her headstone.
Maybe that's what killed her.
Yeah, probably. She knew it was coming.
So we had a
Gosh.
You feel good, Sean?
Peyton, what was yours?
I don't know if we did one. I think maybe it was just like the we did like silly string in the hallways and stuff. I think we just went throughout hallways and did that. Something basic. It wasn't a lot.
We had a lot to.
Someone pranked my house, by the way. A little prank I don't appreciate from the party on Saturday.
Shot the window?
No. I went to get the mail and there's a Truly can in it. I don't like that. I'm going to go through all my DFW security footage, and I'm gonna figure out who did it. That's a federal crime, I think. I hope.
It was me.
You weren't there. You were not invited.
I didn't get invited.
I was thinking maybe a can blew over to the neighbor's yard, and maybe they put it like in my mailbox as a statement.
Oh.
That's what I'm guessing.
Oh,
but I'm hoping
man.
no one at that party went and opened up my mailbox and put their seltzer can in
Are
it.
these the same noisy neighbors?
No, these are new ones. I got rid of the other ones.
Oh, you got rid of the other ones.
For all you punks who sat there and got, snitch, you little rat. I won. So move in next to me and blast your stupid music at 3 a.m. and see what happens to you. They're gone. See you later. They won the battle. I won the war.
All right. We had a lot to live up to for our senior parade. The class before us, somebody, it was in the country. They killed a deer and then they hung the deer up on the flagpole.
What?
Oh, it's disgusting. So what we did was we had
God.
We had one door that was always open, and we were able to get it open and open the rest of the doors, and took some tools out, took the barrier out. We all parked our cars in the hallway. That was our senior parade.
Parked your cars in the hallway?
We did the night before, parked our cars in the hallway.
Of the school?
Of the school. Right down the freshman hall. They couldn't get to class. It was great.
Pretty stupid.
Yeah, totally dumb.
I mean, here's my car.
There's no deer from a flagpole.
Here's my license plate so you can see whose cars. You're supposed to do a prank. I thought was supposed to be like you're not supposed to be able to tell who did it.
Well, that's fair.
Did you all get in trouble?
Not really. It was the end of the year. We did it like in 1st of June.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
Remember, he was 116. He's not gonna.
Yeah, I barely got through anyway. A North Carolina principal decided to hand over the keys to the school to let students pull off a senior prank.
That's smart.
And now all the teachers are left in tears. Why? Because she thought that they were just going to put up streamers and balloons on Thursday. But they arrived, and oh my God, they greased the floors of door handles. They put potted plants in toilets. They stacked desks. They scattered personal belongings to the teachers, all while unsupervised. They put globs of Vaseline on every door handle, baby oil on the hallway floors. Everything. People were slipping and sliding everywhere. The microwaves were dropped in water. They put metal things in microwaves. They tried to set fire. The ceiling tiles were all pulled down. Items were littered everywhere. And this principal,
where was this?
North Carolina. Take your shirt off, twist it around your head, spin it like a helicopter. So she's.
Well, you gave the students the keys. You're dumb.
It's on you.
You're really dumb. Have your kids planned any or been a part of any?
Too young. No pranks as far as I know as of yet. But, they're getting, I can only imagine with TikTok how much more sophisticated these are going to get as years go on.
Not yet. I think he's filled his trouble quota with the school, so he might be chancing a graduation if he goes too far.
He got suspended during the prank.
Yeah.
There it is, chopping it up every hump day here on DFW Sports Station. Let's hook you up with Aerosmith tickets and John Radigan with the interview with the Rangers' newest star. Radigan joins us from Detroit next.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Aerosmith. The rock royalty, along with special guests, the Black Crowes, are teaming up to rock out the American Airlines Center on November 7th. Get tickets and information now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
RJ Chop here, my good friends over at Platinum Ford in.
studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Swinging that one is hit high and deep to left field. Haas is back and the track. He turns, looks, out of here. A 2-run home run for Josh Young, and the Rangers lead 9-6.
The Texas Rangers win again. That was the call on your home for Rangers baseball today. 11:30 pregame, first pitch at 12 o'clock. Josh Young does it again. He is hit safely in 13 straight. Marcus Semien is now at 19 straight. 6-2 road trip. They're going to look to pull off the sweep against the Tigers. And then the story of Grant Anderson, the rookie reliever who struck out his first 7 overall, and he got the Gatorade shower right next to this guy from Valley, John Radigan, joining us from Detroit here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, John. How are you?
Oh, man, I'm great. Headed to the ballpark already. We got that early day game, so it's awesome. Getaway day.
What have you done fun in Detroit?
Well, you know, I'm from here, as you guys probably remember. So I got here early. We had a graduation. My youngest nephew had a big party. I always say this, guys. A party isn't good until the bar gets broken. And at the end of the party, my brother-in-law is like, how are we going to get all these kids out of here? And then a couple of them were dancing. They fell on the bar, and they broke the bar. So, it was easy. It's like, the bar's broken. You got to get out of here, So that was fun. And then we've actually got a family wedding this weekend. So I kind of made a little pleasure business trip out of this deal.
Excellent. John, what has it just been like overall covering this team this year after all the struggles we've had around here?
Yeah, it's really been amazing. It's been so much fun. And, I've actually been through it before, of course. I mean, I've been blessed to be a part of some part of the broadcast, whether it was pregame, postgame, sideline, my short stint with play-by-play. I've been a part of it since '96, right? So I've seen these ups and downs before, but it's just been awesome this time because it's happened so fast. We all thought that they would be better this year. We just didn't have any idea they would be this much better. I was talking to Dayton Moore yesterday about that, one of CY's guys, and he was saying, we were sitting in the dugout, he pointed down at Boch, and he goes, it's him. And again, it's all of them, but it's nice that, baseball ops are giving credit to the manager, and the manager will give credit to them. It's everybody, but it's so much fun to have this thing happening so quickly.
What do you think has been the story of the year so far?
A really good question. I think that if you ask Bruce Bochy, it would either be the way that they have allowed or helped and inspired Leote to really live up to what he can be. And Boch told us yesterday, his ceiling is so high he hasn't even begun to scratch the surface of his full potential. So it's either that, it's going to be young guys. It's either that or the defense that Josh Young has played. It's just been unbelievable. We knew he was going to hit, but he's been playing such great defense at third base, and we weren't sure that was going to be, another thing that came quite as quickly as it has.
What's Bochy been like to deal with?
Unbelievable. I mean, it's great because he'll answer any and every question we ask, but the fun part is after, we're done with the formal portion of the interview and he goes to telling stories, he's a great storyteller. He was talking yesterday. They clinched, the Giants clinched in Detroit in 12. So we were taking him down memory lane of clinching at Comerica and all that. He goes, man, I remember I was wearing a jacket that night. It was kind of chilly here, and I was wearing a jacket that night. He goes, back in those days, I was still dipping, and he said, so I had a can of Copenhagen in my pocket, and then they took my jacket for the Hall of Fame exhibit. And a couple years later, I was at the Hall of Fame. I asked him, hey, can you open up that display? I want to see if the can of Copenhagen's still in it. Stuff like this. Just the memories that this guy has, and he's just they're clear as day, and he pulls them out, and it's just awesome. It's so much fun to just talk to him. In addition to, of course, getting the nuts and bolts about baseball. When he was hired, I sat there with Mark McLemore on the set at Bally, and we did the press conference, the introductory press conference and all that. And Mac was just so giddy. And I'm like, what is it, man? Why are you so excited about this? And he said, because Boch will stand in the dugout and he'll go, without fanfare, without any, stress, he'll go, you're next. You're after him. Then it's you, right? He just knows what is coming in this game. And it just calms players down. And I think we see that. There's a calmness. There's a real clarity about what they're doing. There's a confidence that builds almost every day. And I think so much of that comes from the fact that he is that way.
We're talking with John Radigan from Bally Sports Southwest. John, it's felt a little bit like from this fan base that they're waiting for the come down. Like it's felt like these first 6 to 8 weeks or so, people are like, okay, well, where's the return to earth a little bit? And now that we've passed Memorial Day and you've seen them win some big series, it feels like everybody's just kind of going, okay, this is actually real. This is a legitimate contender. Do you think everybody's kind of got that sense with the team and the fan base and everything that, like, this is something that's real and this is a real contender?
Yeah, and you guys probably said it, and we did a lot of times at the beginning of the year. We'd go, well, it's a small sample size, but, they're doing really well. Well, now we're a third of the way officially after yesterday's game. We're a third of the way through this season. I bring that up to Boch, of course, and he goes, oh, we may be doing okay, but we got 2/3 left, so he's going to keep pushing. But I think, to your point, yeah, that this is real. We're one of the hits I'm doing this morning, or on the pregame show, is about the bullpen, right? The only issue that we've had is the bullpen. We've got a little comparison of, I think it's their last 6 compared to the previous 7, and it's unbelievable. Boch was saying the whole time, we have the arms here to fix this bullpen. We just got to get everybody right. And again, that approach and that patience and that confidence that he has shown in them, it seems to be paying dividends. Now, will there be other bumps in the road? Of course there will, but you then have confidence. I mean, if he's been able to pull that bullpen out of what appeared to be a tailspin and get them back to this, I think, he's got in him whatever we need to get over whatever bump in the road comes.
Who is Grant Anderson?
He's unbelievable. This is a kid that didn't get drafted out of high school. He went to McNeese State, and he got, in his freshman year at McNeese State, he had like a 12 ERA or something. And then all of a sudden he figured it out. And I need to ask him this. I didn't have a long enough interview with him yesterday. I wonder if maybe he started, getting into the motion and the delivery that he has now at that point, right after his freshman year, because it's tricky, man. He hides the ball well. He's dang near like, you guys probably aren't old enough to remember this guy. He's like Louis Tiant. He'll turn his back to the guy and then come around and throw it. You can't find the ball. Even Jonah told me after the game, he goes, I'll tell you what, first couple of pitches, I was having trouble finding him, and I knew what was coming. So it's really a unique, obviously a unique delivery. And boy, did it pay dividends. Seven strikeouts of 9 hitters. Now, he struck out 40% of the guys he faced in the minors, 43% once he got up to AAA. And that was by far the best strikeout percentage in the Pacific Coast League. But he's way over. He's at 80% or darn near in the major leagues. So it's great. I'm going to talk to his parents today, see if we can get a little more lowdown on him.
It makes me wonder if, because he doesn't have overpowering stuff from a fastball standpoint.
No.
It makes me wonder if his delivery is a major part of it and just fooling guys and they're not being able to see when the ball's coming out.
Yeah, I think that's definitely part of it, RJ. I also think, though, that there's so much movement. Even his four-seamer moves a lot. And that's that's the great equalizer for any of these guys, right, is that movement. Of course, it's location, but if you can move it to him. We did one of our graphic things, I think it was, one of our StatCasts, and we showed everything he was throwing last night, every strike, and he threw mostly strikes, was out there on the outer 3 quadrants of the plate, and then, up and down on the outside, and they were, tailing away from the right-handed hitter. I guess, they were all on the same side. They were coming in on the lefty, and they were tailing away from the righty.
What's the worst Gatorade cooler ref that you've caught?
last year? I think it was last year. I saw him coming, and nowadays the producers are in our ears telling them. I didn't notice actually, Martine, and they haven't been doing it on the road much this year, so I didn't notice him. But they tell me in my ear, Gatorade coming, you know. So, but last year, so I was fully prepared, you know. But last year, I can't remember who it was got it, and I got like my, you know, shoes completely soaked, and they were great. They were, in fact, I think it was here, as a matter of fact, because I remember they were in this clubhouse apologizing to me, you know, because my shoes are completely soaked. And I told them, that's on me. If I've lost a step and can't get out of the way, that's on me. It's not on you guys, you know. So that was pretty bad. They were leather shoes. They were nice shoes. They were pretty squeaky all the way back to the hotel.
John Radigan joining us from Bally Rangers pregame today on the Fan at 11:30. First pitch at 12:10. I'm glad you brought up the clubhouse. We see the obvious differences with this team on the field. John, what's the clubhouse been like?
Oh my gosh, it's night and day from a year ago. And I actually had a conversation with Travis Jankowski about this yesterday, right? So he goes, we were talking about how much fun they have together. And I said to him, I go, well, you know, you were on the Mets last year, beginning of the year last year. You guys were, you know, everybody thought you were going to be great. You started great. You were having fun then. He goes, yeah, of course. It's always fun when you're winning. He says something like, I bet they're not having much fun in Oakland. And I said, you know, in a way, Oakland is what the Rangers have been the last few years. Again, I think it's worse than the Rangers have been, but, you know, similar. And I said, and the reality is all the guys here in the last few years, you know, they get it. They're Major League Baseball players, right? I mean, there is a confidence and there is a joy at just making it to the major league. So it's not, you know, horrible, but it is night and day difference better how much fun all of these guys are having and, you know, messing with each other. And then there is an elusive thing, even among winners, of chemistry. And Robbie Grossman's another one that's been on a lot of teams, and he says this team just has it. He felt like it's had it since the beginning of the year, where they just, Will Smith said the same thing. Will Smith told me, you know, Will got to spring training late. He said about my second day, Mitch Garver comes up to me and he goes, all right, what do you do, dude? Because I'm going to need to know in the 7th and 8th inning when you come in. And he just, you know, Will was saying that is unique, right, among the other teams he's gone to just have somebody come up in such a friendly and, you know, fun way, just ask him, what are we doing? Because we're friends and we're teammates, and let's get this together.
John, are you still feeling the day-to-day effects with the changes in pace and play? How many more dinner reservations have you been able to make?
It's unbelievable. And, you know, here's the funny thing. So last night, I'm sitting there, and again, we get to know the crew on the road, especially for me in Detroit, because I've known some of them for years and years. So the crew, the Detroit people that are working with me on the Bally crew here, they come up, they peek their head around the camera and say to me in about the 3rd inning, well, so much for our fast-paced game. I'm like, dude, what do you want, an hour 50? Yeah. I mean, and they said, that's our fastest game this year. We played 1 hour and 50 minutes. And I go, we're not getting very many of those, you know, but like everybody gets greedy all of a sudden. Yeah. Hey, 2.5 is fantastic for me. And, and I've had the chance to, you know, I had people at both games. I got to see them after both games and have fun. So it's a night and day difference. I love it. And really, so do the players. And so do Boach was funny one day. Somebody said something about, and they hadn't been paying close attention. We had a 207, and somebody said the next day, wow, 207. And I said, well, we had a 204 already this year. And Boach goes, yeah, I screwed that one up. I changed pitchers in the 8th. We could have gotten out of there in under 2.
You got any good Bassick dirt for us this season?
Oh, God, there's always dirt on Bassick. You know, I got to rein that guy in all the time. He's him. He's always going in so many different directions, you know. I got to figure out, is he over here buying a Luca card, or, you know, what's he doing over here? And sometimes he'll come up to me and he'll just make a comment about a game, and I'm looking at our baseball game going, what the heck's he talking about? Well, you know, he's talking about the Trailblazers and the Jazz, you know. I'm like, oh, yeah, I wasn't paying attention to that one, Mike. You know, so He's great. I love Mike. We've been, he and I have been working together for years and years. He's really, really knowledgeable. It's so much fun to pick his brain about baseball in general, pitching in particular.
Hey, man, this was absolutely fantastic. We'd love to do it again. Thanks for making the time, and have a good call today on the game we'll be watching. Thank you, John.
Sounds great, guys. Thank you. We'll talk to you soon.
Wow, that was fantastic. All of the insight and all the perspective from Rangers reporter John Radigan from Bally. RJ has a way to fix all the sports leagues for the better, and a former major leaguer says A-Rod is going to die a lonely, pathetic man. That's pretty sad, right? Next on The Fan.
Let's get that carpet clean.
lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Okay, at 9 o'clock, we are going to settle the G-Bag fight with product. Coke, ketchup, 7-Up, Sprite, all of it, based upon Chiafalo versus Broadus. 9 o'clock this morning with the help of Tolo Cole, who DoorDashed us ketchup. He actually... Now, that's Tolo dedication. Tolo of the day, Cole. So at 9 o'clock on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, we're going to go ahead and settle this.
And I'm going to be correct. I will be able to tell the difference between the Coke and the Pepsi and stuff, and the ketchup will taste like ketchup. I have 3 different ketchups, by the way, because we do have the Whataburger one, too.
Okay.
But it's bottled. It's not the packet one. So I've never had bottled Whataburger ketchup. I don't know if there's any taste difference there.
Okay.
But ketchup's ketchup.
We're going to have Peyton come in as well.
Oh, yeah.
Pepe,
Great idea.
You get to come in the big room for once.
Thank you.
Not just on Saturday. You get to come in the big room, and Ryan will be running everything on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. If somebody wants to participate in the KMC Masterpiece, I doubt that they'll show up for 9:55, but you guys are more than welcome. Corey Majors, Kevin Hagelin. I don't think we'll be seeing Michael up here early. We got a leftover stars topic that we need a decision on at 877-881-1053. This is Tolo Trevor, who wrote us an email. Hey, guys, I was made to feel guilty. I'm hoping you can make me feel better. I wanted to be a part of the action, so I bought a solo ticket to the Stars game on Monday. Prior to the puck drop, the guy next to me asked if I was alone. I told him I was. He then asked if I could switch with his buddy. He pointed to where his buddy was sitting, which was close by. While it was not the worst seat, it put me in a place where I would have had to look through a lot more of the netting. Needless to say, the conversation ended when I said no because I felt as though I was downgrading. I bought my ticket to avoid that view. It was a family. If it was a family, I likely would have moved. I also would have moved if there was incentive like buying me something at the concession stand they didn't offer, and I'm not the kind of person who would bring that up. To me, something should be offered. I think I did the right thing, but wanted to get the morning show verdict. You absolutely did the right thing by staying in your seat. It's always uncomfortable to give the no and how you say it. Airplanes, we talked about that in Chopping It Up an hour ago. Someone's like, hey, do you mind, like, my kid, like, so we're not separated? You know, I think you're more than willing to do that unless it's like you're moving to a middle seat. But how do you say no to that? But in this instance, what do you say? You definitely made the right call in saying no. You're paying an arm and a leg for Game 6 playoff tickets, and you want to put me behind an obstructed view with the netting? Screw off. Get out of here. But how do you say it? That's my problem.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. I've sat behind the net. I have not noticed. When you go to a baseball game, you don't notice the netting. At least I don't. So I question the obstructed view and how obstructive it is. I've sat behind the netting in NHL games. I haven't really noticed it. I'd much rather be behind the netting than dang near center ice behind the penalty box where you've got to look. When you look through the glass down ice, it's all blurry.
Oh.
Very blurry. I want to be much further back. But, yeah, first of all, you're under no obligation to move anyway. I mean, it'd be the polite thing to do if you wanted to go down that road. But you're not obligated to move, and especially if you wanted to stay in the seat that you chose, then it's totally within your right.
Well, how do you say no? What do you say?
You just say, I paid for my seat. This is where I want to sit.
Because you can't say no.
I can't say no. So I'd have moved because I can't say no. But first of all, it's rude to, if it is truly a downgrade in seat. And again, I haven't seen the seat. If it is truly a downgrade in seat, that's just rude to ask. I think you're completely rude to ask somebody to switch seats with you on an airplane if they're in an aisle or window and you're in the middle, and you want to sit next to your kid. I think it's rude to ask somebody in a middle to move to a middle seat if they're not in one. That's just inappropriate to ask in general. So I think you did the right thing.
Yeah, I would have said no. The demeanor in which I would have said no probably would have been like, nah, I'm just gonna stay here. Like I've heard it, yeah, wish I could, but I don't fault Trevor for not asking. But if I was going to make the move, I would probably just say something like, I don't know, you going to buy me a beer and a hot dog?
Yeah.
You buy me a beer and a hot dog, I'll move.
Yeah, they should have offered that. Also, another thing you can say, this people are bringing this on the trucker.com text line. Just say you're very superstitious. That's the way to go.
Great answer.
They've won 4 games in the the last 4 games I've been to, so I can't move. Sorry, can't move.
Yeah, you want them to lose? You want to be responsible?
And say it very loudly so other hockey people around you go, wait, what's this guy trying to? He's trying to jinx them?
This guy doesn't even have a playoff beard. You want him to switch seats?
Yeah. So there it is. Tolo Trevor, thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. Choppy, let's fix. Let's hear that one more time. Tolo! Which one was that?
Tolo Steve-O. New Tolo Steve-O.
Steve-O, Tolo.
Steve-O.
Let's fix all the sports, Ralph.
Oh, man. One word. Relegation.
Yep.
There is an amazing story coming out of the Premier League, as they would say, Premier League. They also say football, which I don't care for. But Luton Town has been promoted to the Premier League. 9 years ago, they were in Tier 5 of English football, English soccer. Tier 5. 5 years ago, they were in Tier 4. Well, they now have moved up all the way to the Premier League, and this is absolutely amazing. The stadium they play in, Kenilworth Road Stadium, has about a 10,000 seat capacity. You go through turnstiles between houses and people's backyards, sometimes through their garden. Like, you've got to walk through people's backyards to get into the stadium.
It's like Lambeau Field.
It makes Lambeau Field look like AT&T. I'm going to show you a photo. This is Allen High School Stadium.
Wow.
Okay?
That's impressive.
They are playing high school football.
Where's the crack?
There you go. Oh. This next thing I'm about to show you is going to host Premier League games next year. You literally have to go through these people's houses to get into the stadium.
Wow.
It is amazing.
There's high school fields that look better than that.
Every high school field looks better than this. Like every one that I've seen. And this is just such a great story. And this would completely change sports. Now, we'll never do it. But, like I said, if you want stakes in Major League Baseball, these are stakes. Imagine if you're the Kansas City Royals, you got to worry about being demoted to AAA. And instead of having the Dodgers or the Yankees come into town, or Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani, that you've got some 19-year-old kid you've never heard of.
Grant Anderson.
And then you don't get those other teams to come in, so you don't get the money from the gate that they have for, so you're going to have nobody coming to your games. You get some iteration of their minor league team, and then you lose even more money. Like, this would be an amazing thing to do. They will never do it, though. There is no chance in American sports they would ever do it.
It would be amazing. It'd be fantastic.
Could you imagine, let's just say...
Because we need an injection into regular season sports, as I've been saying for years.
Yeah.
Stakes.
Absolutely.
Something on the line.
Let's say you're Frisco.
But why are these... They're business owners in other countries as well. Why are they fine with losing that revenue and losing... Like, the American sports owners will never take that chance. But why are they fine internationally? They're smart and rich people, too.
Well, I don't know. That's a good question. I think there's so many teams that they had to do it like this because they have.
Oh,
there's 5 tiers of this thing, maybe more.
Oh,
so how many teams are there? There could be 75 English Premier League, English soccer teams, soccer clubs that continue to get promoted and relegated.
Like, you want to watch crappy games or have a reason to watch teams that suck? You're about to be kicked out of the league for a year.
So you would have to. What you would have to do if you were going to do this in American sports is you couldn't expand the field of teams. You'd have to narrow it, right? So you'd have to go from 32 teams in the NFL to the NFL is now 20 teams and you're in a 12-team relegation league.
Yeah.
Like, you couldn't expand out and water down the playing field of talent more.
Yeah, you would have, so you would have a 10-team or 12-team.
You'd have to shrink the NFL.
Yeah, you have to shrink the NFL. Those teams will play, their games. And then the top 2 teams or 3 teams for the previous year get moved up, and the bottom 3 get moved down, or the bottom 2 get moved down. And what they do is they have like a tournament for the third one. Teams 3 through 6 have a little tournament, and they go. Then they can move up and down. I mean, look, if you're a fan of a team and that team is 8-8, or let's just say in baseball, they're a 75-win team.
Oh, what's Romo, the quarterback?
Right. But if they're a 75-win team in Major League Baseball, and there's 8 games left, they got to win 5 of them. I mean, you are all in on those games.
Yeah,
as a fan,
it'd be amazing. It'd be fantastic. Life lessons from Game of Thrones.
Pedro Pascal, who was in a 9-episode run of Game of Thrones. That was the entirety of his run. He's now a huge superstar with Last of Us and Mandalorian and everything else. His character in Game of Thrones, spoiler alert, show I never watched.
Wait a second.
Viciously killed.
You never watched it?
No. I watched the first 2 episodes and I went, oh, there's dragons, and I turned it off. And so his character died getting thumbs pressed into his eye sockets. And so he said that for a long time, fans used to come up to him and say, can I take a picture with you? And they'd want to take a picture with their thumb in his eye. And he used to be really gung-ho about it. He told the Hollywood Reporter.
And he would do it?
He said, I loved it. He said, people would come up to me. I was just happy that they recognized me.
That's assault, brother.
He said, I was so earnest, happy about the success of the character in the show, until he got an eye infection from so many randos putting their thumbs in his eye. And I've had this happen. I've gotten an eye infection from putting my own finger in my eye. Because I can get, it's like it's a party trick, because I can put my finger in my eye socket. Right. And so I just did it too many times in a row. Do it right now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I can't watch.
You have to watch.
I cannot watch.
You have to watch because this is
I'll watch on the fan cam.
Okay, all right, zoom in. You got me, Ryan? Okay.
Oh my. Look, move up.
It's so weird. He's such a weird guy.
It's all the way in there.
What's the matter with you?
Sean's about to vomit.
Oh my God. That's horrific. That was bad. Look if Ryan didn't even flinch back there.
And he's the one having to control the cam and zoom in.
Live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Wow. Bobby Bell, get that out on Twitter and the Sean and RJ Facebook page immediately. All right, we'll settle the G-Bag bet at 9. That was awful. That was absolutely terrible. Pro Football Focus, let's get back at Bobby. Pro Football Focus has struck again. This time with their wide receiver rankings. We'll go over it and hopefully get a Bobby Belt hissy fit next. But let me get you. The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. Is Pro Football Focus the lowest IQ outlet in existence? The answer is, of course, yes. And they've got another list to remind you why that is the case. All right, before we jump into this list, per Sean's request, the video is up on the Facebook page. Sean.
The eye?
Mm-hmm.
On our page?
Yep. Go to the Sean and RJ Facebook page.
Oh, man.
Go like it
What
while you're
video?
there.
The video?
The eye video.
The actual fight or yours?
Mine.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got me putting my finger in my eye socket.
Oh.
So. Sean really felt like vomiting during the break.
Let's see how many views we can get to by 10.
Yeah, let's do it right there. Sean and RJ Facebook page, and it's the ampersand. It's not spelled out and. That's how you find it on Facebook. Okay.
Don't be angry about it.
No, I'm explaining it because I know some people have had difficulties with it, so I was giving them the heads up. All right, PFF has a new ranking of wide receivers, and I don't have a problem with where CeeDee Lamb ends up generally, like the number. I don't have a problem with the top of their list, everything else, but it's some of the names and where they're stacked. That's the issue here.
Now, this is heading into or last year?
What is the criteria?
So, much like Dan Orlovsky, PFF likes to keep vagueness about their grades, but it's just currently who are they're saying, as of right now, who are the top receivers in the NFL. It's going to follow pretty much everybody's lists, I feel like, for the most part. So, the number one receiver in the NFL, gentlemen?
Justin Jefferson.
No.
Devontae Adams.
Devontae Adams. There you go. Las Vegas Raiders says the masses think Justin Jefferson is the best receiver in the NFL, but I see no white towel throw in on Adams' career. And he was great last year. Says Adams remains the king of receivers until somebody topples him. Number two.
He had 100 catches for 1,514 touchdowns.
Not bad.
With that broken team.
With that team.
Number two.
Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson. Easy. I'm not sure you can say Jefferson is better than Devontae Adams, but he's joined him atop the mountain. Jefferson is second to Adams in a whole variety of categories since entering the league and has been phenomenally productive for the Vikings in his young career. All right, number three.
Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill. See? Pretty predictable.
Choppy read your email?
Not a chance.
No.
Okay.
Number four.
I read yours, though.
Number four.
You're on fire.
We've got Devontae
Diggs.
Adams, Justin
Stephon
Jefferson,
Diggs.
Tyreek Hill, and then who?
Stephon Diggs.
No.
Don't tell me it's
Think young new stud.
Jamar
Chase. Cincinnati Bengals. Chase didn't quite replicate the crazy performance of his rookie season in 2022, but what he did manage was to show that he can be just as effective without the element of surprise. Number five.
Stephon Diggs.
Stephon Diggs. Diggs has been unleashed in Buffalo, having been capped in terms of opportunity in Minnesota's offense before he was traded. Since that move, Diggs has 469 targets, second in the league behind only Devontae Adams. His receiving stat line includes more than 4,000 yards and 29 touchdowns. Number six.
I don't hear anything that would be ticking
Nothing
you off.
Nothing that would tick you off yet.
Let's go with AJ Brown.
No.
Mike Evans.
No.
Sean's always wrong.
Give me a give it. Go ahead.
CeeDee Lamb.
No. This was the consensus number two receiver, slot specific type of guy after he set the record for receptions or whatever it was a couple of years ago.
Michael Thomas?
No, Cooper Kupp.
Sean's always
Cooper
wrong.
Kupp.
Oh, yeah.
Man, I
Cooper Kupp.
forgot Cooper Kupp like Devontae Adams did.
You did. That's exactly what happened. Number seven. It's a name you've already thrown out.
AJ
Brown. Very good. I'm going to go ahead and jump to number nine. Number nine is...
Cooper, is this disrespect to Cooper Kupp, by the way? He is getting disrespected and forgotten, not just by me.
Do you have a problem with any of those five ahead of him, though? Stephon Diggs, Jamar Chase, Tyreek Hill, Justin Jefferson, Devontae Adams.
I mean, let's not forget.
That's a loaded top five.
It is a loaded top five, and the title year, like, he was healthy the whole year, which is something he had struggled to be doing. He had struggled to be healthy his entire career. Like, he's played the games. It's not like he's been banged up. It was one of those situations where he always played, but he was always kind of hurt like Julio.
Number nine, I'm just going to tell you who it is. Dallas Cowboys' very own CeeDee Lamb. Not a bad spot to be in, number nine. I still think I'd take him over A.J. Brown, but I'm not going to fight somebody who says they'd have A.J. Brown higher. It says Lamb's production should only go up in 2023 now that Brandon Cooks is on the roster to keep defenses on their toes. Last season with no Amari Cooper, Lamb set career highs in targets, catches, yards, touchdowns, and yards per route run. And if you go back a little bit, we'll drop him back all the way down to 26. They have Brandon Cooks. So the Cowboys almost with 2 top 25 fringe receivers. So the top 7 are Devontae Adams, Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, Jamar Chase, Stephon Diggs, Cooper Kupp, A.J. Brown. Who is the last receiver in front of CeeDee Lamb?
Jalen Waddle?
Nope.
DeAndre Smith?
Nope.
You're saying it real aggressive.
Yeah.
Amari Cooper.
Nope.
Amari Cooper.
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Give us a division.
NFC East.
McLaurin.
As the 8th ranked receiver in the NFL ahead of CeeDee Lamb.
Terry McLaurin last year had...
Terry McLaurin's a good player. I'm not trying to say Terry McLaurin's bad.
He had 77. Get Lamb's numbers.
All right, so I got them both.
Okay, McLaurin was 77 catches. Give me each by category. CD?
107.
Ooh. McLaurin had 1,200 yards.
1350.
5 touchdowns.
9. Now, yards per catch, which is big, especially in the analytics world. McLaurin had 15.5 to CD's 12.7.
Okay.
I would take CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
I think CeeDee Lamb. Now look, if you look at McLaurin's been in the league a year longer than CeeDee. If you look at their numbers through their first 2 seasons, it is remarkably similar. First couple years in the league, CeeDee Lamb had the total. I didn't want the average. There we go. 153 receptions for 2,037 yards and 11 touchdowns. Terry McLaurin had 145 receptions, 8 more, the exact same amount of yards, 2,037, and the exact same amount of touchdowns, 11. They were the same receiver the first 2 years of their career. Where they separate is McLaurin in year 3 goes 77 for 1,053 and 5 touchdowns, and CeeDee in year 3 last year goes 107, 1,359, and 9 touchdowns. And while you can say, look at the quarterbacks that ran through, you had CeeDee Lamb helping to carry this offense with 5 games of Cooper Rush.
Okay, but you need
still,
to put
Cooper
a little...
Rush is better than anything that Washington.
I know, but if you're talking about you have 5 games of Cooper Rush and he puts up 30 more receptions and 300 more yards and doubles his touchdowns from year 3 to year 3, there's no comparison here, McLaurin and Lamb.
I don't think there's anything you need to be outraged over.
This is not outrage.
How many receivers would you take before McLaurin that we have not even named on this list yet? I would take probably, and I think McLaurin's really good, I would probably take 10.
Name them.
No, I would take Waddle. I would take St. Brown. I would take Mike Evans.
Debo, Mike Evans, DK, St. Brown, Devontae Smith, Waddle.
Okay, Devontae
Right, but
Smith
how many would you take over CD? You would take Debo over CD?
Debo probably. I'd probably take
Waddle?
Debo.
Would you take Waddle?
No.
All right. Would you take Amon-Ra St. Brown?
No.
Mike Evans? Yes.
No. I'd Lamb just ahead of Evans.
Mike Evans rolls out of bed and gets 1,000 yards.
I think what Lamb does, Lamb can do more than what Evans can do.
With T. Higgins?
No, I would not take T. Higgins above Terry McLaurin.
Okay.
But I think that you're talking about the DK? 20, I would take DK. I think you're talking more about like the 19th, 20th receiver in the NFL, and you have him at 8.
Yeah, well, you need to put a little more weight on the scrubs throwing him the football.
Absolutely, and I give him a ton of credit for that, and I think he's...
Yeah, but you're making CeeDee Lamb's 5-game sample size equal to what this guy's dealt with through his entire career. Bums. What Deshaun Watson had in Houston, but worse.
CeeDee Lamb had an entire season. He put up the same numbers in the first years and had 3 quarterbacks playing with him because Dak got hurt as a rookie, like during CeeDee's rookie year. I mean, he's played a lot of games without Dak.
Just go look at Terry's numbers against Diggs. That's what's crazy.
There are no numbers against Diggs. It's zeros across the board, baby.
Exactly. All right, a DeAndre Hopkins update. RJ went on Kansas City radio yesterday because they got tricked by Vegas. Our sister station, I think it's our sister station, 610 Sports Radio, my former place. And they're like, RJ, Kansas City, we thought we were getting Hopkins. But no, Vegas has Dallas number 1. And what did you tell them?
I said, I don't know where Vegas is getting this info, but the Cowboys have indicated no interest in DeAndre Hopkins.
And what happened to that? And what happened after that?
After a really kind of few other, just small statements, they said, well, we're not going to waste your time anymore. Let you go.
They let you go.
About 90 seconds on the radio. It was great. Greatest interview of my life.
90 seconds on the radio. And then you have other executives around the league calling him out for practice habits. He can't run anymore. A good route runner, big physical target. He's still a threat. Still great hands. Not going to separate. Not much of a deep threat. So those are the updates on D-Hop as Deshaun Watson is trying to recruit him to Cleveland.
And look, I think your analogy that you made earlier was a good one, or the question that we have to answer, which is this a Randy Moss scenario? Did he go to purgatory for a couple years? And he still put up better numbers than Moss did in Oakland. D-Hop did. But is this an instance of...
Will it decide the winner in the AFC between Buffalo and Kansas City? That's the Randy Moss question.
Yeah, I mean, if he can be Randy Moss, then yes,
or
it will.
Cincinnati.
It absolutely will. And so,
if he can be Randy Moss, but the question is he still that good? No one thought Randy was that good when he went to New England still. Obviously, if he's Randy Moss, yes. But the hard part of this is deciding what he is still.
I think DeAndre Hopkins...
He will not have the same impact, in my opinion. I'll answer my own question. He will not have the same impact that Randy did in New England.
Oh, I agree.
Which is maybe obvious.
He was also never the player Randy was. Ever.
Right, it was different types of players.
Completely.
But DeAndre could go out and get 12 or 13 catches in a game and make his impact that way versus Randy 2 for 120.
Yeah, I mean, that was his deal, right? He was a big play guy. Hopkins could fill the role that of a possession receiver without question. And he'd be a good one.
Hopkins is closer to his peak than Aaron Rodgers in the AFC East is to his peak, I think. I think I could believe him tapping into his peak again more than I would Aaron.
Well, it's the age difference.
Yeah, but I mean,
Aaron
was close to his peak even a couple years ago.
Let's settle the G-Bag fight with Ketchup and Soda in studio. Things could get messy. Final hour, Hump Day edition. Next.
Star Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time. We're on the fan cam. We're on the Twitch. We're on YouTube. And that's going to be very important for you. Not just to see Bobby finger his own eye, but to check out the verdict from the G-Bag Nation fight that happened yesterday. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Butt. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. Hop on YouTube, Twitch, or the fan cam. This is what happened yesterday with Eric Chiafalo versus Brian Broaddus.
Will Chambers started going on this tangent about how Heinz ketchup is the best of the ketchup, so much so that if you blindfolded him, he could tell you which one is the Heinz ketchup. If you dialed up, however many different ketchup brands there are, you blindfold him, he could tell you that the Heinz is the Heinz. Could you guys do that with ketchup? Could you do that with anything?
I don't drink many soft drinks, but I think I could do a soft drink thing. I think I could do soft drink if you said Coke, Pepsi, that kind of thing.
Yes, but could you do like Dr. Pepper and then Dr. Schmepper, which is
Dr.
the great value version? Like that's
like
the
Fanta,
deal here.
like Dr. Pepper or
Dr.
Fanta
Thunder.
or something
No,
like that.
that one's easy.
Pepsi?
It can't be like
Mr.
a burger
Pibb.
and a French fry. Can you blindfold and decide what is in your mouth right now?
What are you talking about?
Stick.
What are you damn talking about over there? You're saying soft drinks, right?
But I'm saying specifically like Dr. Pepper and then the off-brand of Dr. Pepper. So it still tastes like Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, like Mr. Pibb.
Mr. Pibb.
I was trying to get there, jackass.
No, you weren't.
Yes, I was.
You exited at Pepsi.
No,
you
were
like,
like, you were jumping up and down like, look what he's doing over there. Ha, ha, ha.
Hold on, referee. He did say extra Pibb. And I was trying to tell you, Schmuck,
I was trying to say
Dr.
Mr.
Thunder
Pibb.
is the off-brand of Dr. Pepper.
There's
you don't
there's
freaking
no
listen.
Dr. Thunder. I
think it's Brian's the one's not listening this time.
We know he never listens.
I'm not listening to Eric's BS over there.
Well, that's
I was trying to tell him Mr. Pibb, and he was like, jumping up and down like a.
Yeah, but can you tell the difference of a burger and a French fry?
I want to.
All right, so the real fight here was about Broaddus paying attention. Bobby's wrong. I'm right, along with Choppy. He was paying attention. He just had a brain fart of stupidity throwing out the Fanta. What evolved, Corey Majors joining us in studio.
Hello.
On our show, what evolved with this argument, I said Broaddus was right. He proved he was listening by saying, yeah, Coke versus Pepsi is the same as comparing ketchups with Heinz versus Hunt's. And Bobby says that's incorrect, that it's not a good analogy. There's no parallel. And I was like, okay, let's freaking prove it then. So Tolo Cole door-dashed us different ketchups. Bobby's been running up and down the floors here of the building to get different sodas. So RJ Choppy, what do we have here to prove our point?
All right, so I have administered 3 different types of catsup, as they would say.
Okay.
Which I don't know. When did it change from catsup to ketchup?
I think they're different.
Irrelevant.
Freaked me out in elementary school when I would see that on the thing, though. I didn't have a clue.
Weird.
You thought it was blood from a feline?
And then in front of each of you, you have 2 colas. You have a Coke and you have a Pepsi.
Okay.
Corey, do you need one?
Sure. Go ahead and pour one up for me.
Yeah, give Corey mine.
Did you guys do this taste test at Wet n Wild back in the day? They used to have Pepsi versus Coke. I had a cheat system because you get prizes for it. And I could see, this is a problem. You guys have
Don't look on the
cups
bottom.
I can't see through. All right. I know, though, that you could look through it and one had more bubbles than the other. And so I knew the cheat system. So I would get whatever prize they had at Wet n Wild that day and win it all.
And your contention is what?
That I use my taste buds and I can tell that they taste different. To me, Coke and Pepsi want to taste different from each other. They have their specific formulas, their specific blends. When there's ketchup, we don't want ketchup to taste like it's supposed to be like ketchup. Who has the best ketchup? And so they want to taste at least sort of similar. They're trying to get the same general taste. Coke and Pepsi are not, and so there is a difference. It's not the same comparison.
So you will have a harder time differentiating the ketchup
Yes.
than the soda. RJ says it's exactly the same. He can easily tell the differences in the ketchup.
Okay.
With a nose like that, yeah, he should be
Easy.
able to.
All right, Pepe, step up. You're also going to sample here. Peyton Russell is leaving the board unattended.
Uh-oh.
We got Ryan.
No cursing.
Holy.
No, don't do it.
Okay. And then you also said 7-Up versus Sprite will prove what?
I said 7-Up versus Sprite is a more apt comparison to the ketchup because they're both trying to get clear lemon lime soda flavor. They're not trying to be super different from each other. They're trying to achieve an end. But I couldn't find any 7-Up.
So we need Bobby to screw up the Coke versus Pepsi. We need multiple people to screw that up to prove Broadus' point. So let's see if we can tell. Ketchups and soda.
Which do you want to do first, the ketchups or the sodas?
I think, we started the arguments with ketchup.
Okay.
Right. So now that's going to mess up the palate.
Let's ruin our palates right now.
You think we should go soda first?
We need some ginger to cleanse the palate.
Coffee?
I don't know.
So it started with ketchup, and RJ says
Heinz and Hunt's.
Heinz and Hunt's.
Heinz, Hunt's, and Whataburger.
Oh, and Whataburger. Okay, all right.
And Whataburger.
I think the Whataburger is going to be the one that screws everything up.
All right, we got
because
spoons.
I believe that Heinz and Hunt's are very, very different.
Mm-hmm.
But Whataburger and Heinz have some similarities to them.
And you have the answer key.
I do.
Okay. So everyone's going to go ahead and try. Let's try to do this quickly for the purposes of radio.
No clue what he's doing over here.
We only have 2 plates of ketchup, so I was trying to give us separate places to dip our ketchup so we weren't double dipping and giving each other
We
diseases.
don't have COVID or anything.
It looked like he was.
That's right. Corey and Peyton have COVID.
Well, I was never tested.
All right, I'm going to take a walk over there real quick.
That side. Okay. I'm going to test from the side. Okay, so we're doing ketchup first. All right, first ketchup here.
We're doing ketchup first.
This is Whataburger. I can tell by the smell.
Okay, just memorize what you're doing in terms of 1, 2, 3, and then we'll do the big reveal at the end. And Peyton, you can go over there and sample as
He's
well.
got ketchup over here.
He has his own, so go ahead.
Yeah, that's
there we go. And try that. Corey thinks he's all over it. Bobby says that. Let's try a microphone too. Choppy. Only been on radio for 30 years.
All right, ketchup 1. All right, I know which one ketchup 1 is.
Okay.
That's what that is. Okay, next ketchup here to taste.
No, don't say what it is.
Okay, I'm not going to.
Don't say what it is.
I'm not going to.
Don't say what it is.
We're in the middle one, Peyton.
We're doing the middle. I'm trying to prove Brian Broadus correct that he's not a deaf old man. He was paying attention, and that comparing Pepsi and Coke to different ketchups is exactly the same thing. It was a great comparison. It was a great parallel.
Okay.
And Bobby Belt and the Nosebleeds completely disagree.
Now,
877-881
ketchup 3
1053 truckwreck.com text line, and all this is going down on camera.
2 and 3 taste exactly the same.
Taste exactly the same.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully that is not Hunt's and Heinz. Hopefully that is not Hunt's and Heinz, so that we can throw it right
There's
in Bobby's
a little
face.
bit of difference. The little bit of difference is the one on the right, on my right, tastes saltier. The one in the middle has more vinegary flavor. But other than that, I don't know.
It's ketchup. It's ketchup. It's all the same.
Exactly. Okay. So are we ready for our answer key, Chop?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ketchup 1 over here.
No, we'll do all the answer keys at the end.
Okay. All right. So now we're doing soda.
Now we're gonna do the sodas.
All right. Palate cleanser.
And I have some soda as well. I think I can already tell by looking, but we'll go ahead and try it. All right. So you got 2 sodas. Let's go ahead. Try it.
First one here.
Oh yeah, I know what that is. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
Well, see, hang on. Everyone's is different now. Which one did you take?
I took this one. This one? Yeah, next one here.
Okay. I got mine. Everyone drink, make your decision, then we'll do the unveiling. All right? How you feeling now, tough guy?
It's closer than I thought.
How you feel? It's closer than I thought, too. I thought I could tell just by look. I was certain. And then when I tried them both, I was like, oh, that's closer than I thought. I'm being honest about it. I have not tried the ketchups.
They're flat.
But I will. Okay. Thanks to Tolo Cole for making this possible.
Oh, thanks.
All right.
Thanks for
All right.
Cole.
Are we all ready to unveil?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay, go around the room on the soda. Which one are you drinking there?
So this is the first one. I'm going Coke with the first choice. Pepsi with the second.
What was it, Chop?
Pepsi.
Incorrect. Incorrect, which is a point for myself, RJ, and Brian Broadus. He could not tell the difference.
Okay.
All the heat. Go to Corey next.
Okay.
We'll do the big unveil. Don't.
This is the first one, the one on the left.
Okay.
I believe that is Pepsi.
Correct.
Correct.
So that one means the one on the right is Coke.
We know Corey Majors had the taste buds, so Corey got it correct.
Are you guessing? Are you guessing now?
We'll do you.
Okay. This one is Pepsi.
Boy, his lip curled up.
Yes! You put Pepsi in both.
Yeah. Did you put Pepsi in both?
I did not. All
right, I'm just going straight off of color. Okay. I'm saying that this is that this one is Pepsi. Coke. Incorrect. So that proves my point. That proves the point. Brian Broaddus was right with the analogy.
All right, ketchup.
Now let's do the ketchup.
Damn it.
Pepe, go ahead. There's a reason in restaurants, Corey, you're my waiter.
Yeah.
You guys don't have Coke, by the way.
Okay.
Sir, do you have Coca-Cola?
No, well, we can offer a Pepsi.
Did you put these in the same order?
Yes.
Yo, do you see me talking over here to Corey?
No.
Okay, well then Well, you can hear it. We're doing radio. Just wait till we're all done talking. All right, let's do this.
Okay, ketchups from top to bottom on my plate. I have Heinz, Hunt's, Whataburger.
Heinz.
Yeah, so
don't
change it. Don't change it. Yeah, so that's Heinz, Hunt's, Whataburger.
Oh for 3.
Holy crap. You got all of them wrong?
Oh for 3.
It's ketchup. It's the same thing.
It's not Korean barbecue, so he doesn't know what anything tastes like. All right. He got all 3. All right, Corey Majors, the Gordon Ramsay in here.
I believe
this is 1, this is 2, this is 3.
The one on the left, Whataburger.
Correct.
Yeah. The one in the middle, Hunt's.
Heinz.
All right, and then I got them wrong.
Okay.
So I got the ketchups all right.
You did.
You got the
You had
ketchups,
the ketchup's right and the Coke's wrong.
So
You played yourself. Just quit it now.
What does that tell us?
Just quit it now. Nobody knows anything.
Honestly, I have no idea what it tells us. Bobby screwed the whole thing up. I have no idea what it tells us.
What it tells us is Bobby got the sodas wrong, and Broaddus' analogy was right, and the nosebleeds should let the elder in the room finish his point before trying to make him seem like a senile old geezer that needs to go in a wheelchair. Good job, Broaddus.
It was still funny as hell, though. Those guys.
Oh, it was great.
And it definitely was Fanta. When he said Fanta, they were like, "What the hell are you talking about? That's orange or purple drink
That was definitely
versus this brown stuff. Come on."
And you.
You.
What a disgrace.
You were 0 for the entire
0 for
exercise.
6.
I drink soda for a living, basically. So
Do
I mean,
you?
it really, no, not really. But I'm a Dr. Pepper guy.
He just heard
so.
of Pepsi and Coke today, like he does most things we reference.
But it was a lot. It was a lot closer. It was a lot closer. So.
Yes. All right, Peyton, get out.
Damn it.
877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line. This is better.
That was impressive.
This is fantastic. By the way, you and I, with the Ja Morant bet, we noticed that the cupcake that's going to get smashed in one of our faces over under 16 and a half games for our Ja Morant suspension. I said over, you say under. You see how it's fogging up? It's starting to fog up the cupcake
start growing something.
and the icing, and it's sliding off. Feel the bottom.
That's about it.
Because someone put it on top of the cable box, so it's starting to steam up. And I was like, put it in the fridge, and Bob was like, no, this will make it even better. We're going to get boiling hot icing right up in our face when they decide the jaw suspension.
Look at it. It's starting to change colors.
Leaning tower.
Oh, this is gross.
Leaning tower.
This is going to be a great payoff.
Thank you, Corey Majors.
All right, guys.
Let's go ahead and celebrate our victory over Bobby and get you set for crosstalk with KMC, Sean, and RJ, and Loser continuing right here on The Fan.
That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Anderson's next pitch, a swing and a miss. He struck him out with a fastball.
He's set. A high kick, and the pitch, a swing and a miss. Trying to strike out the side. The pitch, swing and a miss. He does it.
And this pitch is in there for a called third strike. Fastball at the knees, and that's strikeout number 7. Out number 8 is strikeout number 7. Are you hearing me?
We got a new star, at least for a day, in DFW. His name is Grant Anderson. Local kid, rookie. Sandler told me he was just thrown in to a trade with Seattle, and he made Major League history yesterday, striking out his first 4 batters. He struck out 7. He got the win for the Rangers after Martin Perez struggled, and we are all hoping that he is the bullpen savior here on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt on your home for Rangers baseball. And after the game, John Radigan, who we had on at 8, did the post-game interview with Grant Anderson, living the dream with his Major League debut in front of his family.
It's amazing, especially being, just a few hours from the stadium. I can have, family come and cheer me on, and it's just been I'm just extremely blessed and very thankful and grateful for the opportunity.
And last thing, it seems like you had a good mix with these guys, even though you've only been here a couple of days. Right. It seems like you have fit in very nicely.
Yeah, I knew, obviously, I played with some of the guys in the minors, and it always helps seeing familiar faces when you show up. But, everybody in the clubhouse has been really friendly, really welcoming, and, I couldn't be more happy to be with these guys and play this game with those guys.
He becomes the 6th reliever since 1974 to strike out the first 4 batters faced, and Neftali Feliz was first on this list. In 2009, Grant Anderson makes it on there. Also, Rangers history, a new record for the team. 7 strikeouts from a reliever in their MLB debut. 7 strikeouts from a reliever.
Oh, for a reliever. You get a starter out there getting 7 strikeouts, it's a good day. A reliever getting 7 is like, yo, that will pop an eye or two. No offense, not to be literal with popping an eye, Bobby. It's it was a great day for him, and this is one of those. I don't think you'll ever forget. In fact, I know you won't. No one will ever forget their Major League debut, especially though when it's like this. It's like even more unforgettable.
I'm just praying his second outing isn't
a dud.
A dud. Like let's just get him through an inning or a hitter or 2.
Yeah.
Like, is he off limits for today? How many pitches did he throw?
46. I would imagine he is. I don't think there's any chance that they'll come bring him back at 46 pitches.
Yeah, 46.
This is a, you're good for Game 7? That's one of those days. It's a Game 7 day.
Okay.
It's a playoff game day. You're okay. You come back and pitch.
11:30 pregame, 12 o'clock first pitch. Rangers would go for the sweep as Josh Young, Jonah Heim, and Marcus Semien get it done offensively, along with Adolis Garcia.
Which you can hear Zach Wolchuk and I on the Odyssey app from 12:10 to 1 today, providing alternate commentary.
Are you going to ask Wolchuk why he lied to us about seeing the Little Mermaid movie, which you went and saw yesterday?
I will absolutely ask him about it, and I'll get the hard-hitting answers. Hopefully we can skim some of it off the recorder and bring his answers to the table tomorrow.
Left the fan pool party at my house for the Little Mermaid movie date that you said you later found out. Did he own up to this publicly?
No, well, I don't know. He texted me. We're going to make him own up to it publicly right now that he never went.
Yeah.
Now, he said he still plans on going. He said he's still supposed to go, but he said that night it didn't happen.
Well, he left us.
Maybe he read some reviews.
He probably read mine.
Maybe he thought we were lame.
That's possible.
Maybe he thought it was a sausage fest.
Well, I mean, that's possible. There was a lot of, there wasn't any available women there, but
yeah, there's a lot of girls.
A lot of girls there.
I ain't having a sausage fest for
I was gonna say the only thing that tipped the scales to a sausage fest was Wolchuk's presence without a date. Everybody else had somebody.
How do we tune into that?
Odyssey app. If you just go to the Odyssey app at 12:10, it'll be Wolchuk and I, for a full hour. But look, if Grant Anderson, back to that point, if Grant Anderson can provide you something, if Mark Church, who just recently got promoted up to AAA Round Rock, has had a little bit of struggle early, but if Mark Church can be somebody who's ready by August, you go trade for somebody I mean, that can help cobble together some stability in your bullpen. And if that bullpen is solid, that 7, 8, 9 setup, they're going to be really hard to beat because there's not a whole lot of flaws with this team outside of that.
So I got an executive from Bally texting me.
Well,
during, here's what he said. I was listening to the Radigan interview, and I think when he gets back from the road, Southwest Bally or Bally Sports Southwest may no longer have the rights. The hearing is today. The Bally Padres rights reverted back to the team yesterday. Baseball begins producing games today, I believe. The Rangers are part of the suit. Tomorrow could look very different than today. Manfred is testifying, and that's what this executive from Bally Sports is sending me. And the Rangers are one of the 3 teams that have joined the suit in order to either get paid or to get their TV rights back. What does this all mean? That's the big question I always have.
Is it Diamond Sports runs it?
Yes.
Yep. So they've basically just welched on all these deals, filed bankruptcy, have no money.
Basically, yeah, it was like payments weren't being made, like they weren't getting their checks for the rights deal, which the Rangers, gosh, when did they sign theirs? Like that was probably right when you guys got to them, like got here to the fan, I think, and it was like a 15-year deal for $3 billion or something.
Diamond Sports has skipped 2 rights fee payments, and the Padres got the rights back. So what does that mean, though, in terms of the Padres being able to broadcast their games? Us here. So the Rangers control the TV rights. What does that then mean in terms of the games being aired?
I assume that means they can stream it. Like they can put it on the website is what I would guess.
Sure. That's a good question because, now a lot of these teams have come up with their own maybe regional sports networks. Like,
hit me up, Mr. Executive, if you're still listening.
Like a Nesson or a Yes or a Masson.
And let's simulcast this damn show.
What is the, yeah, I know, right? For real. And what is like the Dodgers have, they're on Prime, not Prime Video. It's whatever they have, their Prime channel. So a lot of teams have their own network, but they're these major historic franchises, or
it was a 20-year, $3 billion deal in 2010 with Fox Sports Southwest.
And in the case of Masson, that's both the Nationals and the Orioles, so they have both teams. I suppose we could do something with Houston's because Houston's got theirs on AT&T Sportsnet.
Yeah.
All right. So I suppose the Rangers could, combine with Houston to have a Texas regional sports network or something, but they would have to get out of their deal with AT&T. A lot of teams do this. Like, the Yankees and Mets, so they have their own Sports SNY, and then but the Orioles and Nats, they share one.
I don't want to share with cheaters. I don't want that.
I want people to be able to watch the games so that they have reason to listen to us talk about the team, and that way we can all be on the same page. All right, who is this calling out Alex Rodriguez yesterday?
Doug Mientkiewicz. Doug Mientkiewicz was a long time. You saw this, didn't you, Bobby?
No, I remember Doug Mientkiewicz. He was the one who got in trouble for walking off with the ball when the Red Sox won the World Series in 2004.
That's right. So
what?
He was the first baseman.
He pocketed the baseball and left, and Major League Baseball was like, hey, where's that baseball from you guys winning the World Series for the first time in 100 years? And Mientkiewicz just left with it.
So he was
smart.
He was on Legends Territory podcast.
AJ
Przynski's on this, and he had some. Let's just say he's not the biggest fan of Alex Rodriguez.
Like if it's a baseball study, if we're doing stuff for Westminster, our high school, if he's not sleeping at the table.
All right, stop it real quick. Let's set this up a little bit better. How do they know each other? Why is he talking?
They were teammates with the Yankees. And they went to high school together. They played on the same high school baseball team.
Yeah.
So the Foul Territory podcast, Legends with AJ Przynski. Again, talking to Doug Mientkiewicz. Long interview talking about A-Rod and why, basically not liking him.
Like if it's a baseball study, if we're doing stuff for Westminster, our high school, if he's not sleeping at the table. They honored our coach for his 3 millionth win, and there he is in his Timberwolves shirt, sleeping in a chair. It's like, come on, man. Like, I always said that he's going to die a lonely man. You know what? This whole Father of the Year stuff, God bless him for his daughters because it's going to come a long way. But it's like you're just trying to get into heaven now. That's the part. I'm still friends with my high school team. We still text often, not as often as we should, but we still text group thread, constantly badgering each other, and it's just, he's just distanced from it. And that's, I don't care how good or how great you become and how far your career goes, you never forget your high school dudes. Like, that's just like your high school and your college teammates are like they're brothers till the end. And we still talk and we still shoot the shit, but like, he's just nowhere to be found. Even when we do high school stuff for our coach, it's like he's just, like I said, I have a picture of him sleeping at the table in his Timberwolves shirt. I'm like, are you serious? Like, go Wolves.
So he got a little personal there,
yeah,
with the kids and stuff.
Way personal.
Gonna die a lonely man.
He's trying to get into heaven. Like, geez, bro.
I'll tell you, dying lonely is like my biggest fear. Like, for no joke. But like, A-Rod doesn't have to be on the group text. Like, I don't like why is that an issue? Just because everyone else on the team is. And yeah, he's right. Like, high school teammates, they're your boys. They're boys forever. But
maybe Alex has more of a life than you, Doug, and you have nothing better to do than to text your high school buddies.
I think Alex,
not that there's anything wrong with that.
Trying to get J-Lo back still. But like, maybe Alex is an Android guy. He doesn't want to mess up the group chat, like Bobby and I do.
Are we defending Alex Rodriguez right now?
I'm defending against that. That's over the top.
Yeah, that's over the top. Like, I don't think not being close to your high school friends means you're going to die a lonely man.
Yeah,
but I do love when A-Rod gets thrown at.
How many high school friends do you talk to monthly still?
Monthly?
Once a month.
Oh, I mean, I don't talk to anybody once a month other than basically my kids and Sarah, my neighbors.
No, you have the insurrectionists.
Yeah, my neighbors. Yeah, the insurrectionists.
If we hang out in a group, it's 20 to 25, like total. With
high school?
Yeah.
Oh, you're just out of high school, I guess. How old are you?
26, 8 years.
Oh, wow. So you still hang out with 20 high school friends?
Yeah, not all at the same time, but like from a monthly period and stuff. It can reach 20 to 25 that I'm talking to at different times.
I have one. You? Well, you're homeschooled. You don't have any friends.
But I don't talk to my siblings, so.
Me neither.
I have one that
I talk to more friends than family at this point. My family's dropping like flies.
Yeah, I have one that I communicate with, during like betting season a lot. Outside of betting season or golf season, but
and we're all on, except for Bobby. You're all on a team.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. I don't keep up with any of them now.
I play church league basketball. Thank you.
Now, you and AJ Preller.
That's right.
Yeah. Now we don't live in the same state we went to high school.
True.
Bobby
which
does
may play a role,
and Peyton does. And then Minkiewicz went after A-Rod using the juice.
It's painful. I can't. It's like, wait a minute. Like, do you not forget you got suspended 200 games? And it's like, come on, man. Like, stop it. Like, you know what? I get it. I played a power position and didn't have any. Did it cross my mind? Yeah, of course you thought about it. But I was like, you know what? I want to be able to walk when I'm 50 and not, and it was a different, I don't really point fingers, but I mean, I just look at like USA Baseball, as much as I love them, the WBC, Andy Pettit's their pitching coach. It's like, come on, man. Like, and everybody's like, oh, well, he came out and said, he apologized. Well, no, you got caught, bud. And then you apologized. So don't come out and say you were honest from the start.
Bro, let it go.
Coming after everybody.
How long ago was this?
Doug Minkiewicz hit, in 12 years, hit 9 more home runs than Alex Rodriguez hit in 02 with the Rangers. So that's what he's upset about.
So he's upset. 50, 64?
He's upset. He hit 66 for his career. Alex hit 57 in 02. He's upset.
What was the number you used, David?
Yeah, he was upset that he played a corner infield position. Nobody can spell his name. This all just is upsetting to him.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. See if they're actually here with the Rangers game today. KMC next on The Fan. But look. It is now time for Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece. Here with Mike Bassett, Kevin Hagman, Corey Majors. Thank you for being a part of our science experiment earlier. That was fun. What's coming up?
The Rangers won again, so we're going to talk about the Rangers and the future there. And then Kevin has a really interesting question. When a season ends and there's no title, does there immediately have to be changes made?
I'm going to give credit to Mike for that question.
I'm going to give credit to Kevin, who's giving credit to Mike for that question.
I do think it's a good question, and it's kind of about the Stars, but the Lakers, the Celtics. It feels like more often than not, if you lose, you're like, oh my God.
What's the question overall?
So when a team loses, how much of an automatic change does the fan base go to? Because
like a season ending.
When the Lakers beat Golden State, everybody, whoever you're watching on ESPN, NBA TV, Sports Talk Radio, the Lakers did it. Can you believe the trades that they made? And they have created this team that should not be broken up. D'Angelo Russell, bring him back. Rui, bring him back. Reeves, bring him back. Everybody, bring them back.
Yep.
They get swept, and immediately Brian Windhorst, through LeBron James, is saying, we need Kyrie.
I don't think he gets anything from LeBron anymore.
Really?
Oh,
I don't know. I don't know.
Why do you say that?
Yeah.
I just don't feel like that.
Why do you say that? Why do you say that?
I feel like there was something that happened between the two that I had read about years ago.
Oh.
I could be way off on it. Could be
you could be
else.
right. I don't know.
I thought Dave McMenamin was now his guy. That he had moved to McMenamin.
But immediately, the Lakers need to make all the changes in the world. Right now, I assume Boston is strongly hearing from their fan base going, Tatum and Brown don't work together.
Missoula.
Now, after they won Game 7 against Philadelphia, it looked like, oh my gosh, we made it through that. We got the 8 seed Miami, and then they lost in 7, and it is, we have to kind of mix this team up. It doesn't work. So no matter if you make it to the Final Four, it just feels like if you don't win the championship, you have to mix the team up.
And I'm kind of curious how the Stars fit in this because I feel like they overachieved, but like already yesterday people were kind of grumpy, and so I'm curious.
Jason Robertson was a bum. Then he saved that at the end.
Yeah.
What just happened, dude? You could have even tried to say God bless you.
I have to say it for myself?
Yeah.
I sneezed.
Kevin says that his grandma used to sneeze and say God bless you at the same time.
Only she, though.
But only her.
I didn't say I possess that. I just swear she sneezed and goes, God bless you.
Kevin will sneeze every single show and just decides not to try saying God bless you every time. And it's really, it hurts our feelings.
So where did that originate? Why do I get blessed for you sneezing?
Oh, that's a good question.
That is a good question.
You never asked your grandmother, why are you the only one doing this?
She's dead now.
Oh, my God.
Sean dunking on dead family members all day
Maybe
today.
she could ask Bobby's mom.
Damn.
Oh, my God.
I mean, they're both in the afterlife. I guess you could, yeah.
By the way, my mom does not remember it the way I do, and nobody in my family can corroborate this. So
the death?
No.
Oh, the
sneezing. We can all corroborate this. Hold on. Did you just
CSI?
You said open a mystery, right? Not the box.
Oh, open up,
okay.
A case to solve the mystery.
And
anyway,
then, hold on. How do you solve that case? What are you doing next?
I would call Choppy. Choppy solved the bullet in my window this past weekend. Wow. He solved how I got a hole in my window in my glass.
I did.
He somehow found this little BB that I couldn't see. Couldn't find.
I put my face against it like this. Here's it again. I looked down with the right eye.
You
saw.
You wear hats all the time, so I didn't see it at first either. And Choppy said, "Got to take the hat off. The brim is blocking you from seeing down in there."
So it was a BB.
It was a BB. Okay. It could have been. It could have been a pellet.
No, it was a BB.
Yeah.
Back to your point. Well, actually, back to my question.
What?
Mm-hmm. So the police investigation of Fort Worth finally came through for you. I don't think we ever updated that because you were the first one to get targeted.
Yeah, right? I was the first one to get. Well, Sarah got targeted. It was a hit on her.
Yeah.
But they came over to the house.
It was Mackenzie trying to have you first.
It was. So they came over. They came over to her apartment. 2 weeks later, and they set it up. And basically, what happened was they decided that they were going to pick the bullet up. investigate it, analyze it. Haven't heard back.
They said that is a bullet.
So that's definitely a bullet. It's 9mm.
But she's getting out of her lease because of it.
Well, we haven't done that yet because we have to have room in my house to move her.
Well, that's a win.
Oh, that's a win.
If she can break the lease.
Oh, she's going to break the lease.
Excellent.
She only got a couple months left, so it's not going to save that much money.
Yeah,
but it'll save some.
Don't they track the grooves in the bullet to the database of grooves on the inside of a gun?
This is probably not a legal gun. This is probably a 3D printed gun.
What? Oh. A 3D printed gun?
Or it could have been a stolen gun. It could have been anything. I mean, I doubt the people having a shootout on East Lancaster
printed it. Everyone to your printer. We got a war.
I doubt they're actually going to a gun. Let me buy this gun so we can have this gangland shootout.
I would have just laughed in Choppy's face when he said that had I not seen him already CSI a crime scene last weekend. So the fact that he's shown he deserves deference. If he thinks it's a 3D printed gun, so do I.
So Mike, back to your point. It actually goes to RJ's original point that we shouldn't. That's why he only really judges the regular season. We shouldn't judge the playoffs as much as we do because we go overboard in terms of trying to fix, fire, or improve. And that would speak to Mike's point.
But if you're Boston, like I would just use Boston or the Lakers for example, you don't give a crap about the regular season anymore. That's irrelevant to you.
No, but you're right. You don't. But to me, that's not the point. Like
we haven't had a good RJ Kevin fight in a while. We need one.
There's so much like there's so much 50-50 in sports. A lot of these games they come down to a bounce here, a bounce there, especially in football, right? Because it's a one and done. They come down to so many little bounces of turnover here.
Make or miss.
That give me the 6 months, not the 6 weeks.
I hear you. I'm trying to pick this up real quick. And I know I pick on this guy. I'm sorry I pick on him so much, but I do. Dwight Powell. So in the regular season, Dwight Powell averages, I don't have it in front of me, but about 10 points and 5 rebounds, I'm going to guess. And in his 40-plus playoff games, he averages 3 points and 2 rebounds. So as we eliminate the we're playing the Mavericks tonight, let's go out and do whatever. And then you concentrate. We had, who's the Phoenix Suns former general manager?
Ryan McDonough.
He said, Ryan McDonough said that it is the easiest play in the world to stop the alley-oop to Dwight Powell. You just have to concentrate on it, and it's completely and totally over. It's the only way he can score a basket pretty much in the NBA is Luka throwing him the perfect alley-oop pass that he catches and dunks. And he says, well, in the regular season, you allow that. You're not really concentrating that much on your game plan against them, except, hey, what are we going to try to make Luka do? That's really what you go into, and then let's just play our game of basketball. But don't you feel like the playoffs will tell you a lot more? And I hate saying this about Michael Young. The ball will find your weakness. And when the Rangers had to play Michael Young at first base, eventually in Game 6 of the World Series, they hit a ball to him, which was a double play ball. He double caught it. He caught it with his big first baseman glove that he'd never really worn in his life, flipped it to his throwing hand, and dropped the ball. Nobody was out. The inning extended. And then that's where Ron Washington was caught on the microphone saying, we have to get him out of here. What he was talking about was Michael Young as the first baseman. We're winning this game. We have to now
Not Holland?
It wasn't, well, it's Colby Lewis, I believe, pitching that game. But, I think Holland pitched that game in relief.
Right?
Yeah, he almost got the win, and he scored a run in Game 6.
I knew that.
But
that was the last time he ran.
He did everything he could.
That
weakness of Michael Young playing first base, where he was more of a middle infielder, like it showed up in the playoffs in the worst moment, worst time.
Sure.
So I understand what you're saying. Regular season does have a lot of value. You understand your team through those games, but then the playoffs will really expose your weaknesses.
Absolutely. And the playoffs, I think, makes you make small changes. Like,
it's like the Cowboys adjusting to San Francisco, right? McCarthy wants to be more physical. They want to be able to run the ball more.
But that wasn't a small change, right? Because didn't they say like their entire last draft was to address physicality because of that San Francisco playoff loss?
Yeah. I mean, the last 2 San Francisco losses, they've adjusted pretty heavily, too.
Mike, who is Grant Anderson?
Well, he's a unbelievably great reliever for the Texas Rangers right now.
He's K-Rod. He's K-Rod.
I hope so. I will say this, and we'll talk about it during the show. I remember when Hernandez came up, and we're like, "Oh my God, look at that stuff!" He's hitting
big.
He's hitting 100 miles an hour. He has a little bit of break on his breaking ball. When he figures out how to pitch, this is going to be one of the best closers in the game. He blew out his arm. He's come back. He hasn't ever been the same. We looked at Jose Leclerc, when he came up to the major leagues in 2017, if I have my year right, and said, oh my gosh, Jose Leclerc, look at that stuff. Look at this ability. Once he learns how to use this stuff, he's already getting people out. What happens when he learns how to use this stuff, when he can locate his fastball more, when, his head on top of his shoulders doesn't jerk so much to the left side? Like, what happens when he fixes all of these things and he has that stuff? And he got hurt, never really happened. And they're struggling. Sometimes they're successful. Sometimes they're not in the major leagues. I am excited about Anderson. It looks awesome. But I do feel like we have to watch him, I'm hoping for 10 appearances. And then after 10 appearances in the major leagues, hopefully over the next 30 days, let's say, we're like, that's a solution to the problem. But right now it's one game. Because if he was that good, he would have been up in the major leagues earlier. And I'm not saying he's not that good. It's just you start looking at it going, he would have been in the majors to start the year.
You're an idiot. No. I love how you screwed up your eye now. He can't stop messing with his eye. He stuck his finger in his eye today. Like, deep in.
You ever seen that? I'll show you. It's already messed up anyway.
Oh, my gosh.
Watch, Kevin.
No, I don't
Massey,
need to.
look, Corey. Somebody.
I'm not good with eyes.
Fan cam.
I'm not good with eyes.
Corey, please.
I'm not good with eyes.
Is this like that golfer that stepped on the tee and it went through his foot?
Mike would pass out. Mike might possibly pass out.
Man, I held it in there for like 12 seconds. Now I've really messed it up, and none of you looked.
Yeah. Plus, if he had any leftover bathroom on there.
I didn't. I washed my hands before that segment.
Yeah,
What's that?
Pink eye.
Pink eye. Probably pink.
That's true.
Pink Eye Thursday tomorrow. Enjoy Rangers baseball and the build-up with the KMC Masterpiece. Mike, it's okay. You can come out of hiding.
I don't know if you should.
Look at his eye. He's messed it up. What a moron.
Why would you do that again?
Well, if you would have looked, it would have been worth it.
Come in tomorrow with the eye patch.
Matey.
KMC next on the Fan.
The latest.
Boulder Fight Nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day, from lunch to late night. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late night bites.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got a KNC Quickie. We'll be with you until 11:30 when the Rangers will take over. And by the way, no blackouts, no missed payments here. You can always hear the games of the Texas Rangers right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I do want to make that pretty clear. Usually we hop on here and BS a lot, Kevin, to start the show, but I want to be very adamant about this. People text, tweet me. I know people say stuff to Mike out at the games. Kevin, you get this conversation a lot. I'm just as frustrated as the everyman fan out there that doesn't have Bally and is trying to figure out how to watch these games constantly. And if you don't have it, you're like, man, I can't watch my favorite team. If you want to, you'll pay for it, even if you hate them, right? But
sure.
But that being said, I do not control Bally. But
what?
I know, Kevin. I've run a lot of things in my life, but I do not control them. But I can always offer the Odyssey app up to the Tolos. I can always say that'll be available. You're going to hear Sandler and Hicksey crushing it, Peasley on the pre and post game show. And you'll get all of our clumsy content and famous content to go around it because we're just Tolos and fans just like you. But that is the big thing is I can't control that. But since I can't control it, I listen on the Odyssey app. That's how I get my Rangers.
Okay, so here's the deal because there's a lot coming up. And I promise we'll get to the segment we were just talking about in Crosstalk at 10:20. All right?
This segment.
So thank you. Here's what's happening because there's a lot of moving parts, and it could definitely affect you as a fan of the Rangers. But Corey's absolutely right. When all else
I need to know this. I actually get paid kind of by Bally's.
When all else fails, you can hear it on the Fan. So here's the deal from a variety of sources. So Sports Business Journal reported that the Padres had taken over distribution of their own games. That officially starts today because the Diamond Sports Group had missed payments. So now the Rangers and the Reds and the Diamondbacks and the Guardians and the Twins, I believe, are all going to be in a Houston bankruptcy court today because all of those teams have had at least one missed payment. That's the thing. And like, there's going to be more on the horizon because I think Diamond Sports Group has something like 14 to 16 teams. And so that's going to happen today.
I'm on sportsillustrated.com right now, si.com, and it says that they skipped their payment to the Rangers on April 15th. Was
That's
their
a bad
first
decision.
Skipped payment. And then it says
at 30
it's not
days.
clear if DSG skipping the second payment scheduled for June, but it doesn't have June 1 or June 30, but I assume June 1 the way I've read things.
Or wouldn't you think maybe June 15th?
Maybe so. If April 15th would trigger the Rangers getting their rights back. The Rangers made it clear before the season that if DSG were to skip a payment, they would consider their agreement severed. I'm reading from SI.com.
Now, here's the other part I wanted to bring up about that. It might not matter when it is in June because of the Texas Rangers argument, and I believe what will happen in the bankruptcy court today is they said as soon as DSG missed a payment, they had 30 days to get square, to cure the payment, but essentially means catch up and get square. Well, you can figure that out. The 30 days has passed.
What?
So I think
May 15th.
If I'm to understand this correctly, I believe the Rangers, and I'm assuming they're kind of doing this as a block with those other teams. I'm assuming the basic argument is they missed the payment. They had 30 days to rectify that. Those 30 days have passed. We now believe that our agreement is severed. And so that's what they're looking to do. Is what the Padres got is they got their broadcast TV rights back. And then you can go any number of directions, whether you want to go directly off of TexasRangers.com. And I'm assuming they would work into an agreement with MLB.
Right.
That to be determined. But you would now have control and you wouldn't be sitting around for a company that is dealing with bankruptcy issues.
I have no clue about this, Corey, but I wonder, obviously getting to do the games for pre and post for Fox Sports Southwest, now Bally Sports Southwest, is you watch the commercials and I guess they're in, I don't know this. Like, did they make those agreements with the Texas Rangers so those commercial agreements go through the Texas Rangers now? Because I don't know. I don't know how all of that works, but it seems like a lot in the middle of a season. I'm assuming the Rangers know and MLB knows exactly how to. Let's just say today is the last game on Bally Sports Southwest. I don't know if it is. Maybe they're going to continue broadcasting until the next payment is due. I don't know. It's weird that I don't know.
I think today's court hearing will kind of decide that, honestly. Like, I'm not trying to throw off your other work schedule, but I think they might be like, hey, today, here's the deal. It goes back to the Rangers, and then is somebody going to file an appeal? Like, how's that all going to work?
Does it go to Channel 21? Does it go to Channel 33? I can't remember which one it would sometimes go to if there was a Mavericks, Rangers, Stars, one of those three was like, hey, they're both playing on the same night. We can't put them on that channel. And at that time, I believe Fox Sports Southwest didn't have an alternate channel, which they have now. So they would throw it on Channel 21 or Channel 33.
Yep. And there was 39 for back in the day.
So I'm wondering on Friday, if this thing falls through, are the Rangers going to be, obviously they're going to do it through Rangers/MLB, but you have to put it on a channel.
Mm-hmm.
Is it going to be on the MLB channel, which means you have to have the MLB kind of package?
Great question. Yeah. I mean, is it going to be the Rangers website?
We're going to give that channel for free. But if you have, I'm assuming this, YouTube TV, and you don't get MLB Network and you don't get the MLB package, do they just throw that on YouTube TV somehow, some way? I'm confused on how this will all work if this goes through the way that the Padres now own their rights to their broadcasting.
And what I'm curious about as well is, by the way, Major League Baseball is taking over the broadcasting rights
for the Padres.
For the Padres. And so you would assume that would be the next step as we figure out distribution.
I just wonder what channel they're on in San Diego.
Because I know a lot of people just assume, like, if Diamond Sports Group goes down the tube or if the Rangers win this case today, that everything is back to normal and you'll get to see all the games for free. And I just don't know if that's going to be the case. Here's the other thing I worry about. Go ahead.
In March, this was in March 30th, Axios posted this. Worst case scenario, if Bally fails and MLB TV doesn't black out market games, then Evan Grant suggests you can always tune into the radio and let your mind create the pictures.
And he listed the fan, I'm sure. I doubt it.
He forgot that part.
So here's the other part. I've always been curious how this affects payroll, right? How much do you think?
Sorry, their texts are saying the Rangers are screwing their fans.
Okay.
The Rangers have nothing to do with it.
So here's where I think that comes from is the Rangers did sign this deal. Now you have to
much like Mark Cuban has said, we signed a deal,
a 20-year deal.
We're
you have
stuck to this
all the way back to 2010, and it's just really tough to have made the assumption off of 2010 that this would eventually happen. The other reason they made this deal, it was for all of the money. Do you know how much this deal was worth?
$400 billion.
Almost.
Right.
I think it's $3 billion.
$3 billion for just the Rangers. Wow. All right. So over 20 years, that's $150 million a year. The bankruptcy court, or some of the papers filed with the bankruptcy court, are saying that Bally's and the Diamond Sports Group still owe the Rangers $111 million this year.
Wow.
I'm not saying if the rights relinquish and go to MLB. MLB is like, hey, thanks for this for free.
Yeah.
But I don't know what that money is going to be. And let's say it's $51 million. Okay, so you just lost $60 million worth of revenue. So what I've always wondered, if this fell apart, because this has been rumored for, 2, 3, 4 years, is would this impact the Rangers and these other teams' payroll at all if under your new structure, let's say MLB sets it up and they're like, you know what, now you get $80 million a year. And you're like, neat, we were getting 150. So I've always been curious what that would do with payroll.
I think it's a great question, and I don't know this, but I'm assuming this. Most teams love when their TV agreement runs out because there's a bidding war for live sports television. And so I'm assuming if this agreement runs out this year, this could hurt Ray Davis and the Texas Rangers this year. But I'm assuming they would be pumped that they got out of the last 6 to 7 years of this deal, because I bet now it's worth, let's say, over a 10-year period, $2 billion. So if you were to sign I think MLB has to make this decision with the Texas Rangers and with these other teams. Can we make more than, let's say with the Rangers, I know different teams generate more money. Can we make more than $2 billion over a 10-year period just doing it ourselves?
That's a good...
If the answer's no, then you go shop it out to whoever in the local market and you say, hey, we're looking for I assume after this happened, you might not want to sign a 20-year deal.
I think would be a very savvy
max out at 10 years.
I would look at, and because somebody did ask this question, and this is a good question. So wait, I pay for Bally and I would not be able to watch on Bally after this, depending on how it goes in the Houston bankruptcy court today. That is absolutely a viable option. I personally, my just guess on this would be they give them until June 15th. And if they don't make both payments, then they'll strip it away. And I don't think Diamond Sports Group can do that. I do not believe fiscally they can make that happen, especially since they already let the Padres walk. Now, I want to go back to this for people who are saying it's going to be on TXA 21.
Let's go.
Okay, here's the deal.
What?
I'm just going to tell you what's happening in the Padres case. So just prepare yourself, all right? So remember, we talked about this before the season started. The MLB set up their local media department to deal with these potential defaults on these payments. So the Padres right now, what they announced last night, MLB and the Padres announced you can watch the games on DirecTV, Cox, Spectrum, AT&T Uverse, and Fubo. I don't know specifically what channel and how that would translate to DFW. Here's the part people aren't going to like. Or MLB politely reminded everybody that they have a $19.99 per month subscription or $75 for the rest of the year. And the reason why I bring that up is you know how much people complained when we heard the price point of Bally's being $20 a month. So I believe depending on what channel it kicks over to, it is entirely possible that people will have to subscribe to MLB.com.
What'll be interesting in that case, you do get every game all year of all the teams. But right now, if you have the MLB package, you get blacked out of Ranger games. you don't get to watch Ranger games. If you're in the San Diego area, you get blacked out of San Diego games. A lot of times you get blacked out of the Angels and Dodgers games because they're close enough to San Diego that they feel like that's still a local market for you, because we get blacked out of Astros games. If the Astros are on MLB Network for the day game or the Sunday game or whatever it is on MLB Network, I'll flip it over and say, you're not allowed to watch this game because you're in the Houston market. And I'm like, man, I feel like
I can't even drive to Austin to watch my Rangers, is what you're saying?
I don't think so. I think it covers pretty much Oklahoma and Texas, part of Arkansas and part of Louisiana. But I don't know this. Will MLB pull all the blackout type of restrictions?
I feel like they have to.
You have to say there's no. If you buy this package, you have to get the Rangers because you're buying this package so you can watch your local team. And out of all years, right? If this would have happened the last 5 years, I think Ranger fans that are hardcore would be like, dang it. But I think a lot of the marketplace would say, well, tell me when they're good, and then I'll see if I can go get the product. But they are great this year. It feels like they just can't lose. They're so fun to watch. And so this year, I think a lot of people have come back to the Rangers and really want to watch them.
The other thing that I'm noticing now is I guess I'd never examined this original deal that the Rangers made. The Rangers did make that deal at the most unbelievable time, right? Because they made it back in, I think it's 2010.
After the sale of the team, I believe.
Yeah, exactly. And what was happening then? The Rangers were hot. And in 2011, obviously hot. So I told you how much money they're getting. Other teams are way different. So I'm looking at the Padres, for example. They get $60 million per year. A Twins reporter said they get $40 million per year. And so the Rangers, for the longest time, have been getting way more off of their regional sports network than some of these other teams, which goes back to my payroll concerns.
Don't the Dodgers get close to $500 million?
Which that makes sense to me because that's
and I think the Yankees do. I think there are some teams, Boston, New York's. I think they
1,000,000%.
They kill the Rangers TV
As they
rights.
Probably should.
Right, but then the Rangers do kill a lot of other. Probably Detroit, who you're playing today. I bet Detroit is maybe at $50 million a year.
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So, look, it's the hearing.
The only way the MLB is ever going to get me back, Kevin, is to offer me my product for absolutely free. And as a matter of fact, they should pay me to watch their product. And then I'll be back.
I appreciate what you're saying. And look,
I need a coupon.
Fingers crossed.
Just a coupon.
You know I appreciate a good coupon. I love that. But I think MLB is going to go, attendance is up. TV ratings are up. Our money's up. You want our product, you'll come find it.
So at the winter meetings, they basically said, hey, all the teams, we need y'all to be better so that whenever all this collapses in front of us, that we can start charging people.
I mean, they set up these.
The Rangers decide, we have $3 billion that we're working with. This is the year we're going to spend it all.
You know what? And
they spent some last
honestly, it could be oddly fortuitous for the Rangers again because this is the best they've been in a long time. And now their TV rights might be up. They're probably like, hey, it's not the worst thing that could have happened. This could have happened 3 years ago. And I'll be like, I'll give you $1.50 to show your game. And so now,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So now, but again, regardless of what
Players
happens,
should strike this year.
No.
This is a great time to strike.
Regardless of what happens in the Houston bankruptcy court today, remember, you can hear all games, including today's game right after us.
Wow.
Right here
I don't know if this is
The Fan.
True, but it says the Dodgers in 2014 signed a 25-year, $8.35 billion deal for
Sounds about right.
Was that like $350?
How much does it cost to listen on 105.3 The Fan?
Free.
What
Big
about
fat
the app?
Nothing.
The Odyssey
Big
app?
fat nothing. It's
You're
free.
Kidding.
No. Yeah.
What about that Go Live? Like where I
the
can
alternate
see your face
broadcast
while you
we
talk.
do?
Yeah.
Also free.
Kidding me?
I'm not.
Gosh, this is amazing.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, when a season ends without a title, this can be about the Stars or anybody else. Does everyone in every sport immediately say changes need to be made? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside.
the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
She's moving to Georgia.
Jada's Podiatry Clinic's top nurse quit, leaving her business toes up.
We've got 6 procedures and 3 major surgeries in the next 2 days.
She needs a new RN who can think on their feet.
There's no way I can do all these procedures on my own.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
My friends at D&M Leasing want you to know that traditional financing companies are bringing back 84-month terms again. And this can put you in a place where you owe way more on your auto loan than your car is worth when it's time to trade. Leasing can give you low payments and guarantees on much shorter terms. Do what makes sense. Lease with D&M Leasing. Save on your payments and eliminate the risk that you will be upside down when you trade. Call 972-35-LEASE or 817-35-LEASE or visit dmautaleasing.com and start leasing today. D&M Leasing.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Berkey's.
We know heating and AC are essential to your home and family's comfort. Save up to $5,000 on a high-efficiency HVAC system from Lennox. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit us at Berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com, or you can call 214-333-3333.
Gabe Vincent as a heat move left to right to Jimmy. He steps into a 3 and he rips the net. There's your message to start the second half. Jimmy gets buckets, is in the building.
KNC Masterpiece back here at 105.3 The Fan. Now, Mike, you asked this question, and this can be about whatever you want. Like, if you want to focus on the Stars, for sure. But I immediately thought of, the Celtics now losing to the Heat, the Lakers getting swept. Before that, it was, what a story, NBA title, here we come. And now it's, we got to make some changes. When a season ends without a title, do you feel like everyone, or almost everyone in every sport, almost immediately says changes need to be made? Because yesterday, we talked about it. Stars fans were pissed.
Yeah. I think so. I think if you don't win the championship, it doesn't mean your team makes changes. I mean, in a weird way,
that's true.
The Mavericks didn't make major changes. Jalen Brunson made a major change, and then they just had to go with the flow. I get they got Christian Wood, but like, for the most part, when a team loses, let's just say, I'm just going to go with the Denver Nuggets win this NBA Finals. Sure. Let's just say they do. Miami has gone on an unbelievable run. After losing to the Atlanta Hawks in the first play-in game in the 7-8 matchup, and then getting the 8 seed, I believe they were the 7th best record.
That is correct.
And then lost the home game, won the home game to get into the real playoffs, and have now made the amazing run of making it to the NBA Finals. You would think right now, a lot of Miami Heat fans, a lot of people that are covering the NBA would say, this Heat team is unbelievable. Yeah, you can add a $5 or $10 million free agent, but all they have to do is lose in 5 games of the Denver Nuggets, and you're going to hear every national show and everything go, well, it was a good run, but they got to get a point guard, or they got to get this, or right? And so It's just, I feel like no matter how far you make it, or even if you don't make it, a lot of times, unless you're in a rebuilding state, you feel like you need to make major changes to that team that failed to win the championship.
I think your use of the Mavericks is a fantastic example because, Kevin, you often hear me say this. It's from Sports Night, and I'm sure it's from somewhere else before that. But whenever you get to a point where you're like, all right, things have come to a boil, you need to ask yourself, where are we and where are we going? So last year with the Mavericks, they were a team, not this past season, the year before, they were a team that we said, just win a playoff series. That was it. They went too far. Like they really set the table, the standard too high. True. That's their own fault. But they got the playoff win, and you were like, wow, this was exceptional. And you kind of expected if you can bring that back. But in that same state, we were saying they need to add to this team. They have to add to this team because you didn't win. But they exceeded our expectations by 2 miles. A country mile, Mike, if you will. That was the moment when you were like, all right, they need to add. Not big. They didn't need to take anything away. I didn't think. Maybe Dwight Powell. But they needed to add. They didn't. They added Christian Wood, and then things kind of fell apart. You can't make that happen every year, the magic that did happen a couple seasons ago. But I think every year, the GM's responsibility is to sit back and say, where are we and where are we going? If you are looking at a team that you're like, we're old and we can't bring this group back for the next 5 years, we have to start rebuilding. Yeah. We have to start the process of implementing new things. We have to build off somebody else's name in the future. Then I think that's one direction. If you're like, man, we're a young team and we really hit our stride this season, we could try that. Let's add, a couple of things here and there. I think you're always constantly churning it, but I don't think that it has to be drastic changes to every single team that loses.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point. Is it matters where your team is at it? Like right now, I'll use a team just north of us, and I know I'm using basketball for an example. Oklahoma City had a really good year. They didn't even have Chet Holmgren, the number 2 pick, for a single game. Now, will he come back and be totally healthy?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, who knows? And then they have another pick in the draft coming up, and they have salary cap space, I think, that they could possibly use to help out their team. So they're looking at it going, I don't think we need to make major changes. We just need to let this mature. We need to let this young team mature and see what they're going to be. But I do feel like in other cases, unless you have a team that's super young, you go, how did we screw up? Where did we lose? How did we lose? And we need to fix this problem. And sometimes you're right. And sometimes you do just need to let it grow and mature, that you have to believe that that person who maybe, I know failure is a horrible word to people, but didn't get the job done / failed in the moment. It doesn't mean you're a failure in life. It just means you failed in the moment to win the game. Where did we specifically lose the game at? How did we lose it? How did we lose this series? Do we believe that it will be better internally because these guys will grow and get better at that? Or do we have to add something or replace something to make it better? Usually fans, right or wrong, say we need to add / replace to make it better. We don't believe that this person is just going to be better at that situation.
Let's say I'm going to use Jaylen Brown, or I'll use Tatum as my example.
Yeah.
All right. What's the thing that you ask your kid when they make a mistake? What do you ask them? Never make that mistake again.
What's your deal?
Like, learn from your mistake. What's your deal? Don't be a dumbass. But you always ask them to learn from their mistake. Even in business, we've been asked, hey, look, y'all, that went wrong that time. Learn from it. And I'm going to use Tate. I haven't followed his whole career, but let's say he makes the same mistake in the Eastern Conference Finals every single time. Well, now as a GM, you're sitting back going, is that player ever going to learn from this? Or is he never going to learn from that? I have to move on from this player if he's never going to learn from it, because it's not going to advance us. As good as he is, he makes the exact same dumb mistake every time. So sometimes that's a really difficult thing to do, is move on from something that got you there, something that got you to that point. But you have to decide look at the Rangers right now. Yeah. The Rangers specifically, as much credit as we give Bochy, and I believe Bochy deserves a lot of credit, how much we've been saying our entire lives, except for when Mike Bassett was pitching and Derek Holland, is that we needed pitching. Our entire lives, guys, we need pitching. And the Rangers said, let's go do it. They add it. The whole team's different. I mean, Bochy said it yesterday. He's like, every day, these guys come into this clubhouse thinking they can win because the pitchers are going to keep them in the game. They're not going to blow it for them. And they believe all we got to do is get a couple runs. They believe it. And so that is a huge difference. Is we added one little thing, and that was pitching. And it was the biggest thing that they needed. Now, I'm not saying they're winning the World Series at the end of this year, but they have a better chance at it right now.
And Kevin, I go to the Dallas Cowboys. They 12-5, lose to the 49ers back-to-back years.
Yep.
I do believe they made major changes in a positive direction.
I do too.
I don't know if it'll lead to a championship.
That first-round draft pick was made with last season in mind.
And 2 very good veteran players in Cooks and Gilmore. How much do they have left? How much will they help? But I know for a lot of Cowboy fans, I'm not saying the majority, but for a lot of Cowboy fans, it wasn't nearly enough in the offseason to change the outcome of what could happen in 2023. And I just think it's always interesting to look at a team that ultimately you look at the Cowboys, they were successful last year. I know that, look, I come off as usually being the most negative person, but they were successful, 12-5. They did lose again to San Francisco in the playoffs before getting to the Final Four. But they still even looked at that team and said, we need to make changes. Now, did they make big enough changes? That's your opinion, if they did or didn't right now. But I feel like they made some really strong, positive changes to try to help that team overcome the 12-5 losing.
And that team is an interesting analogy, especially when paired with this text. It's hard for fans from the 682 to differentiate between change and complete overhaul, because you've seen the same thing that I have, right? Is with the pieces that you mentioned, with the draft class and everything. I know there are some people out there, because they have talked to me and been like, but it doesn't matter because you still have Dak.
Right.
And I'm like, okay, so you don't think...
I ran into that on this weekend.
And so you don't think that person doesn't think that the Cowboys made changes. Like looking to upgrade for almost nothing at wide receiver, at cornerback, doesn't count. Getting that defensive tackle that we've hoping to be the run stuffer, Corey, you've talked about this for, I don't know, like 8 years. That doesn't count because you didn't make the change that they were focused on. And that's the exact same thing I think about in terms of Boston, is I think Boston can make some moves like they already did in terms of like Derek White and people like that. Is if the Tatum and Brown combination stays together, how many Celtics fans do you think are going to be like, well, you didn't change anything? And you're like, hey, well, we did all these other things. Yeah, but that's the thing.
Yeah, that's the problem for this team.
And so that's the tough part is you can make changes, but for some people, and this could probably be internally, I don't just want to say fans. I bet there's some people in the Cowboys building, in the Celtics building that are like, you didn't make the change that we needed to make.
Yeah, Rangers that was a complete overhaul over 2 year span.
Sure.
Like they said we're adding hundreds of millions of dollars in shortstop and pitcher and second base.
Right.
And they did it again. And then they changed managers. That's a complete overhaul. They kept saying we're going to throw out minor leaguers and try and figure it out with some cheap options. They said, Ray Davis was like, no, we can't do that anymore. I'm tired of getting my ass kicked. The Cowboys keep their defenses, very subtle, but they did make changes. Those are changes in my mind, but they're not complete overhauls by any means. But they looked at it and they said, we have to be able to also still be good defensively. But they didn't score points against San Francisco. That's a problem there. And the Stars. So if we go back to the Stars right now, because Mike, I think that's where you originally started with this.
Yes.
If you go back to the Stars, no, I don't think there needs to be a complete overhaul with this team because you have things growing up in the system. There may be some difficult choices to make here soon, though.
See, and I'm with you 1,000,000%. But what I wonder is, so like, are those difficult, do you kind of eat it on Suter just a little bit or whatever the case is and just wait for your AHL team to have some of those people develop? But how many people will be like, because I've already heard this too. Well, you need Sagan and Ben to take a pay cut. Well, that's not how that's going to work. Or people saying, well, you need to strip Ben of the captain's seat. Like those are some things that people are like, that's your change. So if you say, hey, we got 2 hotshot rookies coming up and we're moving on from this and we're going to tweak the blue line just a little bit. I don't know how many people are going to be like, oh, well, but you didn't do anything about Ben and Sagan. And you're like, well, I don't know what to tell you.
It's interesting because after probably beating Minnesota and Seattle, you weren't thinking those things because you just won 2 series and now you're going into Las Vegas and then your whole mind changes. And I totally get it. Just like
how much worse would it have been if you lost in game 4,
You
right?
have to evaluate yourself honestly, though.
Just like the Lakers after they had beat Memphis, then beat Golden State. They had the perfect team. Every Laker fan, and look, all the media was on the Lakers going, this is the perfect team. D'Angelo Russell's the perfect point guard to go with these 2 guys that they have, and all of these role players are the perfect guys. Then they get swept by Denver, and literally 30 seconds after game 4 was over they kind of need a complete overhaul.
Yeah.
Like around LeBron and Anthony Davis, like let's keep Reeves and then let's move and get a whole new, gosh, just a week ago before this series started, that was the perfect team to put around LeBron and Anthony Davis.
Fascinating discussion, gentlemen. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Did we get a resolution to one of the bullpen pieces? Next. Now, before we do that, let's talk about Men's Tea Clinic.
Loud and clear. You love the WNBA and want more analysis and insight on your favorite players.
Welcome to Queens of the Court, an Odyssey original podcast. I'm your girl, Cheryl Swoops.
And I'm Jordan Robinson. All season long, we'll be bringing you the post-game analysis that you crave and sitting down for interviews with athletes across the W.
You can listen to Queens of the Court on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Rangers wrap up their road trip with the final game in the series in Detroit today. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks, inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Mike Peasley, and me. Our coverage of today's game begins at 11:30 this morning on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want. And just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
How about yesterday? So the Rangers don't get off to the best of starts. They did offensively, but because they always do. I'll ask you guys this question. I'll answer it, then I'll ask you guys to respond.
Yes, the hitting's going to last forever, Mike.
Oh, I love it.
Are you guys surprised?
Shocked.
In a way that they just keep doing this every day?
Shocked.
Last year we said we didn't think the offense was that bad, but we didn't think that it was more than 4, 5, 6 runs a game.
Yeah.
What are they averaging right now? Do we have an average per game?
I think it's 6 point something, honestly.
I'll have to go check that, but here is an astonishing thing do you know that the Rangers have almost double the amount of 10-plus run games compared to anybody else in the league? I think this is number 14 for them, I want to say, and the next highest as of a couple days ago was 8.
Double your pleasure.
So, I told my son
double your fun.
On Monday, I believe it was. It might have been Sunday, but I was just like, hey, Jake, this is awesome. Because he's in love with baseball. He's in love with sports, really. But he's obviously in love with baseball during baseball season. He can't get enough of it. Watches a lot of MLB Network in the morning and all kinds of stuff. And I'm like, Jake, this is awesome. But I just don't, this can't, it never.
What planet is
it
this?
never lasts. You can't, there's going to be a lull. There's going to be a 10-game lull or a 20-game lull where the Rangers average 3.2 runs a game for a 20-game stretch, and we're going to go, what's wrong? And this guy's not that good, and I knew he wasn't that good, and all this stuff will start happening.
I'm sure you're right.
But then I say that, and here's 2 games later, the Rangers score another 10 runs, and they kind of needed to, because when you look at it, Martin Perez was really struggling again.
Oh, yeah.
And so with Martin Perez, it's interesting in 4.2 innings, really not 0.2, 4 2/3 innings, he walked 4 guys. And that's not the Martin Perez we remember from last year.
Yeah, right.
He had great command of his fastball, really good command of his cutter off of his fastball, and he had a great changeup. He's always had a great changeup, but once you have command of your fastball on both sides of the plate, you have a cutter that goes into righties, and then you have a changeup that goes away to righties, and he's always had a pretty good breaking ball to throw to lefties. It's just interesting to me watching Martin Perez this year, and I'm not sure if he's going to get back to 2022 Martin Perez. We've seen it, so I know how good he can be. Last year was shocking to me. I was shocked on how good Martin Perez was and how good he stayed for a 6-month period. He really never had, I haven't gone back and looked, I don't really feel like he had a bad month or an inconsistent month. He might have had an ERA of 4.5 in a month that I just forget, but I felt like every month he had an ERA somewhere between 1.5 and 3. 3 being a high ERA, 1.5 being like an unbelievable month where we were talking early in the year like, is Martin Perez in the Cy Young discussion?
Yes.
And ultimately he wasn't in it in the end.
For a while.
But he did have a great year. And so watching Martin Perez yesterday, I just go, gosh, is this not who he is that he's going to give up a run per inning? But he has a 4.43 ERA right now. Is this who he is? That's my next question of from yesterday. Do you believe he's going to live in that 4 to 4.5 range of ERA?
I do. And that was a question we kept asking of when will he turn back into a pumpkin? I'm not saying he's a pumpkin right now because pumpkin actually would be too bad for what he is, because he's had some really good moments this year. But I think that there was something he was doing unique last year, and we've looked at his heat maps, his heat charts,
right?
And we can see it. Like, you can see that things are a little elevated
from StatCast.
Yeah. That's where we're seeing that things are a little higher and in the zone rather than low and away from hitters where they like to hit. So there is something different, and I don't know if it's mental, if it's physical, if it's mechanics. Right. Mike Maddox, I trust a lot. Sounds like Bochy trusts the world out of him. But yeah, Mike, I believe that last year was an anomaly. This year we're going to get a good pitcher, but it's not the same dude.
I remember this from 2009 to 2010, and I'm hoping you guys remember this guy well. Scott Feldman. Do you guys remember how well Scott Feldman was in 2009? I believe he was opening day starter in 2010. The year the Rangers went to the World Series, I believe Scott Feldman was their opening day starter. And he was like 17-7 in 2009 and had like an ERA right around 3. And he just pretty much threw fastball cutter. Do you have Feldman's numbers pulled up?
I don't. Okay. Was that a contract year?
I don't believe so.
But last year for Perez was?
Yes, because last year was a 1-year, $4 million deal that he got because he didn't pitch that great.
But this is a contract year, too.
But he's also in a 1-year, $19 million contract this year.
I mean, I understand your point, and I usually agree with it. This is a contract.
Oh, yeah.
Too.
Feldman on both sides of the plate could throw a sinking fastball and a cutting fastball where the ball would look like it's in the middle of the plate and then sink away from you. And then he would throw a fastball that looked like it was 3 inches off the plate, and then the ball would cut to the edge of the plate. And it was just like, he is dominating, and it's very hard. If people don't understand this, it is very hard to throw a fastball, like a two-seamer and a cutter, and dominate both sides of the plate with both pitches at the same time. And so Feldman fell back into 2010. He wasn't able to throw his sinker on both sides of the plate accurately and his cutter on both sides of the plate accurately. And so he got hit up quite a bit, kind of fell out of the rotation as the season went along. Rangers had a great year. And I'm just wondering with Martin Perez, can he get back to the command he had? Because I think, Corey, you bring up a great point. How much is it mental? How much is it physical? I think he's a very mature guy now.
Yeah,
I mean, he's even helping out the younger guys. He's helping out Bradford when he's been called up to the major leagues to make his 2 kind of spot starts. So I know how mature he's become. So I feel like this is a mechanical thing that can be fixed.
Okay.
But he even said this to Bradford, his first outing where he got hit up pretty good against the Braves. Hey, you're just like me. If you don't hit your spots,
you're in trouble.
You're in trouble.
Yeah.
Because we don't have good enough stuff to get away with over the heart of the plate stuff. And we don't have good enough stuff to get behind in counts.
Pitchers know that, though, right? Like, you know your stuff better than anybody, right?
Yes, but you do have to have a belief in a negative count. I have a 3-1 count. I have to believe that my 2-seam fastball on the plate is still going to get a ground out against Albert Pujols.
Is he going back to what he was before, where he was trying to make perfect pitches?
It's a great question.
Because
like
that was
Jason Robertson.
When I was listening to G-Bag, when Mike said that, and then I watched Martin Perez pitch, I was like, oh, now I see it. Like, Mike opened my eyes to that then, so I do wonder if that's something that's still there now.
So, luckily, after Martin Perez pitched, the Rangers were still in the game because they did a great job of hitting themselves in the first 5 innings. And then Mr. Anderson came in, and I was like, okay, I don't know how he throws. I heard that he kind of throws 3/4 or sidearm.
He does.
And he came into the game and was awesome. 46 pitches, 32 strikes. So my quick math, only 14 balls. And in his 8 outs that he got, he struck out 7 guys.
7? Wow.
7 of his 8 outs were strikeouts. He did give up 1 hit to Miguel Cabrera, which was we call it as a pitcher, a seeing eye ground ball. So he hit a ground ball. It just went in between third and short. It was not like a well-hit ground ball. It was a ground ball hit well enough that it could get in between 2 guys, but it wasn't like 106-mile-an-hour ground ball in between the hole. But he did his job. He hit with 2 strikes, and that was it for Anderson. Reagans comes in, gets his 2 outs. Will Smith comes in, gets his 3 outs. So I don't know how good Anderson is going to be the rest of the year, but he definitely has earned his chance for Mr. Grant Anderson to pitch at least 2 more times in the major leagues before thinking about sending him back down.
He's pitched this year 20 innings.
Okay.
Giving up 11 runs, 4 in one game. So other than that, though,
right,
he's been lights out. He's had, in the last month, 3-1-3, 5-5-5, 1-3, 7 strikeouts. Then the 7 was last night in the major leagues. But the dude has only given up 9 hits in the month of May. He's had a very exceptional 1-2 innings here and there in the minor leagues. So Mike, you always say, was he dominating the minor leagues? He's doing a very good job at it. He earned it. I think he earned his opportunity.
He definitely earned his opportunity. This wasn't like, oh, what the hell, just throw him up there. Now, there was part of it that, like, hey, we need somebody.
Yeah.
He's the best we think that he can do. At the same time, he also isn't built up as Neftali Feliz in 2009. Remember, Feliz and Holland were built up tremendously well. They both executed pretty quickly in the major leagues. Obviously, both the different roles. Holland ends up becoming a starting pitcher pretty quick into his development in the major leagues. Neftali Feliz becomes a closer pretty darn fast in the major leagues. And Feliz was Rookie of the Year. But we had heard about Feliz ever since the trade of Mark Teixeira to the Atlanta Braves that got Neftali Feliz here. Like, hey, I'm telling you, it's Neftali Feliz and Elvis Andrus. They are the two gems of this trade. They're going to be awesome. I hadn't really heard of Grant Anderson until about the start of May when you started hearing this bullpen is struggling so much, they might try this Grant Anderson in the pen as kind of maybe the next guy to see if he can handle the major leagues.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, does social media have an overall negative effect on players? Plus, would you cash in this NBA Finals betting slip? We'll do it next right here on The Fan. Peace back here on 105.3 The Fan, where I think Corey has an unorthodox way to solve the Cowboys kicking situation based on Good Morning America.
I thought you were going to ask about my tease for tomorrow, but I appreciate that, Kevin. I just saw moments ago, and I was intrigued by this because the kick. I was like, oh, that dude could kick a field goal. And then I realized who it was. There's video of the Giants facility, and Mike, you know this, our big problem with the Cowboys going into this season right now. What are we going to do at kicker? I saw Harry Kane kick a field goal at the Giants facility. Then he went on Good Morning America.
Does he play for Tottenham or somebody? Or he's a famous soccer player, right?
Absolutely he is. And it looks like
the
10,
Hotspur.
20, 30. Looks like about a 60-yard field goal, by the way.
What?
And then he is on Good Morning America, and he said, it's something I'd love to do, being an NFL kicker. So I think he's starting to get to that point where he's like, look, there's a lot of tread on these tires from all the running in soccer. What if I just showed up and used this golden toe to put some team into the Super Bowl? And I think he's talking directly to the Dallas Cowboys.
Let's do this, Jerry.
But isn't he talking directly to the Giants if he's at their facility?
No, he's just in New York for
Good Morning America.
Good Morning America. I don't actually have a clue what he's there for, but he went on Good Morning America. I think he was just around the facility, or maybe even Good Morning America said, hey, can we just see what it's like if you kick a football? And he did it, and here we are, Kevin, discussing the future of Harry Kane as the Dallas Cowboys kicker, because Bones said, anybody
That's true.
on planet Earth,
right?
We would love to have you.
You're right about that. Now, I had a question that was based on something that Jeff Van Gundy was saying about social media having an overall negative effect on players. But I also want to ask you, would you cash out this ticket?
All
right. This is amazing. And Mike, you mentioned earlier how the Heat looked like they were in dire straits when it came to the playoffs. They lost their first play-in game. They had to play again. They weren't going to win the NBA title.
They're supposed to play Boston in the first round, by the way.
Yes. But because of that, somebody picked up a couple of tickets on the Heat at $300 and $350 to 1 to win the NBA championship.
Okay.
They bet $150 and $100 respectively. That $150 one pays out $45,000.
Seems like you're getting at least 14% return there.
All right, $45K.
If you cash it out, it's $8,700 right now.
That's still a 14% return.
All right. What's the other one?
Pays out $35,000.
All right.
And the payout you can get right now is $6,800.
All right. Here's what I would do. I would take the $6,800 payout and keep the other ticket.
Okay.
I've made my money. I made a $250 bet if I take both my tickets, and I am cashing out one of the tickets at $6,800. So I've made $6,800 so far, no matter what happens. I've cashed out.
Do you then bet that on the Nuggets?
I guess you could. I'd have to look at the math of it and see, like, you could take 5,000 maybe and put it on the Nuggets to be like, I'm going to win a lot of money no matter what. But I do still have a chance. I take my $6,800 and I still have a chance of getting $45,000.
See, I like the way Mike approaches this. But Kevin, a very bad man once said,
what?
A fool dwells in the world of hoping to get riches, where a great man takes what he wants.
Who said that?
That was a dude on FUBAR.
Oh my God!
We're gonna Schwarzenegger.
Don't worry, we're gonna get into Schwarzenegger and FUBAR tomorrow.
So if you totally cash out, it's $15,500.
Yep. And he put $250 into that.
Yeah, I feel like I would cash out the least tick out.
Yeah.
Would you just cash out both?
I would cash out the least.
Obviously, he believes in the Miami Heat, or he wouldn't have done this.
Yeah.
Like, there's some belief in him. So, but I would say if I bought two different tickets, I can win now something. Because if Denver wins, and they're favored by quite a bit, then I get nothing. Or I can take $6,800 right now with still a chance of winning $45,000 more dollars.
And just keep in mind, if he doesn't sell or cash out, $80,000 if the Heat were to win. off of 250, or he could obviously end up with nothing.
Yeah, I'd take a little money.
Your worth is worth. How much are you worth?
Yeah.
If you're Mark Cuban, first of all, that would be something that he would probably lose the franchise over, that he's betting on the Miami Heat.
That is a good point.
Ooh, that sounds good. But if you have a lot of money, if you, let's say, have $10 million in your banking account, plus all the assets you have, with a house and car, you're probably like, I don't care, let it ride. I 80,000 is the only thing that does it for me.
But I hope I didn't step on that. Mark,
you know
that.
what I'm saying.
But like, the bets are only 100 and 150, so I kind of wonder if it's like maybe not that kind of high roller.
Yeah.
Now, to go along with this, and this kind of stays in the basketball space, but it can go wherever, is how social media is going to treat Wemby. Because there's a couple things here. Like Chris Broussard said, if Wemby is Anthony Davis, Kevin Durant, or Hakeem Olajuwon.
Whoa. KD, Olajuwon, and who else?
Anthony Davis.
Okay.
That's a disappointment.
Bunch of busts right there.
If
Olajuwon is considered by far, so 2 of the 3 players are considered top 20 players in the history of basketball?
Disappointment. I expect him to be one of the best players ever, to have a career like LeBron, Jordan, Duncan, Shaq, or Kareem. Well, personally, I would argue Shaq and Hakeem are not separated by that much in terms of rankings. And so that just seemed alarming to me.
I agree.
You agree it'll be a disappointment?
Yeah. Listen, he's not saying he needs to be Michael Jordan.
If he's Anthony Davis, I would say that would be disappointing because of the injuries and kind of having to become a second guy to be a winner.
LeBron James, when it comes to LeBron James, a lot of people are still disappointed he hasn't overcome Michael Jordan. Whereas other people are like, man, like, we're watching greatness in our era. This is awesome. But I can totally see, like, he's not comparing him to Jordan. He's comparing him to some greats. And he needs to be that because that's the hype level that we've like grown accustomed to with Wemby.
I will say, I think there's a major difference between Durant, Olajuwon, and Anthony Davis. I feel like Anthony Davis, he couldn't even win a round in the playoffs in his life in New Orleans. Now, part of that is his fault. Part of it isn't his fault. But he went and teamed up with LeBron to win the bubble title, and that's all he has so far. I think that would be a disappointment if you're 10 years into Wemby's career and he has a title, leaving the Spurs and joining, let's just say for fun, Luka Doncic and the Dallas Mavericks. Like, that would be a disappointment if that's the way he got his title, and everybody would consider Luka the better player at the time.
And number 1 overall pick.
And that's where Van Gundy swooped in and said, I just hope we all give him the necessary time to acclimate to the NBA and don't over-evaluate every single game. And then, this is a very old people statement, all of these young people take so much of their cues on how they're doing through social media. I hope we're kinder to him than we are to some people on social media. And
ain't gonna happen. Social media doesn't work like that, bro. There's no middle ground on social media.
Have you guys watched the movie Air?
I still haven't seen it.
Okay, so I do like at one point Sonny Vaccaro, who they say this speech is very close to the speech that he gave Michael Jordan when he knew he was losing him. Michael Jordan wasn't interested in Nike. He's there in Oregon, and he's like, I don't want to be here. Mom made me be here, and I don't want to join you. Without saying a word, Sonny reads the room, right, watching the movie, and is like, crap. I know that he's the only guy that can save Nike basketball. I have to go off script here. I'm going to tick off Phil Knight. I'm going to tick off everybody in this room because this is not planned, and I'll probably lose my job if this doesn't work out. And he says, they are going to build you up. They're going to break you down. It's the oldest story of all time. Honestly, in a way, I'm falling into that story. I'm doing it with Luka. We have built him up through his first 4 years in the NBA, and now we are crashing him down to the floor going, we're tired of you. We now have grown tired of your stuff. And that's kind of the way Michael Jordan was at a time, whereas like we built him up by about 89, 90. We start breaking him down going, you're not good enough. You're just an individual player who doesn't know how to win. Like Isaiah knows how to win. Like Magic and Larry and Dr. J know how to win. You're a bum. And then he gets obviously built back up. The American story, probably the story of kind of mankind in these ways. So that will probably happen with Wemby. In the same way, we're going to build him up. And as long as he stays healthy and does great, this first 3 to 4 years, we're going to build him up. And then it will be, well, if you haven't won like Bird or Magic or Tim Duncan, we now break you down.
I just remember on the night of the draft, somebody said he'll be the best player in the NBA within 3 years. And I was like, maybe, but holy cow, that is a steep curve.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be tougher. And my son asked me this question yesterday. I know Jake asked me a lot of questions, if you're wondering. He said, since we got to go to break.
I'm sorry, Mike.
This is a different hour.
I'm sorry, Mike.
No, it's fine.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And I know Mike is excited because it's baseball time in Texas, and we'll talk with Jared Sandler next on The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, we'll have another.
the Owner's Box, the Omni in downtown Dallas. We'll be there ahead of Game 1 with all sort of Tolo swag, fan hats, $25 Owner's Box gift cards, and G-Bag fun. They got free parking, 70-plus TVs, and a real sports lover's dream. It's the Owner's Box, the Omni Dallas, 555 South Lamar, with the G-Bag Nation, and Chiafalo and me are hanging out to party with you until halftime. Come out and party with us. We'll see you there at the Omni.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com, or you can call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's baseball time in Texas, so let's talk with Jared Sandler. Good morning, sir. And how about that Grant Anderson?
Pretty impressive, huh?
Heck yeah. Are you more impressed by the strikeouts or his delivery?
Well, I'd seen his delivery before, but that's also part of the crazy thing. He wasn't in big league camp. We saw him as a just-in-case guy, and he's our pregame guest. And I asked him about Dontrell Willis, who, in terms of modern pitchers or guys more recent, I think of El Duque, Orlando Hernandez with the high leg kick. It's not, apples to apples, but I think a lot of younger guys, it's more Dontrell Willis, and we talk about that. But the strikeout's really impressive, and had a chance to chat with Andy Dirks, who used to play for the Tigers. He's doing some broadcast work for them, and he just raved about the way his ball moves, and it's not just the deception. The stuff he has is good too, and the deception's great, but that doesn't necessarily always have staying power. It's the stuff that will keep you around, and so far so good.
Do you think deception is just helpful for pitchers, or is that a general life skill that you think is helpful?
Well, I think we can name some people for whom that would be helpful or has been. Some guys that we know, shared mutual folks, but
who you're talking
what's that?
I don't know who you're talking about,
sure.
Jared. You need to stay focused on baseball.
I do think it helps on the mound, but I guess it does help some folks in life, sadly.
Jared, I was listening on Memorial Day as I was in the pool, and you were doing fantastic work alongside Matt Hicks. How is Hicksy feeling today going into this game?
Oh, yeah. Matt was really fired up about the that base path rule, which everyone is. I mean, it's an awful rule. It's one of those things where all you can do is palms up to the sky because the rule is enforced properly. It's just a bizarre rule. Like, it makes zero sense that you have to stay in a path along the first baseline that would lead you wide of the base.
Mm-hmm,
like,
yes.
It doesn't take you to the base. And people claim it's for the protection of the first base. That's all crap.
Okay.
It's a bad rule. Nothing gets Matt more fired up than not getting game notes on time, a bad scoring decision, or a rule that he just doesn't think makes any sense. But I am with him on this rule.
Is there any other rule that you feel is worse than that rule?
Well, it's a non-rule, the check swing. I mean, that's not in the rule book. There is nothing in the rule book that defines what a check swing is. We have created our own ideas or beliefs on what is or is not a swing, but I just can't stand the fact that, this big part of the game, and I don't know how many check swings we have in a game. Not all of them are 50-50 calls, so some of them are obvious, but the fact that, for something that is as prevalent as a check swing and there's not a rule on it, I mean, that to me is absolutely absurd. It is ludicrous.
How invested are you in the bankruptcy hearing today with Diamond Sports Group and the Texas Rangers, as well as several other teams?
I mean, if I'm honest, I'm invested probably the same way that other people are, just as a fan and someone who's curious about where this is headed. But I definitely am not familiar or versed with the intricacies and the nuts and bolts of it all. But yeah, I mean, I'm curious in what the Padres are now.
Yep.
They're no longer doing Bally's, right?
Correct.
As of today. So I mean, that's interesting, and obviously stuff like that is going to create some movement.
Jared, I am kind of curious. The Rangers right now, nobody's scored more runs, and only one other team out there has given up less runs. This is your first year as doing this job in this stint. Is this kind of like a magical run for you? Personally, I'm serious.
It's a lot of fun. I mean, you guys know I grew up diehard Rangers fan, so watching this team have success. Here's what I think about. You go through rebuilds, and that's great, and the plan always makes sense, and you feel great about the plan, and it's not going to be overnight. But here's the reality. I mean, in any sport, how many teams can you think of who, they enter a rebuild and then 10 years later they're still in that rebuild, and 15 years later they're still in that rebuild, maybe save for one
Great answer, but we're out of time, Jared.
Sorry, Jared. We're out of time.
Sorry.
Bye, Jared. Love you, man.
There you go. Jared Sandler. Corey asking that question. Rangers, Tigers coming up next. We'll be back tomorrow. Full show, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Where you going? Your day gets better with the G-Bag Nation starting at